This kid got betrayed in the most cowardly way imaginable, but the goddesses have bigger plans for him. Raiders are powerful, rich, good-looking, and famous. Jaehyun was poor and always dreamed of being powerful and good-looking like them someday. Nobody could have imagined this kid would end up being even more amazing than all of them. One day, the protagonist was furious. He'd been unemployed for a long time, and his friend offered him a really bad job. "Why are you offering me something this bad? It's dangerous work, but it pays really well. It's better for a warrior to die in combat than to starve to death." Desperate for quick cash, Jaehyun takes a dangerous gig as a meat shield for a raid in an A-rank dungeon crawling with undead. His broker and agent Jeon Wooman, an A-rank mage, is the one organizing the mission, so he will see him there. The next day, at the mission site, the protagonist is already prepared. He looks at his phone and thinks that John Wooman was supposed to meet him there, but he sees no sign of him. He muses that Wooman should have at least notified him of his absence, but then he reflects that honestly, John Wooman would be much better off working with a superior raider. Jaehyun knows he is a D-rank warrior raider, while Wooman is an A-rank mage. He has no idea why someone like that is working at a raider agency, as Wooman could join any guild but is instead wasting his time. Jaehyun thinks it would be much better if he were in Wooman's position, but in his thoughts, his subconscious labels him as useless, making him feel a bit down. However, he is then called out. A guy named Myungho approaches and says they have met again. Jaehyun notes his presence and says he has been receiving a lot of work lately. Myungho comments that this type of job can be dangerous, but the pay is substantial. The protagonist agrees, and Myungho asserts there is no other place for warrior-class raiders. He laments that kids these days have no appreciation for the sword, asking what is so appealing about throwing fireballs from the rear. However, Jaehyun internally admits it is not about passion. He is practically starving. Anyway, Myungho suggests they give it their best effort and go for a drink afterward. The protagonist says that sounds good, but deep down he is discouraged, mentioning he is low on cash. But Myungho reminds him that he paid last time. Jaehyun feels slightly embarrassed, and Myungho notices, offering to pay again this time, but firmly stating it will be the last. The protagonist expresses guilt for always relying on his friend, but internally thinks Myungho is quite naive. After that, a man appears, instructing everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance, stating they will enter in 30 minutes. Everyone there seems unmotivated, including the protagonist and his friend. Myungho suggests it is time to get ready. Jaehyun is completely unenthusiastic. He tries to pass the time by checking his phone. When entering a dungeon, raiders need to be mindful of two things. The first is the possibility of encountering unexpected fortune. The fortune found in dungeons can dull a raider's mind and lower their guard against the inherent dangers. While they are unable to think clearly, the dungeon tests the raiders to determine if what they hold is genuine luck or tragedy disguised as luck. Suddenly, Myungho interrupts his thoughts and asks if he is looking at his phone again. He mentions that Jaehyun always does this before entering a dungeon and asks if it is something interesting, like a picture of a girlfriend, but the protagonist insists it is nothing. Yet, he looks at the device again and sees a picture of himself with his mother, promising to return safely. Then, he heads toward the dungeon. After that, they are all already inside, and they immediately encounter some zombies. Soon, one person shouts for the tanks to raise their shields and hold a straight line. He insists on the order and tells them to hold their position, even if it results in death. The protagonist thinks this is a terrible job. Meanwhile, the mages get to work and cast their spells. Soon after, magical forces begin to emerge, and the tanks maintain their position. While they hold off the monsters, the magic cast by the mages destroys them. Jaehyun watches the monsters die, but he looks to the side and sees the Meteor Guild, a guild of mages known as Rising Stars for a time. For a moment, he is pleased by their presence and thinks that if they are capable, it seems he does not have to worry about dying. After the battle, his friend is already drinking and asks if the boss hall is the only area remaining. He also says that getting older is not easy, and if he had known it would be like this, he would have played less as a child and leveled up non-stop. The protagonist replies that Myungho is still young enough, and that he is still a higher level than him. Myungho, nonetheless, asks if his friend got any good drops, noting there are quality items dropping since this is an A-rank dungeon. Jaehyun is unsure, but decides to check now. So he accesses the system, but something strange catches his attention. He sees something he does not understand and asks, "What is this?" Right after, he feels a sharp pain in his head, then wonders, what was that just now? Jaehyun looks at the screen again. The Acir system alerts that it has crashed, and the protagonist finds this odd, as it has never happened before. The system also alerts that it could not restart due to unknown reasons. This leaves the protagonist even more confused. However, something emerges and tells him to follow the light. He is startled by the sudden voice. The system issues a new alert. It states that an unknown presence is infiltrating the Acir system. The system attempts to initiate repairs in safe mode, but fails. Jaehyun grows suspicious of the unknown presence and wonders what this voice he heard is. He recalls the voice telling him to follow the light. Myungho asks what he is talking about. However, the protagonist replies that it is nothing. He just thought he heard someone tell him to follow the light. But then he looks at his friend and only sees a light around him. The protagonist becomes even more confused, wondering what this light is that is beckoning him. Myungho says he has been acting strange and asks if he is feeling unwell. Jaehyun insists that he is fine, but he wonders if he is the only one seeing this light, concluding that he must investigate. His friend asks where he is going. Jaehyun says it will only take a second and that he will return immediately. In his mind, he is still uncertain about what is happening. The protagonist enters the cave and follows the mysterious light. He tries to access the status window, but the system is down and has not returned. Jaehyun feels truly frustrated by this, but he persists in attempting to access the information. The system alerts that a function is partially damaged and will attempt a safe mode restart. Reading this, he becomes even more confused as he cannot grasp the situation. He has been awakened since he was 10, but the system has never crashed in these 17 years, nor has a function ever been reported as damaged. The voice he heard makes him think it is likely related to the system crash, the invasion of an unknown presence, and the system failure. An unknown voice sent him a message to follow the light. The Acir system might be undergoing a significant change. This Acir system is a reference to the Asgardian gods like Thor and Odin. It was theorized that the name Acir represented humanity's last bastion of hope, after being driven to the brink of extinction 20 years before these events, a period referred to as the Year of Calamity, 2011. In the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean, a giant tree of immeasurable height grew. It suddenly sprouted one morning, reaching beyond the skies in just 9 days. Some people called it the sign of humanity's extinction. Others called it the Tree of Blessings. The true name of this tree is Yggdrasil, the world tree that appears in Norse mythology. And on the 9th day, after the tree had fully matured, tragedy began. Across the world, a disaster of unprecedented scale, known as monsters, started to appear. Half of humanity perished to these monsters, and half of the remaining humans died from starvation or disease. It was at this moment, when everyone was consumed by despair, that someone appeared, willing to confront the crisis. A man who did not waver in the face of chaos, challenging fearsome and powerful creatures. And at that moment, a small hope for humanity was born. The creatures attempted to attack the one who challenged them. However, the man remained unshaken. He was the first awakened one and used magic against the monsters. A human wielding the authority of the gods had appeared. After this, the number of awakened individuals increased, and among them were those who hunted the monsters, the raiders. The Acir system is the most powerful weapon wielded by humanity's strongest heroes. Jaehyun thinks that if something major changed the Acir system, it would be difficult to view it positively. He finally reaches the source of the light and stands in front of what appears to be a portal. Not knowing what it is, Jaehyun hypothesizes its nature, a portal to hidden treasures, and he rejoices at this possibility. Treasure gates are hidden halls that appear very rarely in high-class dungeons. They typically contain special items or rare ingredients, and it is said that the items from a treasure gate are worth, at the very least, thousands of dollars. At that moment, the protagonist concludes that if something of Class A or higher appears here, he could immediately leave his current life. Before entering, he silently prays to all deities, hoping there is a piece of Class A equipment or higher inside. He steps through the gate. Inside, the environment is completely different from where he was. This leaves the protagonist very surprised. He never imagined that such a large space could exist inside a dungeon, and concludes that what was said on TV was not an urban legend after all. Jaehyun looks to the center of the hall and sees an item, thinking that, whatever it is, this must be the item he wants. So, he decides to inspect it more closely. Then he reaches out his hand toward the item, and just as he is about to grab it, the system alerts that a partial recovery of system functions has succeeded, and a new piece of equipment has been acquired. After that, it asks if he would like to evaluate the acquired item. The protagonist is only focused on the fact that things are finally going well, and the system returned at the perfect time. After this, he checks the item named Odin's Lost Eye, which, when equipped, allows the understanding of runes and the use of magic to disarm or destroy. The item is unique in the world, and when Jaehyun goes to check its status, he feels pain in his real eye. Realizing the pain is linked to the artifact, he checks the system again. An alert indicates that the universal derivation skill has activated, allowing him to understand and dismantle a magical formula. The resulting effects include full comprehension of runes, enabling the use of all types of powerful magic without the need for casting and without incurring any penalties. Jaehyun knows the highest ranking items sold at auctions are typically ranked S. When this artifact appears on the market, it will easily fetch over $10 million, as items with magical properties essentially sell for whatever price the seller desires. Furthermore, this artifact is of mythical rank and remains unique globally. With this in his possession, the protagonist believes he will no longer have to suffer or be constrained by guilds. Nor will he be forced to act as a meat shield in dungeons. His miserable life is about to end. Before selling it, however, he considers it best to test the item first. Since he thinks he'll never find another item like this, he should at least use it once before listing it for sale. However, the system warns that upon use, the item will be automatically bound to him, and it asks if he truly wishes to proceed. Jaehyun panics and immediately cancels the action, realizing he nearly squandered the hard-to-obtain mythical rank item. He has no reason to equip it, and if sold on the black market, it could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Despite having obtained an exceptional item, he has no desire to continue grinding through dungeons, as he has spent 20 years doing so, and his level can no longer increase. Beyond the fact that the item might not be very effective if he uses it on himself, the system malfunction is an unexpected complication, which could be called an unprecedented anomaly. Nevertheless, Jaehyun is accustomed to such bothersome issues. In today's world, where dungeons are a reality, sudden events occurring to raiders are common, and these situations generally fall into two categories: luck or tragedy. With this thought, the protagonist wonders if he should start heading back. Outside, Myungho attempts to reassure the others that the protagonist will return shortly, having just stepped away to check something. Then, he asks the group leader to wait a little longer, as Jaehyun has already returned to the spot. As soon as he is back, the leader announces they will soon begin the raid. The protagonist apologizes for the delay, and the leader tells him that acting alone will make things difficult, hoping this will not happen again. Apologizing again, Jaehyun assures him it won't happen. His friend stares at him for a moment and notices he is behaving somewhat strangely. Myungho then tries to cheer him up, telling Jaehyun not to feel down, but the protagonist, with a smile, insists he is fine. He even says he will pay for the drinks tonight and cannot be a freeloader forever. They proceed toward their objective, and his friend is confused by this sudden shift in behavior, asking if Jaehyun finally matured at 27 years old. In turn, Jaehyun thinks he managed to get away with it for now. He knows he is inside a dungeon, and since nothing that happens there can be exposed to the outside world, it becomes a lawless place. Spreading the news that he obtained a valuable item would be tantamount to asking to be killed. For him, waiting until the raid is over to sell the item as planned is no big deal. Right now, avoiding suspicion is more critical. The leader states that now that the vanguard has assembled, he wants to continue the raid. However, an explosion occurs above them, startling everyone, including the protagonist. He then runs to avoid being hit by the falling rocks. Utterly confused by this sudden explosion, he wonders what just happened. But first, Jaehyun spots a purple mist rapidly spreading across the area. He recognizes this is no ordinary event, but a kind of poisonous gas affecting everyone present. Jaehyun knows prolonged inhalation means certain death and concludes he must escape the place immediately. Myungho calls out to his friend and urges them to leave quickly, as the mist appears dangerous. The protagonist agrees, saying everyone needs to get out, but suddenly, someone is struck. When he turns to check on his friend, Jaehyun sees that Myungho has been stabbed by a sword. He is incredibly shocked, having been completely caught off guard. Myungho then collapses to the ground, leaving the protagonist stunned by the scene. Thinking he might be next, Jaehyun attempts to flee. He runs as fast as possible, without even looking back. The sudden sound of an explosion echoes in his mind as he races to save his own life. He also considers the poisonous mist enveloping the dungeon. Jaehyun apparently finds the exit door, but the memory of his friend Myungho and the others who were killed forces him to pause. Exhausted from running, he realizes these actions do not belong to a monster. Instead, they are clearly the work of a dungeon assassin. The protagonist draws various conclusions about the situation and becomes intensely anxious. But for a brief moment, he thinks he should put these thoughts aside and focus on escaping. He refuses to die right after finding the magical item that could change his life. This thought even causes him to break out in a cold sweat. However, someone is approaching in the distance. Jaehyun realizes he is about to be attacked and is startled. A chain of fire is launched in his direction, but he manages to dodge the attack just as it grazes him. The aggressor remarks he knew Jaehyun would manage to survive. When the protagonist sees him, he recognizes him as Jong Wooman, the same agent who employs raiders. Jong Wooman says he warned him about his visit today. The protagonist confronts Jong Wooman and asks if he is responsible for this. Jong Wooman knows about the spreading poisonous mist and the attack on the Meteor Guild members. He laughs at the situation and confirms that he is, in fact, the mastermind behind it all. The protagonist is shocked by this confession. He tries to first understand the situation and asks Jong Wooman about his motivations. Jong Wooman replies he did it at a client's request. He also mentions that many people dislike the Meteor Guild. They had been underestimating other guilds too much, and it wouldn't be surprising if people hated them. Dungeon assassin is the term used to refer to those who exploit closed dungeons to kill people inside. Based on the circumstances, the surprise attack on the Meteor Guild this time was executed by exploiting such a blind spot. Jaehyun is concerned about this development and wonders if he can take down his newfound enemy, but he quickly concludes it won't be possible as Wooman is an A-rank mage and one of the geniuses within the country's top 2%. The protagonist, on the other hand, knows he is only D-rank, neither particularly skilled nor weak, just average. He shouldn't even be a target since he is not a guild member and is only there for support. So, he concludes that he simply needs to remain quiet. With the Acir system currently offline, there is no guarantee he can escape. It is unfair, but he has no other choice. He is overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness as he remembers his companions. Jaehyun clearly feels a desire to avenge those who fought with him on the front line, especially his friend Myungho, but in reality, he is powerless. The protagonist thinks the best course of action is to pretend that nothing happened today. He knows that as Yggdrasil grew, the world tragically became intolerant of the weak. However, John Wooman catches his attention and then launches a fire attack in his direction. The protagonist manages to dodge this attack, surprised that he was also targeted. He concludes that if he had reacted even slightly later, he would certainly have died. With a sinister smile, John Wooman stares at him and says that the target in today's dungeon was not just the Meteor Guild. Then, he launches more attacks, forcing the protagonist to retreat. Even without being hit directly, Jaehyun is still injured. He thinks he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible and wonders why he has become a target, as he is only a D-rank raider. Jaehyun questions if he has wronged someone or if some powerful person wants him dead. He reconsiders his thoughts to find a conclusion, but an answer isn't immediately apparent. However, for a brief moment, he remembers someone calling him hurtful names and also saying they didn't know how a kid like him was even conceived. This memory leaves Jaehyun slightly shaken. Then, he realizes something based on this memory and asks if his father was the one who ordered his death. Even John Wooman, who was smiling just moments ago, changes his expression upon hearing this. He appears shocked, but his reaction is fleeting, as he soon starts laughing loudly at the protagonist. John Wooman says he is quite sharp, and that's why he likes him. Jaehyun looks down as he processes these things, precisely because memories of his past are resurfacing. Then, he has another question. Recalling his mother in a morgue, he asks if that same person also made a request like this 5 years ago, in the winter. Surprised, John Wooman says he didn't think Jaehyun would figure that out too. With a sarcastic smile, he states the protagonist is amazing. This reaction provides Jaehyun with a partial answer. John Wooman continues, saying he doesn't understand. The father had his wife murdered, and then he rejected the son. After that, he launches a new attack, but the protagonist coldly dodges the fire. John Wooman says it's shocking and asks if Jaehyun doesn't agree. He confirms that's what happened and bids the protagonist farewell. But Jaehyun doesn't move this time. He stands still and attempts to say his last words. But before anything can happen, a light appears from the system. It's an item that seems to have been activated. Back in the fight, John Wooman mockingly asks if the protagonist said something. He even removes his hood to hear better. But then he is startled as he notices something. Looking at the protagonist, he sees a strong light surrounding him and wonders what kind of magic this is. The ground beneath Jaehyun begins to crack, but the protagonist doesn't seem to notice, lost in thought. John Wooman feels the mana growing stronger and wonders what is happening there. Something strange is occurring, and he wants to end it quickly. Then he tells Jaehyun their game ends here and asks him to please die this time. Soon, he unleashes his strongest attack. His fire chain approaches the protagonist, but he remains motionless in the same spot. At the last second before being hit, Jaehyun opens his eyes, and that action alone is enough to stop the enemy's attack. John Wooman is utterly shocked, as he did not believe such a thing was possible. Jaehyun, in turn, has his injured eye replaced with a better one. The system alerts that Odin's lost eye has been equipped, and the item has been bound to the user. Jaehyun knows he can no longer sell the item, and the system alerts that he has a blank card he can use. Frustrated, John Wooman shouts, saying this is impossible, as he realizes the protagonist's magic has awakened. Thus, Jaehyun moves toward his enemy and calls him by name, saying he'll kill him in the most painful way possible. Then, the system alerts that the electric chain skill has been copied, making it possible for the protagonist to use it. Right after, he turns the tables on his opponent, summoning multiple chains. John Wooman panics and asks how he did that. Since it took him years to master that magic, a D-rank warrior shouldn't be able to use it so easily. He says he doesn't understand how the protagonist could use such a high-level spell and asks if his opponent thinks this will be enough to defeat him. Jae-hyun replies that he doesn't know the answer, but he will find out right now. Then he attacks his enemy. John Wooman manages to dodge a few chains, but the attacks come from all directions. The protagonist is toying with his prey and attacks his opponent indirectly, forcing him to run. In anger, John Wooman attempts to counterattack. Once again, Wooman fights back with his chains. But then, the protagonist's system alerts him that the universal derivation skill has been activated. In this way, Jae-hyun redirects the enemy's chain right back at him, forcing Wooman to witness his own ability used against him. John Wooman freezes in terror, realizing he will die if he does nothing. He decides to summon a shield. Using his new magical eye, the protagonist activates universal derivation again, and John Wooman's shield shatters, making it impossible to dodge the attack. Wooman is hit directly. With the battle already won, the protagonist approaches his defeated enemy and sees that, although weakened, he is still alive. John Wooman did not expect this outcome and now begs for his life. However, without saying a word, the protagonist finishes him off in a single strike. After that, he is overwhelmed by a strange feeling and asks himself if it is truly over. Then he lies down on the ground beside his enemy's body. His stamina and magic are depleted. There is nothing left in him. He just obtained a mythical item, and he thinks he is going to die next, as if his luck decided to show up only now. Death. A terrifying word he has had to face many times while working as a raider. But now that he is facing it for real, he realizes the feeling of dying is so cold. Then, the system alerts him that a new operating system has been downloaded and asks if the protagonist would like to start it, stating that once the new system starts, time will revert to the period the user most desires. Jae-hyun realizes this is about regression and asks if the system will save him. Another variable has appeared for him. Jae-hyun does not know whether happiness or tragedy awaits him at the end of this journey, but he decides to start the new system. This is the only decision he can make now, as he has no other choice. A new message appears, saying that the new operating system Nornir has started. After that, he sees some images he doesn't fully understand, along with a different language. Some girls are talking to each other, but what they say is incomprehensible. However, they seem to be happy about something. One of them even reaches out her hand to the protagonist. As soon as he takes her hand, the system alerts that from now on, he is the adversary of the almighty Acir, and the passive skill, observed by the gods, has been acquired. This comes along with the divine eye skill, meaning the gods opposing the Acir are watching him. And then Jae-hyun wakes up in a bed. He gets up, still startled, then looks around the place. Without fully understanding what's happening, he realizes the location is familiar. Looking at his hands, he notices there is nothing wrong. But then his previous power manifests, and the system informs that temporal regression to the time most desired by the user was successful. Reading this, the protagonist wonders if he is dreaming or something. He recalls his past and asks if he really returned to the past, but he concludes no, this must just be a dream. He remembers the last moments with his mother, saying that this is one long dream. But surprisingly, she walks into the house, and as soon as the protagonist sees her, he runs to her and embraces her. He concludes that if this is a dream, he never wants to wake up. Moments later, the system alerts that the date is November 15th, 2020, and the user has successfully returned to the most desired period. The limitations on non-combat activities have been removed, and his body has successfully recovered to 20%. Jae-hyun still questions the reality around him, but he realizes he is in his room in his old house. A new side quest, Rest is a Friend of Success, has been automatically created. The system states that he is a being who miraculously survived death, and as a requirement, it asks him to rest to recover his health to 80%. After reading this, the protagonist thinks he will return to the beginning. First of all, he knows he didn't die in his last fight, and the reason is probably because of the new system, allowing him to return to the past. His mind is already accustomed to the appearance of Yggdrasil and monsters. This is not the first time Jae-hyun has faced such strange phenomena, and if he has learned one thing in situations like this, it is that quickly assessing and adapting to the environment is absolutely essential. If the system's information is accurate, this day is 11 years in the past, when he was in the 3rd year of elementary school. He also realizes that the name of the new system is Nornir, but honestly, this whole experience of going back in time still feels like a dream. However, he is gradually getting getting used to it, and after checking his calendar, he notices one certainty. Jaehyun sees a reminder on the calendar stating he must apply for Mila's academy and choose the combat class, no matter what. Then, he picks up a pen and rewrites the previous reminder, declaring this a new and precious opportunity, one where he will not make the same mistake twice. He will be a mage in this life. After that, he sits down to eat, and upon tasting the food, he starts crying out of emotion. His mother sees him like this and doesn't understand this behavior, wondering if something has been worrying him lately, because he is usually so quiet, and now he has been crying so much. The mother then tries to talk to him, asking if something is wrong, but Jaehyun replies that he just had a nightmare. He remembers his past and feels distressed about it. Soon he says he needs to tell his mother something. She says she noticed and thinks he must be afraid of applying to Mila's academy. The mother is not surprised, as she knows being a raider is a very dangerous job, besides being highly competitive, and if he doesn't want to do it, she thinks she should make him quit and go to a regular school. But Jaehyun only says he wants to change his application to mage. With this answer, his mother feels more at ease. She remembers how her son had been fixated on applying as a warrior from day one, and he is so considerate of others, so Jaehyun wouldn't say something like that just because he was influenced by the moment. His mother is worried about him, and looking directly into his eyes, she asks if he is acting impulsively, but Jaehyun replies that he is not, and that he has been thinking about it for a long time. His mother says it's all right and he is free to do whatever he wants, and she just hopes he doesn't give in to money. Whether it's magic or something else, he will always have his mother's support. Jaehyun feels moved but thinks now is not the time to cry, because if he wants revenge on his father, an A-rank raider, he will have to get much stronger. Then, the system alerts that he has completed the rest mission and obtained a blank card as a reward. Jaehyun wastes no time and begins to train, thinking the situation is favorable for him. He still doesn't fully understand what the Nornir system is, but it's worth taking advantage of it for now, as he has knowledge of the future and knows about hidden pieces and ruins he can monopolize. Having a good enough memory to even serve as a map in dungeons, his problem is his abilities. Except for those learned in the last fight, all he has are warrior class skills. Jaehyun thinks it's no surprise since he planned to be a warrior class from the start. He wonders if there's nothing he can do. Then he decides to check his status and notices that his level has returned to what it was back then, and his attributes have also reverted. Jaehyun wonders why only the passive skills are the same. The system says that, due to the skill observed by the gods, all previous passive skills have been retained, and it states this skill aids in the user's rapid growth with the god's blessing. He realizes this skill affects all attributes and is surprised. More importantly, it represents the attention of the gods opposed to the Acir, and he concludes he should look at his other skills as well. The system shows the absolute god's eye skill, which sees through illusions, revealing absolute reality. Then, it shows lightning chain, which attacks the enemy and has a chance to inflict the paralysis status on the struck enemy. Jaehyun isn't sure yet what this absolute god's eye does, but he thinks the lightning chain is really good. Regarding his attributes, he thinks strength isn't necessary for mages, but he needs at least some agility to be able to dodge. Magic is obviously necessary, but the most important thing is endurance, because endurance doesn't increase attack power like strength or magic, but it reduces fatigue speed in repetitive actions. If he raises it first, he will notice a significant change as he levels up. He has already taken care of the first priority. Now, the important thing is to choose the skills he will learn. His attack skills are fine. Besides, even if he tries to learn high-rank spells, he won't be able to use them since he lacks mana, and perhaps what he is missing is a healing spell. Currently, it is 2020, and mage classes are considered trash compared to warrior classes. However, raiders with healing skills are exceptions. They are treated as nobility wherever they are, because even without becoming raiders, they can work in the medical field, so they are well regarded. Jaehyun concludes that if he starts with a healing skill, at least he won't be looked down upon everywhere. But the problem is that finding an awakened one with a healing skill isn't so easy. Above all, it couldn't be avoided with women. However, later on, he will need to start using the blank cards as efficiently as possible. He doesn't know how many cards the system will provide, but it's unlikely he will get an incredible item that disrupts the balance. Jaehyun asks if there isn't an option like that somewhere. His phone rings, and as he checks it, his eyes widen at seeing Kim Yoo-jung's name on the caller ID. Kim Yoo-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Neil's academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he's determined to change this time around. He smirks as he reads her text message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet Saintess Yu Seon-yoon at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Yu Seon-yoon is known for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stands up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly informs his mom that he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again and lets Kim Yoo-jong know that he's on. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, Saintess Yoo Seon-eun sits quietly, surrounded by a busy schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, noting she's been pushing herself lately. She reassures him she's fine, but a bit tired, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appears visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Seon-jun's. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event location. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she brought him along just because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates she did indeed bring him for that reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction. While she's giving him a hard time, our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he manages to copy Yoo Seon-gun's sacrifice ability now, it could be a total game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connections in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed at her huge following, which isn't surprising. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus. She is a top-grade healer known across the nation and worldwide. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts others' safety first. Finally, she steps onto the stage and the crowd goes wild. Our hero waits eagerly for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets slip that in just 2 months, the saintess is going to get seriously sick during a dungeon raid in Itaewon. And it's all thanks to her own healing magic, sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could heal her if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jong's getting all hyped up, which Jaehyun finds kind of annoying. On stage, the saintess starts her spiel about how the world's in a mess because of Yggdrasil's tree and monsters munching on people's lives. Despite all that, she throws in some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened who can help to save humanity, and urges one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concludes, the fans are ecstatic, and Jaehyun acknowledges her words too, stating that since it's no easy task fighting monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He's a living example of this for us, because he also wanted to sell Odin's eye to avoid raiding for cash. As they move forward, she couldn't stop talking about the saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he has already called her mom earlier to pick her up due to her poor sense of direction. She suggests he just catch a ride with her mom, but he brushes it off, saying he has other things to handle. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career path to focus completely on magic, and hints he'll need her to teach him later. With that, he takes off without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around, and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads towards the car, but the manager notices him approaching and tells him they're not accepting any fan visits right now. But the boy boldly states he's here to meet director Yoo Seong-eun. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed by another raider fanatic to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man cockily tells the boy to walk off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not here for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Seong-eun is suffering from an untreatable disease and boldly claims he's the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the director is shocked to hear this and gets absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures towards the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolls down her window and directly addresses our hero, asking if he can stand by his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her he can indeed cure her disease. Although she is hesitant to let our hero get close, the lady decides to give him a chance, knowing if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange a quieter place where they can discuss this privately. Once they settle somewhere quieter, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her disease. The boy apologizes, but bluntly states he can't reveal that much to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose that, he won't treat her diseases. The lady chuckles at his boldness and moves on to her next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jaehyun is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he even intends to copy something which truly belongs only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They're essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills have impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they won't take long to hear him out. She asks if he can actually pull off what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also learn that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she needs a higher or equal ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she can't use her own skill on herself, because her sacrifice skill requires a sacrifice to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she glows with her magic, Jaehyun feels ecstatic and immediately copies her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to register the new skill, sacrifice, into the blank card. Confidently, the boy says yes. Once he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decides to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a wave of healing to heal multiple allies and removes debuffs. Secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light. Lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then, the lady asks what he would want from her guild. While she outwardly states this, but inwardly, she feels confident that dealing with this middle schooler will be a breeze, especially since she's the Lotus Guild representative. The boy gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckles, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms this, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections, and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and skills, the lady readily agrees to sponsor him, but she places a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's quite amazed to see that even though she's not in a strong position to negotiate, she remains bold in her stance. The lady reveals that her disease is a personal problem and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He's asking for the support of the entire guild, which doesn't have any reason to favor him. Our hero tells her to lay out her conditions. If they make sense to him, he'll decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind races with all kinds of possibilities she might be plotting, but she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild. The boy immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. Firstly, he uncovered the classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's disease, which only a few knew about, showcasing exceptional information-gathering abilities. Secondly, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill, something she's never seen before, and she's curious to see if there's anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. The boy feels awkward hearing this, knowing he can't tell her he only knew about her disease because he regressed in time, and he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans in uncomfortably close to him and states the third reason for recruiting him into the guild, which is that despite being a middle schooler, our boy didn't even flinch when facing off against the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes his guts he just showcased. In his past, the Lotus Guild collapsed soon after her death. Now that she's here, he's pretty sure joining the guild would level him up quickly, but he wonders how they can contract since he's a minor, and contracting with underage people is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the right of priority negotiation. It turns out our hero does know about it. The right of priority negotiation is a guild's privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, that guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. Jaehyun never thought he'd be using a perk like this, especially after getting rejected by even the crummiest guilds back in the day. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits up from his seat, saying he'll heal her right away. Though her offer is a no-brainer, he decides to focus on the treatment first, before finally accepting her terms. While he stands right over her head, the manager doesn't seem thrilled about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he's still cautious, fearing our hero might use something cursed or shady, especially since even top doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes inside her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with utmost respect for ever doubting him. Our hero just shrugged it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a kid's words, but the manager kept on apologizing, feeling bad for his rude behavior earlier. Jaehyun tells the lady that everything's done and she can move around freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the whole room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes her symptoms are completely gone. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle and asks if he'll face any penalties for healing her. But we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. My guy assures her with a smile that she can repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then brings out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to make sure it works out in his favor. The boy then tells them there's something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager escorts him to a low-ranked dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can guess, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild makes sure they've got all the essentials ready for him and even loans him some spare gear meant for guild members. But the manager warns him going alone into the dungeon could be risky, asking why he insists on soloing it. Jaehyun just says he wants to grind. As a safety net, the manager hands him a stone, saying it's a warp stone. If he breaks it, he'll teleport outside the dungeon gate. It's a little thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he is sure that it's just an E-rank dungeon, not something to worry about. The manager urges him to warp out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in assurance. Deep inside, though, he suddenly finds his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates he's now in Helheim's field of the dead. The scene transitions to the director Yoo Seong-yoon office. There we see the lady deep in thought regarding our hero. She's concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled they are. However, she can tell this kid isn't your average Joe. He didn't just pick this gate on a whim, so she grins and decides to see where he's going with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the director, a lady enters. The director asks about the matter she requested updates on, and the other lady hands her the files explaining it's our hero's profile. As the director flips through the pages, she's shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical capabilities. A heavy silence falls over the room, as the lady who brought the reports also has no clue how someone can be so talented, but she assures the directory that the reports are accurate, unless there are not any mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we see that our guy's aptitude for magic is at 97%. Shortly after, the director calls his manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately once our hero is out of the dungeon. She's eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his ass on the ground hard upon landing. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a graveyard and struggles to stand up, coughing harshly. Before he can make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Wasting no time, it aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he ends up with a nasty cut across his face. Another monster appears, ready to strike our hero down. He's unsure if it's laced with paralysis poison, which annoys him greatly. He quickly heals himself using his fancy sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by black souls hovering above in the air. They immediately start attacking and shooting at him, but this time, Jaehyun grabs an arrow with his bare hands and breaks it by clenching his fist, thoroughly annoyed by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she received from the director, and she is also feeling totally annoyed at our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed by his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to tag along with her. He never used to ditch her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left hanging, but this time, he left her high and dry down there alone. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he's always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't wrap her head around his sudden change, because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly, she starts texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jaehyun's face pales as he freaks out at the sight of ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they're far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learn that this dungeon, Helheimer, is the realm of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheimer, the world of fog and ice, Muspelheimer, the world of flames, Jotunheimer, the world of Alfheimer, the world of elves, Svartalfheimer, the world of dark elves, Vanaheimer, the world of the Vanir gods, and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimer, where Helheimer exists alongside it. This place is a total nightmare for newbies, but our hero's pumped to test his skills. He decides to whip out Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam, it transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster jumps him right away, but our hero's quick to smack it down with his wand, sending the monster flung backward. He gears up with Blitzfire and blasts the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 XP for knocking out the Death Wraith. He keeps up the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to rock the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger grin to his face as the XP rolls in. Next up, he leaps at another undead who is using arrows and smacks it hard on the noggin. Boom. His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face goes pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he wasn't exactly fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness has caused him to lose a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The Holy Judgment of Light comes crashing down on the monsters, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are turned into ashes, he racks up some valuable experience points along the way and decides to take a breather in the settling haze. He heals himself to restore his powers, and he is relieved to have made it out alive. He's learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his skills. Even though divine judgment saved him this time, he might not be so lucky next time. In any case, he decides to leave the place, but he soon realizes he has no clue how to get outside. He sighs and decides to use the warp stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps over him from behind. When he looks back, there's nothing there. Suddenly, he senses something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself getting choked. He raises his busted wand and jabs it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he's hurting himself, but he is making damn sure not to let out a single scream to draw any unwanted company. Little does he know, there's this hideous monstrosity lurking right behind him. Right on cue, the system chimes in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has shown up, and the gap in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to bolt out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster pounces from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP also takes a nosedive. The system immediately tells him to use a healing item immediately, but looks like he does not have any time for that because the monster is already standing before him and immediately launches another attack. Just as he braces for the worst, the monster in front of him freezes solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a voice, a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman appears divine, almost like a goddess. She commands the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. The lady continues, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just an average kid with moderate mana and abilities. She questions why Loki chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Acir gods. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the loss of blood. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance to make things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he's still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't grow stronger quickly, she threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the Nightshade monster easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then, a system pops up with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His main goal in this mission is to take down Nightshade within 2 months, and it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he nails this mission, then the Goddess Hel will personally give him her gift, but failure means death as the penalty. As those creepy hands start dragging him into the darkness, he loses sight of everything. And as the scene shifts, we see this blonde goddess we saw during his time regression, and she still appears to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly, he awakens in the real world. As he stands up, he realizes that his injuries have been healed completely. Checking his window stats, he sees the same quest still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real, and the lady he encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheimer, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing, and he's heard something familiar already right after getting this new Nornir system. With a pile of unanswered questions looming over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary stuff is, he knows one thing for sure. He's got to level up fast. If what that goddess said holds water, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by that goddess. But hey, he chuckles to himself, at least he's got some daring tasks ahead. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacks any basic spells to handle small fry. Pulling out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow and is ready to make the contract. The next day rolls around, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him so much special treatment, because his mage aptitude is at 97% after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero brightens at the sight of the lady director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that catches his eye. They exchange greetings warmly. She dives into the perks the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost if they break. On top of that, he'll earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in the raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-notch A-grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals a condition. The lady director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it's only been a month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckles at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she teasingly reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see it in action. She presses him to display his talent first, if he's comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicks her fingers, and blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her. You see, a mana cube is a test that B-rank and above mages use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages can endure it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him off. She reassures him that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation, and they'll still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods to her manager to prepare, who expresses concern about her decision, since even current mage raiders struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero isn't your average guy, so it's worth a shot. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. Once the mana cube is activated, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step in, and finally he gathers the courage to enter. As soon as he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young kid. The lady reassures her that he can handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels like he's drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about getting sick from prolonged exposure to thick mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube is finding the singular door connected to the outer world among countless whirlpools. He gathers his resolve, searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly, he senses something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power as if containing the entire essence of the great ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remains anxious while the lady continues to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager asks how long it typically takes. The lady mentions the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly states it'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record. The lady agrees, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipate what's happening inside, our hero senses the immense power of the crystal and grins, thinking that breaking it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swims towards the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it into pieces in a swift motion. As cracks begin to spread around him, a system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our heroes enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it but shattered it suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitions back to Lady Kim Yoo-jong, who is visibly upset that Jae-hyun is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kim Yoo-jong, confirming that he's indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar flashy Rolls-Royce grabs both ladies' attention. They're stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae-hyun immediately notices the ladies and waves happily. While his mother is anxious, concerned if her son is involved in something shady, Lady Kim is livid to see him lounging around. Once they're settled in the room, the girl jumps straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She keeps pushing for more details about his decision, but he flips the script and asks why she's dropped by. He then asks if her parents are off at work, to which she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing for the night with our hero's mom's blessing. We then learn that her folks work in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which keeps them moving. And whenever she's left alone, she tends to hang out with him, since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic now that he's in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she'll get in return. Reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she doesn't have anything specific in mind at the moment. After thinking for a bit, she decides that he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees, but adds a condition. Her wish must be made within a year, or it expires. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy privately bets that she'll likely forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what kind of wish she might have in mind, but the girl, now visibly annoyed, tells him to shut his yapping. The lady gets so mad that while she was holding to that pillow, I thought that she is squeezing her boobs hard. Did you get the same kind of illusion, or it is just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their banter, their mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her, caught up in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl jokingly tells him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens float above in the air, and a man clad in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. Finally, we meet our hero's father, Min Seong-ho, who receives praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invites Min Seong-ho to join their guild, but our hero's father declines, preferring to stay solo. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father starts summoning these weird chain things, and he also yaps about humans being greedy like he's giving a lecture. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this spooky encounter with this killer dad, who, let's face it, looks younger than our hero himself, we're back to the director, who's giving a lecture to Jae-hyun for his first magic class. The lady decides to dive right into sparring and challenges him to take a swing at her. The boy hesitates, but realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully takes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he throws a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stands there grinning, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything gets obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, our hero sees his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handles it like it's nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grins confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. Seems he underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now certain she's got the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she breaks down his moves, noting the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't charge in like that to attack. The director then asks him if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says martial arts is all about up-close fighting with swords and stuff, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes are about weakening enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face to face. Then she tells him to get ready because she's going to attack him to show him what mage combat is really like. She assures him she can heal him if things get messy. He's a bit nervous but ready. The lady gathers energy at her fingertip and shoots out this intense laser beam of energy. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and unleashes lightning arrows straight at her. There's a huge explosion when the chains hit their mark, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has an A-rank skill, but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then she counters with her own arrow aimed right at his face. He freaks out and ends up taking the arrow straight. Even though he's battered head to toe, he stays standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, throwing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately uses his absolute calculator skill and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady is once again amazed and asks him if there are any more surprises he's hiding. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts crackling with intense energy. She takes a direct hit but manages to deflect it with her hand, though her hand trembles from the impact. She's absolutely baffled at how he managed to cast this attack so fast. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he's casting magic without chanting, as casting for a mage typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks is just as potent, making her doubt he's casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero's almost wiped out and can't muster enough mana to keep attacking, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolls up to him with this smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with loads of potential, but she points out he's still green, catches him off guard, and knocks him to the ground just like that. He's clueless about how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she gives him props for his melee combat game and how he can cast magic without a hitch. She's impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, thinking he could totally create a one-of-a-kind fighting style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially making herself his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky duck to get this kind of VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It seems she's been munching on ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, to which she replies she could eat it all day, urging him to focus on his studies. As she continues teaching him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his efficiency in using magic has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start to annoy him. The system feels like it's pushing him to grow constantly. It seems even Lady Kim finds it pretty strange how quickly he's picking things up. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months, but the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising since she herself can memorize forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated and demands our hero to call her teacher. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's learning everything so fast, despite her being in the magic field much longer than him. She's worried he's going to surpass her sooner than later at this rate. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he surely has natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he is learning faster. But let's face it, he's putting in every effort to learn magic as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get screwed over by God as hell. The lady then reminds him that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was really surprised, and she now starts yelling at him for his decision he made back then, asking why he thought of abandoning the magic field even though it was suited for him. While Yu Jung and Jae Hyun are having their study session, Jae-hyun sees the vision of a man's face that is linked to the events that happened in his past life. Yoo-jung pulls him out of his daydreaming by asking him if he's training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirms that a different teacher is helping him train his practical. He wonders what the vision he just saw was and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also recalls that Hell gave him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade, so he pushes the thoughts out of his mind because it's not the time to get distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on becomes a big help to raiders across the world and can help him overcome this wall in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sung-jae, the manager, supervises some of the raiders who are training and corrects some of the mistakes they're making. When he spots the guildmaster, Seong-yoon, he makes a comment to her about how the trainees aren't bad for newbies and how the average rank has almost gone up from last year, but he's surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seong-yoon apologizes, and the manager teases her by saying she's thinking about Jae-hyun, and she affirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that he recalls that several other raiders have tried to learn the thing that she wants to teach Jae-hyun and have all failed. However, Seong-yoon reminds the manager that he also saw Jae-hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to say that Jae-hyun was a veteran because he didn't make a single unnecessary movement. At this point, Guildmaster Seong-yoon is certain that if another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will be Jae-hyun. Presently, she's still the only magician in the country who has become an S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in battle is a bit low. However, if Jae-hyun were to suddenly appear like a comet right now, it would shake up the whole magic world. Sometimes later, MC works on a mana enhancement pill. Like its name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who takes it, and it's an item that all magicians covet. While he's working, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws away the spoon in anger. At this point, he's already used up 3 sets of the ingredients, and it seems like he'll blow up all his money if this continues. In the present of November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill just yet, because the pill won't be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed how he hopes that the pill will be of great help to numerous raiders around the world. It seems to our boy that just keeping at it like this won't work, but he gets another idea of what might have a higher chance of working, and that is finding Lee Jae-sang, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jae-sung is presently a senior who's currently a first year at Mills Academy, he has to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that seems to be possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately becomes worried that something bad happened and wonders if she should call the police as she looks at the disaster all over the house. Wielding a frying pan as a weapon, she looks around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out, there were a few people who established themselves the quickest. One of them was a man called Lee Jae-shin, also known as Quick Blade. When the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-shin appeared as if to take over his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Lee Jae-sang, the person our boy is out to meet right now, is the youngest son of Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun reaches the transportation building, the attendant asks him where he would like to go, and he requests to take a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to the monster outbreak, and it's a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and you had to worry about your life from the moment you stepped in. Shortly after, our boy gets close to the Mills Academy in Daegu, and has to walk a bit more to get to the main entrance. When he gets in, he wonders where he could find Jae-sang. Although Jae-sang was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jae-sang, who dislikes fighting making use of Millis's combat facilities, is very low, so Jae-hyun decides to look around the classrooms first. As he walks forward, he notices a crowd and walks up to see what they're looking at. When he forces his way through, he's hit by Jae-sang, who's thrown back by an attack from whoever is whooping his behind. Our boy helps Jae-sang up, and the kid apologizes for hitting him. Jae-hyun, however, doesn't reply to his apology, but only locks eyes on Jae-sang's opponent, who asks him who the heck he is, and if he has any business with Jae-sang, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can talk, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks him if he's the brother of the stutterer. After all, they don't look one bit alike. but Jae-hyun doesn't bother giving any response to this shithead. However, the bully clarifies that they're having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to end up in a bad situation. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps away his hand. Finally, Jae-hyun tells the kid it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk, but Jae-sang just stares at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully steps forward and grabs Jae-hyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to nicely and asks him if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone is grabbing his collar, and he doesn't know why people keep doing that so often lately. He remembers his lessons with Yu Jung about having a clear image in his head, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and then executing it. As he recalls Seon-gyun, the image our boy chooses is a beam of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy releases a blast of the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest and throws him backward, even knocking out spit from his mouth. As the big guy screams in pain, Jae-sang watches in shock as he realizes this stranger just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the heck just happened, and they wonder how this guy was able to cast and how he was able to fire a holy arrow that broke the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students begin to chat that it's possible that the big guy is just weaker than he seems, the big guy becomes annoyed. If this goes on, his reputation is going to be destroyed, so he pledges not to let this bastard go without leaving a dent. As he holds on to his broken arm, he generates a sword. When Jae-sang notices it, he calls out to Jae-hyun to be careful, but the angry bully swings the sword to injure Jae-hyun. As the sword closes in on Jae-hyun's face, he remembers how Master Seon-gyun had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body so attacks violently bounce off. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's huge sword bounces off like rubber until it swings out of his reach. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face, but he's unable to react quickly enough because our boy soon grabs his face and asks him if he's done with his tricks. As the bully attempts to call him a crazy bastard, Jae-hyun doesn't let the words fully come out of his mouth before he blasts a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurs as the bully crashes into the ground, and Jae-sang watches in awe as he wonders who this stranger is. When Jae-hyun eventually locks gazes with him, the kid shrieks in fear, but Jae-hyun only walks past him towards the unconscious bully, who's still enveloped in smoke. Jae-hyun crouches near him, and he's surprised by how good he got the guy. Soon after, our boy brings out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he pours it on the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely heals up, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. Once that's done, he turns to Jae-sang, who's still pretty shaken up, and proposes that they get going to the nurse's office. As they head to the nurse's office, Jae-hyun stops when they reach somewhere where no one can hear them talk. Confused, Jae-sang stares at him, and he suspects that Jae-hyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he musters up the courage to ask Jae-hyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jae-hyun replies that his father didn't, and asks how he would know who his father is, but it's clear that Jae-sang isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sang asks him why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jae-hyun mentions that he would like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sang becomes shocked and states that he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jae-hyun tells him he's good at alchemy, and when he brings out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sang if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the kid wonders how on earth he found out, because there's no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jae-hyun knows what's on his mind, and truthfully, he's not wrong because the black market is a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else happens through the Easter system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system that Jae-hyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once more, Jae-hyun asks Jae-sang if he made the potion, and Jae-sang utterly denies it, but our boy immediately tells him he's not very good at lying. Eventually, Jae-hyun tells him he completely understands why he would like to hide it, but he explains that he doesn't have much time. Jae-sang recalls how he had listed the potions on the black market and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions on the black market. He hadn't thought that things would become like this because he had only done this to try to earn some money. He knows that he's going to die if his father finds out, so to stop that, he bows to Jae-hyun and pleads that he keep it a secret from other people. Eventually, Jae-hyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but he only needs an excellent excellent alchemist that can help him make the elixir that he wants. After Jae-sang thinks about it for a while, he asks Jae-hyun who on earth he is. So our boy explains that he's a prospective student of Mila's academy and calls him senior. Eventually, they both sit, and Jae-sang, who's still tense, requests that he tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement, a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Shocked, Jae-sang gets up and asks him if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jae-hyun tells him it is. Immediately, the kid's engines begin running, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect. As he begins to think of the things that could be needed for the mana pill, Jae-hyun is surprised to notice that the kid's aura has changed, and he stopped stuttering. Apart from that, Jae-sang was able to guess most of the ingredients just from hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented, and Jae-hyun decides that he has to win him over. Eventually, Jae-sang stops talking and concludes that it would be better to ask another alchemist since it's such a great elixir, but Jae-hyun refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs. Although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the one who possesses overwhelming incomparable talent is Lee Jae-sang. Finally, he asks Jae-sang if he'll do this favor for him, and the kid agrees. Regardless, Jae-sang clarifies that he doesn't know if he'll succeed or not, so our boy tells him it's alright even if he fails. Confused, Jae-sang asks him if it's alright since he'll be the one taking the loss, so Jae-hyun assures him that he's investing because he thinks that he has the ability, and he admits some investments can result in failure. As Jae-hyun tells him he looks forward to working with him, tears fill up the kid's eyes because this is the first time that someone has ever believed in him like this. When Jae-hyun notices this, he's glad he's been able to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jae-sang is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wonders if he's even had anyone believe in him this much in his life. Because he's a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and lost his mother early, he was eventually left alone and was unable to gain the approval of his father, so to him it's odd that someone would trust him enough to tell him that it's alright to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, reaches deep into his heart and makes him begin to cry. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's main quest is to deal with Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and getting Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a penalty of death looming over his head if he fails. Presently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to perform it. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to the training center to spar with Seon-gun, and he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he moves forward to close the gap between them, he's targeted by some blasts, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and blasts her with it, but she's already covered up in a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield, and she's surprised our boy has grown this strong already. After the smoke clears, both of them lock eyes with one another, as if at a cowboy standoff, until Jae-hyun starts to burn bright with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activates his blitz chain skill. But Seon-gun looks quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to attack, the manager steps in and tells them to wrap it up because their time is up, and they've both worked hard today as well. The manager is surprised that the training hall made with arc metal, which takes a significant amount of strength to create even a little love, has been destroyed by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they're resting, Seon-gun tells our boy that he's grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently he can cast more spells now, and his strength is now ridiculously high. Suddenly she asks him if he's studying the theory separately, so he affirms that he's learning it from a friend. Excited, Seon-gun declares that it's better than she expected, because she was worried since she couldn't help him with the theory too. She comments that it seems like Jae-hyun has an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agrees she is. But he considers how the real problem is Yoo-jung's weird-ass personality. Before they leave, Seon-gun reminds Jae-hyun that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he affirms that he wants to test out the effectiveness of the training thus far. Because of that, Seon-gun believes that the E-rank dungeon that he entered should be a breeze with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only issue is that it's not an E-rank dungeon he entered, but a C-rank one where he encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough, and he can only focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he's worked hard to create. Soon after, Jae-hyun ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the skills of the alchemist. If Jae-hyun had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to give him an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and reminds Jae-sang that he's truly talented, but Jae-sang says it's because he could believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy takes his leave, and he believes he's ready to defeat Nightshade the next day. Meanwhile, Hel speaks with her dragon Garmer and informs him that it seems that they'll be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the gate of the dungeon. He's given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called Mana Plundering. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he'll be transported to Helheim's Land of the Dead because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the Land of the Dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he'll be able to meet Hel again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows at him, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns back, he notices several monsters coming out of the ground, and he recalls how Shang-chen had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called swordsmen by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks, but until now, no one has managed it. As Jae-hyun turns back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method is not as powerful as being a long-distance magician and is lacking compared to a close-distance warrior. As he pummels one monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position because it specializes in neither, but Shang-chen seems to believe that it's going to be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Sung-jae is guarding the entrance of the dungeon, he senses that someone else is there, and he recalls that he didn't get a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately wields his sword as a red car rushes towards him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as Senior mentions that it was rather hard to find him. When Sung-jae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju, he stows away his sword, and he asks her what she's doing here and about her guild. She explains that she's on the job right now too, and that she figured she'd see him again while taking care of some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Manhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sung-jae wonders what nonsense she's spouting, especially since Yeonju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's nice to see her after so long, but he considers that she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Yeonju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it isn't something an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she keeps speaking and mentions that managing dungeons is usually not a part of his responsibilities, and asks if he got demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor that Guildmaster Seong-gun is sick is true. Manager Sung-jae's face becomes grim, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks her where she heard something like that, she comments that there are plenty of listening ears, and that their curator guild has a lot of them. Intrigued, manager Sung-jae wonders if she's saying that they have spies in their guild, so he thanks her for letting him know, and informs her he'll deal with that. When he grows impatient, he asks her if that's all because he probably has to head back and start the cleanup now, so she also asks him if he knows a kid named Min Jae-hyun. The question alarms manager Sung-jae, and Yeonju mentions that this kid has been visiting Yeonhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yu Seong-eun quite often, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Confused, manager Sung-jae informs her that he doesn't think that is something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yeonju sighs and walks away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything because she knows how inflexible he is, but the reason she came all this way is because she should at least pretend to do something deserving of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy piles up a lot of monster corpses and sits on them. Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns in an eerie, bright red, and the monster soon lunges forward, causing our boy to jump into the air as he aims his holy arrows at the monster. While mid-air, he fires the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured, and removes its hand from its face, unveiling its bright red, eerie eyes. It releases several blasts of energy towards our boy, who spots them and quickly calculates calculates the place to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the attack, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it releases another onslaught of destructive energy, which our boy still dogged as. Shortly after, our boy asks it if it's now flustered because things aren't going its way. Jaehyun activates his lightning chain, and he directs the chains at Nightshade, who manages to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack is still not enough to subdue it, so he rains down several holy arrows and goes right for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and causes blood to ooze out of the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refuses to go down easy and continues to thrash around until it breaks itself free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warns Jaehyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, and so has its dexterity. This isn't good news to Jaehyun, and as if that's not enough, he's told that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the penalty of sudden death if the stigma is not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal is defeating Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is since he's never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jaehyun suspects that Hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he's already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still on him, our boy runs towards the berserk monster, but he's shocked when Nightshade begins to run away from him. Jaehyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and creates a hole in it before it can get too far away. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile develops on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win as long as it prolongs the fight, so Jaehyun decides to use a wide area skill that it can't dodge. As he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and it breaks our boy's concentration and casting. The system informs him that he has failed to resist and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his abilities. While he's still shocked at what's going on, Nightshade strikes him. After he's struck, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared, but Jaehyun is coughing out blood at this point. However, he manages to find his footing and isn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jaehyun expects the monsters to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it's unable to use such spells that limit his movements continuously. Jaehyun isn't certain, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Light's Judgment, which will cause him to use up his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he recalls that the monster got hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his wind boost skill to first get rid of the rest of the monster's sight. After using a blast of wind to block the monster's sight, the smoke soon clears, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just like he had planned. He teases the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it, and calls it gullible as he activates his flash bomb skill. The flash bomb is soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covers the entire field, and releases several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved that he finally got the freaking bastard. As the monster is burned up by the explosion, it screeches in pain. Out of nowhere, our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced earlier behind him. He activates his sacrifice skill, and the system declares that sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer goes down to a few seconds until only just 10 seconds are left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he pats himself on the back for having done it. As the timer reaches 3 seconds, the system declares that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has obtained the title of one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hell, who had been watching the whole thing, exclaims that it seems there was a reason behind Jaehyun being chosen. She stretches forth her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He's also told that he's gained 3 levels and has obtained the title of the one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hell is calling on him to come to her temple. Moments later, he's transported in front of a huge entrance that leads into Hell's temple. At the entrance, he sees a huge monster burst out of the darkness towards him. Our boy leaps backward due to fear, but Hell calls out to the monster named Garmer and asks it to show their guest in. Jaehyun follows Garmer into the temple and he calls out to Hel. Hel tells him that she didn't expect him to have succeeded, and she congratulates him for overcoming the trial she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this, but Hel only smiles as she watches him, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaehyun asks why he was the one specifically chosen to be the adversary, so she adds that it's because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he's destined to be the adversary to the great Acir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaehyun says he doesn't understand, Hel informs him there's no need to understand because they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jaehyun becomes angered by her pointless answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him, as if to enclose her lips upon his, she reminds him that this does not only concern the gods who are against the Acir. While speaking, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading to its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she shouldn't let him go because he still has more questions to ask. But Hel only tells him to grow strong, because she looks forward to the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is transported away, Hel turns to someone who is standing nearby and asks how long he plans to continue watching, since she doesn't remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jaehyun falls to the ground in the real world, and he's annoyed that he was unable to get any real answers. As he sulks, the system informs him that he has received Hel's gift, which is a passive skill called Hel's Blessing that makes all abnormal inflictions on him invalidated. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hel asks her to forgive his discourtesy because he just couldn't resist when he heard that Hel was meeting with the boy. He asks Hel how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits that the growth of the adversary was to a greater extent than she expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and stood before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her end. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing a good job. Eventually, Hel asks him what he wants because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance till the end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down and admits that it seems he can't deceive her after all. Hel further states that the adversary's left eye is without a doubt the one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's certain that Mimir and Loki are concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he would wish to tell her, but it's still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't sit still, and when Mimir asks her what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are innumerable hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, around 7 days before Mill's academy admission, Jaehyun comes to the store to get some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look so good and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she leads him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it's nothing, what's on his mind is how he went through so much without getting answers, and even ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he was able to get the passive skill, Hel's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy has other X-rank skills too, one that's called One Watched by the Gods, which helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another one is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. The X-rank is a rank that Jaehyun had never heard about with the Acir system, and the X-rank is short for extraordinary, and it seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the Acir system. As he considers that the reason the gods against the Acir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god, Odin, he becomes overwhelmed once more. He's soon brought out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which is just an expendable item. As she brings out a long list on her phone of things they still have to buy, Jaehyun becomes worried. Hours before, this lady, named Park Hana, had approached our boy and told him she's from the Manhwa Guild. Apparently, Shang wishes to give him a gift, seeing his admission to Mila's is right around the corner, and he had thought they would be coming here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at best, but this is on a totally different scale. After offloading several bags in Jaehyun's hands, she proposes they go take a look at armor now, but Jaehyun stops her and says they don't have to buy armor since he has something that he can use. He shows her a shadow armor equipment that he received from Nightshade that gives him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it's B-rank protective gear, he's certain that there's nothing they can buy that's better than this, especially since it also provides stealth. When Hana notices his armor has stealth skills, she asks him if he also needs an artifact that grants the stealth skill since that's an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this. But Jaehyun says he doesn't. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he's lucky to find one in a dungeon, especially since there aren't that many people who learn stealth. Hana agrees because the only raider who possesses the skill in the country is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jaehyun asks her what she means, so she informs him that manager Park Sung-jae is her brother. That information shocks Jaehyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it because Hana and Sung-jae act nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes begin to shine bright, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He begins to feel queasy, and he suddenly sees a light trail that he had seen from the treasure gate. When he dashes back to follow the light, Hana calls out to him, but he tells her he's only going away for a moment. While he's following the light, his Absolute Eye of God skill is activated and pierces through the false illusion and shows the truth. The system informs him that the Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened, and he's obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to check unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watches in surprise, the Nornir system activates the Detection skill. In another place, a close combat match occurs and is soon concluded after a guy named An Ho-yan beats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Ho-yan is, but clarify that the difference in his talent and that of his opponent is too obvious, which is the reason why they say he's a future S-rank raider. When Ho-yan leaves the fighting ground, his father commends him for having done a good job. However, his father warns him not to get excited because this was an obvious win. With no excitement in his eyes, Ho-yan states that he knows, so his father proposes he goes to prepare for the next planned activity and asks him to go take a shower. While he's in the shower, Ho-yan thinks about how he despises this tiresome life, where his own opinion and desires don't matter. The raider that he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when it turned out this way. In the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Mistletoe, with a growth type rating, which is a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Baldur. It grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception once equipped. The Mana Perception skill is rated A, and it raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jaehyun is excited, but he keeps following the light. He walks past Ho-yan. While Ho-yan stands by, his father picks several pieces of equipment for him. When Ho-yan asks if they need to buy this much, his father insists that they will all be of use to him since he's someone who will become an S-rank raider, and he doesn't need to be too stingy about such things. Ho-yan further protests that spending this much will affect his mom's hospital fee for this month, but his father silences him. His dad insists that it is for him to worry about, and his job is to just focus on training, so Ho-yan agrees with his dad as usual. While his dad continues buying, the boy wonders what the heck he's doing there. While he follows his dad through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing in this store. Meanwhile, Ho-yan pays them no attention as some of them try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is truly the raider life he envisioned. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey stuck in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long in front of his father's wish to make use of it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he's merely a tool that continuously does as his father says. He wonders if he can last for 3 years at Mills Academy when he's this pathetic. While they're walking around, a message comes through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred in the vicinity of department store, and monsters have appeared. They're told the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they're asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signal to the people to follow them and try to calm them down. As Ho-yan's father goes towards the evacuation, he asks Ho-yan why he's just standing behind and not following. His father reminds him that he's a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mill's enrollment event. He warns Ho-yan that he won't gain anything from getting involved, but Ho-yan still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to quickly take care of the monsters, but while they're on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who don't have the strength strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he dashes in the opposite direction as his father orders him to come back. To Ho-Yan, this is his chance to prove that he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he has to make sure to know if his current self is anything like what he longed to show his mother when he was younger. While running, he has to pause when he runs into a group of gruesome-looking goblins who look both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he just stands, and sweat starts to trickle down his face, and his body doesn't move at all like he had envisioned. The only movement from him is the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as one goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous and had dreamt of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is scared of them, but before the monster can reach him, Jae-hyun stomps it into the ground. Ho-Yun watches in surprise, and he trips on his backside while this strange new person asks him if he's on Ho-Yun. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the store with 50,000 won from his own money when Hana called out to him in a panic. She asks him what is wrong and why he suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner, but she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jae-hyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people, but he doesn't explain it to her, and he says it's nothing. While he's talking, the announcement comes through the speakers about the dungeon break that occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana can respond, our boy runs off again and breaks through the department store window to jump outside. Leaping downwards, he sees the group of goblins right under him. When he lands on the ground, he rains down several holy arrows on the monsters, taking down several of them instantly. As the others watch him in confusion, Jae-hyun realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without any casualties, but he tears through their little goblin flesh with his lightning chain and more onslaughts of holy arrows. As he jumps across the city, he finds Ho-Yan ambushed by several goblins, and he leaps on the stupid goblin that's about to clap the boy. Confused, Jae-hyun asks the boy if he's on Ho-Yan. Our boy hadn't expected that he would meet the unfortunate genius at a place like this. On Ho-Yan, who's still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't reply and informs him that he'll be needing his help. While Jae-hyun is still talking, Ho-Yan notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch and tells him he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the upper body of the zombie-like knife through butter. Ho-Yan's eyes widen, but Jae-hyun tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks him if he's just going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to get a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Ho-Yan heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him disappeared. This is who a raider is, and what he has to do right now is save people. They walk a bit further and run into another group of goblins. Jae-hyun asks Ho-Yan if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area, so he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jae-hyun asks him if he can do that, and Ho-Yan nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Ho-Yan realizes he can't hesitate any longer and has to do whatever he can. He activates his active skill, known as Taunting Roar, and sticks his sword in the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that causes all the monsters in a 50-meter radius to watch him. The Taunting Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jae-hyun realizes that Taunting Roar is a skill higher level than Taunt, and he's surprised that this boy can use it continuously. Jae-hyun recalls his past life and that before he regressed, Ho-Yan only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention of whether it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Ho-Yan had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jae-hyun believes that a weak temperament can be fixed. As Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, he's certain that Ho-Yan is a valuable card that he can make good use of. During the fight, he proposes to Ho-Yan that they end this in a jiffy, and the boy excitedly agrees. As Jae-hyun's chains tear through goblin flesh, Ho-Yan slices them up. Soon after, the ground is littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what on earth happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were taken care of by the two of them. Glancing at Jae-hyun, Ho-Yan says they were, and Raider Kyung-hoon recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous An Ho-Yan. Kyung-hoon has heard a lot of people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other guy standing next to Ho-Yan seems to be of a similar age, but he still can't believe that they took care of these many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hoon confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to the higher-ups. However, Jae-hyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to say the agency took care of things since no one would believe that they were the ones who killed all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hoon states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains that it would only be if there were anyone who saw what went down. Kyung-hoon explains that since they're a governmental organization, it's not something he can take care of any way he wants, but he assures him that he'll keep everything on a down low if he doesn't want to attract any attention. He adds that the boys will receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jae-hyun states that it's fine and proposes that he give all the reward to Ho-yeon and keep the fact that he was here a secret. Since he's been sponsored by Manhwa, he's not lacking money either way, and it's better not to attract too much attention with the Mill's enrollment coming up. Also, he considers this as a way of having An Ho-yeon in his debt, which would be much more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hoon asks them if that's all, but as Jae-hyun is about to leave, Ho-yeon asks him what he means by what he said, since he's the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains to him that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he doesn't plan to attract the interest of his father this close to the Mill's enrollment. He didn't pay attention to it before he regressed, since his combat aptitude was so low, but he plans to pay attention to it now. His father still doesn't know that he shifted his focus to magic, and he doesn't know what problems might occur if he learns of his actions. Right now, he decides he needs to lie low because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needs to grow strong where that man can't see him and wait for the very last moment before ripping his throat out. Meanwhile, Ho-yeon wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this by himself, so it's not right for him to take this person's credit like this. But with this money, he might be able to relieve his mother's disease, even if just a little bit. He wanted to be a raider that wouldn't have to stand in shame before others, but if because of that he missed a chance and his mother were to pass away, he doesn't know if he would be able to hold on. Jae-hyun watches him, and he figures that Ho-yeon's trouble with accepting this doesn't seem to be his pride, and he wonders if there's another reason. To help him choose, Jae-hyun asks him to think carefully because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life. So Ho-yeon agrees that he's right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitates like this, and his mother dies. Eventually, he assures Jae-hyun that he'll pay back this debt someday. As Jae-hyun proceeds to take his leave, Ho-yeon asks him for his name and contact number. Jae-hyun notices he's speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminds him he doesn't have to since they're the same age. But he informs him that they're both prospective cadets at the Mill's Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of the Mill's Academy enrollment, Jae-hyun and Yu-jung are seen in the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spot Ho-yeon, whom they refer to as the genius warrior, and they speculate that he's a totally different species from them. They notice a beautiful lady behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo In-ah. Our boy notices that In-ah is already gathering attention, as is expected of someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Seo In-ah over to his side as well, he would have more cards to use. But the only problem is that he's different from the others, so there's no need to force things right now, especially since he already knows other resourceful people. Suddenly, Yu-jung interrupts Jae-hyun's thinking by saying it's disgusting to keep staring at Seo In-ah like that, no matter how pretty she is, but Jae-hyun asks her what nonsense she's spouting. Soon after, a man steps on the podium and tells the new cadets of Mill's Academy that it's nice to meet them. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Ja-in, and our boy recognizes the face of the chairman from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind because he had done something wrong to Kim Yu-jung. He turns to her and tells her to be resolute because no one knows what might happen at Mill's, but she wonders why he's suddenly saying that and assures him that she's going to do really well. After enrolling, Kim Yu-jung was a genius who made it to the top 3 of the magician's ranking, and Jae-hyun assures himself that he won't let her die this time. Chairman Gu Ja-in announces that they'll now begin the Mill's Academy's entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that there is a special event prepared, a game where the seniors and the freshmen steal each other's name tags in a demi-plane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will now begin, a magic circle appears under their feet, which startles the students. As Yu-jung jumps away because she's startled, our boy grabs her hands because it's dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Sung-jae recalls that today is Jae-hyun's entrance ceremony, and Seon-eun wonders if it's time already because she wanted to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realizes he won't be able to see the message anymore, and asks manager Sung-jae if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He affirms that it will happen in the demi-plane for 3 days. Seon-yoon considers that it's a shame that she won't be able to contact Jaehyun for another 3 days, but Sung-jae informs her he figured this would happen, so he sent a message in her stead. Excited, the guildmaster asks him if Jaehyun replied. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and the others are transported to the demiplane, and he asks Yoo-jung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she's alright. When he looks behind him, he sees Seo-in-ah, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born as a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was someone who changed people's perception of magicians and became an S-rank raider, following in Seon-eun's footsteps. In the Manhwa Guild, manager Sung-jae informs Seon-eun that Jaehyun has replied that they don't worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gather to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seo-ki, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Ho-yeon is so promising that he's getting attention even abroad. Seo-ki mentions that Seo-in-ah, Kim Young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their career paths haven't been updated yet. However, the chairman tells Seo-ki not to bother because there's no point in hearing about those who change their paths at this point, since their institution isn't so easygoing, and such whimsical people can't last long here. The cadets who enroll in Mills Academy are quite talented on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believes the average talents just become a stepping stone for the geniuses in the end, and they don't need to give an opportunity to such cadets. Sometimes, an awakened who meets an enemy they cannot defeat or comes to face death can gain another chance known as a reawakening. Chairman Jaehyun believes he has to train one A-rank raider even if it costs him throwing away 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role is to pick out the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt takes place in a man-made demiplane created with magic. Within this space, it is possible to carry out things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, around 5% of cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult and lets them realize just how limited their abilities are. In the demiplane, Chairman Jaehyun's face appears on a screen, and he proceeds to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demiplane, they can only use skills that are C rank or below, and every time they steal someone's name tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all facilities within Mills, it's good to have more of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills, but the chairman didn't say anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explains that all skills used will be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jaehyun considers these rules as nonsense because not only does the chairman not say a thing about unique skills, but he doesn't mention any limits on stats. What the chairman wants is obviously to filter out the useless ones and pick out the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoo-jung and proposes they get going because they need to find a shelter since they have to stay here for 3 days. In this demiplane, there are several things that can be used for survival, such as traps that reduce people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you wanted to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important out of all those. While they walk, Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seo-in-ah along since she's also a magic cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jaehyun that Yoo-jung would say something rational at a time like this because it really would be better for them to team up with Seo-in-ah. However, she isn't a variable that he can control, although everything he knows about her is from the news. He recalls having heard something that occurred on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her senses in anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jaehyun informs Yoo-jung that it's not something they can easily decide on because there's no way to say for certain that Ina won't betray them. Moreover, he notes that the girl is wary of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoo-jung mentions that from the way she sees it, In-ah is just like Jaehyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, she walks up to In-ah and asks her if she would like to come with them since they're both magicians too. In-ah doesn't speak for a while, so Yoo-jung mentions that the event is unfair to freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. In-ah seems to reason with her, but she mentions that it seems like they'll have to leave the decision of moving together for later, and Yoo-jung soon realizes that they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shinju Sheng, mentions that it seems like they'll have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, Kwon So-yul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jaehyun, she's shocked because she can't feel anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jaehyun that they escape from there first. But our boy insists that they have to catch them now because if they don't, they won't be able to escape from them. From what Jaehyun remembers, Kwon So-yul has a particular ability that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might round up other seniors and attack them together. Jusheng tells So-yul that once they get a lot of points this time, he's going to eat a ton of good food. But So-yul warns him not to be careless because there's about Jaehyun. However, Jusheng summons his sword and states that Jaehyun is just a freshman, and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells So-yul to watch him take care of them all in an instant, so he dashes forward. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, and when Jusheng swings his sword at him, he only bends backwards to dodge. The fact that our boy is able to dodge his attack surprises Jusheng, and So-yul calls Jusheng a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said something is off about the boy. Our boy realizes that it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Jusheng tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman who's skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jaehyun that he's just a magic freshman, and goes in for another attack. But Jaehyun dodges it again. Annoyed, the senior continues to land several sword strikes, but none of them touch him. Eventually, Jusheng starts to sweat, and he wonders why he can't seem to land an attack on the boy. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and commends his skills. As our boy inches closer to the sweating senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks him how on earth he was able to survive with such a physique all this time. Much to the surprise of Seo and Ah, our boy tells Jusheng that he'll let him go if he leaves his name tag behind right now, and starts a 3-second countdown. Since his sword has been broken before his eyes, Yoon-sang begins to shiver. He can't believe that an ordinary magic freshman is able to overpower him with such an aura. When Yoon-sang doesn't respond, Jaehyun tells him not to say he didn't give him a chance, because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift movement, Jaehyun lands a startling punch at Yoon-sang's jaw and knocks him backward towards Seo-yul. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announces that Shin Jun-sang has been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jaehyun has obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors named Jang Yesu is shocked that it's not An Ho Yeon, but an unknown person named Min Jaehyun. She asks another instructor named Park Ha-jun if there's a problem somewhere. But Ha-jun, who is equally surprised, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Ha-jun asks another instructor named Kim Ji-yeon if there's any problem on her end either, but there isn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk develops on Chairman Jaehyun's face, and he seems drawn to Min Jaehyun. Inside the demiplane, Seo-yul demands to know what on earth Jaehyun is, but our boy informs Yoo-jung to get ready so they can take care of the other senior too, and he asks her to accept the party invite he'll send soon. As Yoo-jung equips herself, she wonders if Jaehyun was always this strong. In-ha equips herself also, and Seo-yul curses at the stupid Jun-sang, who has made things much more complicated. Even without the monstrous boy who took out Yoon-sang, 3-on-1 is too dangerous. She decides that she has to get rid of at least one of them and get away from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashes toward Yoo-jung, who becomes startled. Jae-hyun considers that Jun-sang didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a rush attack, then make an opening to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoo-jung were just an ordinary person. To Seo-yul's surprise, Yoo-jung activates her binding to attack Seo-yul, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reach her, Yoo-jung creates a barrier around herself. Jae-hyun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too hard for Yoo-jung to take on a senior all by herself. And as he proceeds to help, In-ah activates something called the Holy Light of Alfheim. In-ah uses the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows that this is In-ah's unique skill, and it's called the Falchion of Alfheim. In-ah rains several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Seo-yul falls to the ground, she realizes that all 3 students were monsters, and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Kwon Seo-yul has been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yoo-jung obtains 50,000 points, while In-ah also gets 50,000. After taking down the senior, In-ah turns to the others and asks them if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yoo-jung tells her she didn't, because she was able to win because of her. Eventually, In-ah asks her if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes that he may need to update the information he has on Seo In-ah. It's clear that she's reserved, distrusting, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the 3 of them that they've formed a party and placed Jaehyun as the leader of the party. Sometime later, close to a shelter at the Nightmare Forest. Some footprints are evident, and some students figure out that people have passed that way before, and it seems like they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who were able to eliminate Kwan Seo-yul and Shin Jun-sung, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye around this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay holed up in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yu-jong appears nearby, and one of the seniors named Kim Sung-hoon is punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. One other senior notices Yu-jong running away and signals the rest, so they run after her. However, Yu-jong is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she's relieved that things are going smoothly. She soon turns to them and tells them that they're like dogs going after a bone, so she asks if they aren't embarrassed to be moving in such a big group, and the angry seniors ask her to stop right there. However, Yu-jong keeps running away as she considers their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jae-hyun had told them that although shelters may be a safe place, they can't stay there the whole time because they need to find food and they need to obtain points. The girls are surprised, but our boy plainly tells them that they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yu-jong keeps running until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can reduce one's abilities. She's glad that she's found it and has succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she becomes worried that her endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Using the wind boost skill, she blasts herself far away from them and leaves things in Jae-hyun's hands. When the seniors enter the area, they're informed that they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jae-hyun had visited Jae-sung to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sung informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best way since it's common in the Nightmare Forest, but it's only useful as a cure and can't prevent the effect. If you're already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of good use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are. As they watch Yu-jong run away, the system informs them that they have entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signals to their leader Ji-hyuk that this is pretty dangerous, so he suggests that they retreat, but Ji-hyuk angrily sets his sights on Yu-jong, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really saying they should give up when they've gotten this far, but the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make a mistake now, so they suggest they stop chasing. However, Ji-hyuk insists that Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, referring to Yu-jong, so they shouldn't be saying such bullcrap right now. The cautious one among them reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their opponent is a freshman because it would be of no use if they also end up paralyzed. Because the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures the others that the brat will be paralyzed too. He orders one of them, named Park Sung-hyuk, to stay here and steer clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them follow him to get the girl. He believes that all of their petty tricks will be useless, even though he knows that they're probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack them. He believes that they're looking down on him too much. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare to try to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they catch up to Brat Yu-jong, and Ji-hyuk tells her that a shitty brat like her really made them work for it. He asks her where she's going to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them they're all done for. Yu-jong asks which of them cursed at her and asks the person to raise his hand. And as the men dash towards her with their weapons, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's acting arrogant to the end. When the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yu-jong protests to Jae-hyun that he had said they were going to look for something important, but there's nothing where they're looking but trees. He asks her to wait a while because they're in the right place while he drains some ash tree sap. Yi-jun points out that they must have noticed that this event is more advantageous to warriors, and Ina agrees that being able to use C-rank skills and below is a big restriction to magicians who rely heavily on skills. For warriors, who have great physiques already, the restriction in the demi-plane is useless. Yu-jung laments that it's still alright for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills are sealed, and the best she can do is buff spells and basic skills. When she asks what she should do, Jae-hyun explains that they need to make a plan by using those basic skills as efficiently as possible, so he asks her if she knows how to use the skill called Change. Yu-jung proudly tells him she can and reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory. Ina mentions that Change is a spell that swaps one's location with that of a designated party member, so she asks him what plan he's going to make with it. When he's done retrieving the ash tree sap, he tells the ladies that they can do something pretty fun with Change using the sap. In the present, Jaehyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. On the field where Yoo-jung is, Ji-hyuk calls Yoo-jung a crazy B-word because she really burst one of the spores, but Yoo-jung activates her change skill and passes the baton to someone else. As she disappears, she informs them that it's no longer her turn anymore, and Jaehyun appears where she disappeared and pushes his leg into Ji-hyuk's face, stating that it's his turn now. Our boy breaks the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, then later lands on the ground. Ji-hyuk lands on the ground still paralyzed and begins to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asks Jaehyun if he thinks that everything will go according to plan, and he calls him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. He informs Jaehyun that he figured he would do something like this, so he left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promises him that they're done for once the spores dissipate. Before he can finish his statement, Jaehyun informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Confused, Ji-hyuk says he's saying bull, but a scream soon erupts from the spot they left Sung-hyuk in, and the system announces to them that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Sung-hyuk lays on the ground with In-ha's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, and In-ha. Ji-hyuk lays on the ground confused, and Jaehyun reminds him that he told him that his friend won't be coming. Extremely angry, Ji-hyuk blurts out that they're still in the same situation for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once he's paralyzed. While he's still talking, our boy takes a step forward and asks him what he means by them being in the same situation. That sight shocks the heck out of Ji-hyuk, and he wonders how this boy is moving right now. He protests that this is impossible, and Jaehyun agrees with him that it is. However, Jaehyun asks him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's blessing completely negates any abnormal inflictions on him. Now sweat begins to drip from Ji-hyuk's face, and he warns Jaehyun to stay away from him, but the others soon watch the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announces that player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated, and players Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, and In-ha have obtained 100,000 points. When that's taken care of, our boy smiles at the 3 people left, and as they plead that he stop, he takes out all 3 of them, and the team obtains 100,000 points 3 times again. Instructor Yesu can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking soon updates with Min Jae-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ha at second, An Ho-yan on second, 2 people named Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Yu-won on 5th, and someone named Jang Ho-san on 7th. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost vomits, but when In-ha comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both head out, In-ha comments that Jaehyun seems to know a lot about magic, and he's never read that one could use the change skill like this in the books. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jaehyun became a magician, and that's why she's the one who taught him theory. Surprised, In-ha asks her if she means that Jaehyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung affirms that and tells her that Jaehyun was pretty devoted to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that intrigues Yoo-jung is that Jaehyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he will get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they run into him, and our boy asks them how the paralysis is because it seems neither of them has had any trouble. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's expected, even though she only just ran like hell and cast 1 spell. She turns to In-ha and asks if she's also fine, and In-ha replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jaehyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She adds that he usually looks stupid, but he looks a bit different today. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs her cheeks and asks her who she's calling stupid, and asks if she has the right to be saying something like that. In-ha simply watches them messing around, and she wonders why Yoo-jung called Jaehyun stupid, and notices she thinks he looks pretty handsome. While they're both still messing around, In-ha is caught off guard by her thinking, and realizes this isn't the time to be thinking about something like that, and as a tear rolls down her cheek, she recalls that she has to be careful. Later, they return to their shelter, and Jaehyun proceeds to make some sort of concoction. In-ha approaches him and asks what he's making, so he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned to make it from an older brother of his just in case he needs it, and he recalls Jae-sung crying over him murdering his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to do it. Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun how he can know someone that can teach him such things when he doesn't even have friends, and he taunts her by asking if she has many friends aside from him. The comment stings, and Yoo-jung laments that that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, In-ha tells Jaehyun that he's really amazing, and it's like he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled that it's like he's lived a decade more. Confused, Jaehyun doesn't say anything, and he wonders how she got such great intuition since she was able to get the timing right. Eventually, Yoo-jung butts in and says it's time to stop chatting because they need to eat if they plan to get anything done tomorrow. She tells our boy to wait and see because she'll go and make something, but he tells her not to bother since they can eat some of the fruits they foraged. Annoyed, Yu-jong asks why he said that and asks if he doesn't trust her, so our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookie she made during home economics in middle school if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yu-jong recalls that they seem to be purple, so In-ha asks her if she put in some blueberry jam. However, Jae-hyun clarifies that that's not the case, but Yu-jong can't cook, and he recalls how they had to call the teacher because he passed out after eating the cookie. To clarify things, he states that he can't cook either, so In-ha mentions that she knows a little about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks her if she can cook, so she says she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she ties up her hair to start cooking, our boy recalls that there was never much information on Seo In-ha's family life. Since she just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there's some circumstance around her parents. After a short while, In-ha finishes her cooking and serves it to the others. When Yu-jong tastes it, she hugs In-ha and declares that the food tastes delicious. Jae-hyun also keeps munching and agrees that the food is delicious, and he's surprised they can eat something this good at a place like this. The compliments from them warm In-ha's heart, and a smile forms on her face because it's been a while since she felt like this. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seok-gi mentions that the much-anticipated cadet An Ho-yan is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are magicians, which is truly incredible, and Instructor Yesu still wonders if there's a possibility that it's a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Ja-in, on the other hand, seems to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't seem to wrap his head around this new situation. A party with only 3 magicians is leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Excited, the chairman asks instructor Kim Ji-yeon to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watches Jae-hyun kick into Si-hyuk's face when he appears. He's enthralled by the fact that the boy could have such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he has the ability to overwhelm warriors. Just calling him a magician or even a freshman is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Ha-jun calls out to the chairman and explains that he's brought the profile of Jae-hyun that he requested, but he's not sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks him what he means by that, and when Ha-jun begins to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows the profile that displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he's a warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal grin, and he finally says that this is very good. He states that he wants to personally see how talented this Jae-hyun is, and instructor Si-hyuk asks him if he's saying that he wants to interfere personally. The chairman zooms in on Ho-yan and proposes that they make an interesting scenario, so instructor Si-hyuk mentions that he'll prepare everything. Inside the demiplane, Jae-hyun's group keeps taking out other people and keeps earning points. At one point, Yu-jong is surprised that they've earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jae-hyun replies that this is good because it's certain that they're in 1st place. However, Yu-jong asks him if they really have to leave their shelter, so Jae-hyun replies that it can't be helped because the seniors are too afraid to come there anymore. In-ha agrees with Jae-hyun that they need to move if they want to gain more points. Eventually, Yu-jong agrees with both of them and asks what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt is. In-ha informs her that it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep going, our boy senses something, so he signals the ladies to get ready because while they're standing, someone blasts past them, and Jae-hyun notices that this power seems to be way more than the level they're restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable and that the restriction on the player is broken. Jae-hyun tells the new fellow that he didn't think they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the fellow who has been loosed from his restriction is Ho-yan. When he asks Ho-yan what he's doing, he doesn't reply and keeps looking at the ground, so Jae-hyun wonders if he's unable to hear his voice. In-ha warns Jae-hyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy's in his right mind, and it's like he's being controlled by something. So, our boy suddenly recalls that this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar happened back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gu Jae-hyun's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was arrested, Jae-hyun created a horrible event to turn the world's attention away from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives and Gu Jae-hyun escaped. For Jae-hyun, it was also the day that Kim Yu-jong lost her life. In the present, Ho-yan activates his sword, and Jae-hyun realizes that he needs to get Ho-yan to return to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a sub-quest to save the cadet under mind control is given. His job is to break the spell off the cadet under the mind control spell and save him. The difficulty is C-ranked, and the reward is 1 blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jae-hyun is surprised surprised by the subquest, but is more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of getting a blank card that he can use to copy another person's abilities excites him, and Yu-jung tells him she'll help him, but he tells her he's fine and asks the ladies to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can get some points while they're at it. Yu-jung stands there confused, and she reminds him that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't defeat him all by himself. But our boy only smiles at her and asks her if she thinks he can't. For a while, Ina hesitates, but she finally agrees to leave, and Yu-jung is shocked by the fact that she's agreeing with Jae-hyun. Frustrated, Yu-jung decides to play along and suggests they go gain points like he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She rushes into the woods and drags Ina, who is still looking at Jae-hyun, and she asks him to beat Ho-yeon up or steal his name tag and then come find them. After the ladies leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take too long. A few hours ago, after Ho-yeon just took out one of the seniors, he wonders if his last kill made a total of 600,000 points. He's glad that he managed to survive for 2 days and knows he just has to hold on for one more day. Since he's in 4th place, he wonders how 1st place is still out of his reach even after he had worked pretty hard, and realizes this is what is expected of Meal's Academy. The fact that Jae-hyun ranked 1st as a magician in a situation where his skills are restricted, and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well, impresses him. However, he decides that he can't lose either, and he still has to work hard because there's still time. While he's thinking, Chairman Ja-in appears to him on the screen and informs him that he would like him to personally help him with something. The chairman uses his indoctrination skill on him and tells him he has a small favor to ask him. After Ho-yeon's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues him a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overtakes him, he wonders what he's doing where he is. Soon after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately realizes that he has to take out Jae-hyun. In the present, Ho-yeon employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascendance. He dashes towards Jae-hyun once more and tries to cut him down, but our boy is able to dodge his attack. Jae-hyun doesn't think Ho-yeon was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continues to dodge each of his attacks. It seems to him that Ho-yeon has become unrecognizably skilled. As Ho-yeon tries to smash his shield into him again, Jae-hyun jumps backward and avoids the impact. He knows that he'll lose if this fight is determined by both of their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our boy blasts himself backward with a gush of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Ho-yeon blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jae-hyun enough time to circle to his back before he brings down the shield. Our boy tries to use some lightning magic on him, but before he can hit him, Ho-yeon turns back and moves backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprises Jae-hyun because Ho-yeon was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jae-hyun realizes that his opponent has an innate battle sense, and this isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem is that Jae-hyun is watching them. Even if he can't see the chairman, he reasons that he's probably got an evil grin on while watching what he does against the talented warrior An Ho-yeon. This time, Jae-hyun smiles, and he considers that it would be such a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises to make the show an expensive one. When Jae-hyun begins his display, Instructor Yi-soo wonders if she's seeing things correctly. It's unbelievable that our boy, who is a magician, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior, but now he's overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent is the said genius warrior, An Ho-yeon. On the field, Jae-hyun seems to be using his lightning chain skill, and Yi-soo considers all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this boy is doing that since a magician can't win against a warrior, and that is something that has always been carved into her mind as she walked down this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in watches with keen interest when Jae-hyun injures Ho-yeon, and he begins to plead. In the demiplane, Ho-yeon crouches by his sword, and Jae-hyun tells him that he wasn't planning to go this far, but he promises him that he's tough, and he'll recover quickly. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a look upwards at the instructors since he knows they're watching. Then he activates his flash bomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and stops the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the meal's control room, Instructor Seok-gi turns to Ji-yeon and demands to know what happened to their screen, but the chairman realizes that something is wrong, so he grabs the remote out of her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back up. Instructor Ji-yeon mentions that it seems that Jae-hyun used a spell to block their sight, but Ja-in recognizes that he used flash bomb, and he wonders out loud if this is how Jae-hyun wants to do things. Immediately, he summons instructor Seokgi and he asks him to bring Jaehyun to his office after the event ends. Worried, Seokgi asks the chairman if it's alright for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense chairman places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jaehyun, who was already in a situation of victory, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seokgi replies that it would be because Jaehyun knows how to raise his worth. In the demiplane, Hoyeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb blocks everything. Eventually, he walks up to Hoyeon and places a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allows Jaehyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyeon's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jaehyun. Still smiling, our boy asks him if he's feeling better, and Hoyeon attempts to get up and says he's feeling better, but he soon collapses to the ground because of the violent pain that runs through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain, and reminds him that he attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyeon doesn't seem to remember attacking him. He asked why on earth he would do that, so Jaehyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyeon asks him what he means by mind control, but when he thinks about it, he recalls seeing a face that he can't remember clearly, and hearing a voice he can't remember either. However, it doesn't make sense to Hoyeon because spells like that, to even control someone for even a short period of time, are usually over A rank, but they had told them that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jaehyun informs him that he doesn't know, because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Hoyeon remains silent for a while, and considers that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demiplane. Eventually, he asks Jaehyun if he knows who could have intervened if that is the case, or why they would do something like this, but Jaehyun tells him he doesn't. However, he adds that if whoever did this could do something like this, they're probably someone most wouldn't dare go against. Jaehyun doesn't want to spell it out to him, but he knows that as they go through more experiences at Miles, Hoyeon will also figure out for himself what kind of person Gu Jia-in is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jaehyun has cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he's received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyeon attempts to get up. He realizes his body is a mess, but Jaehyun doesn't have a single injury, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Hoyeon says he has nothing to say for himself and apologizes for what happened, but Jaehyun jokingly tells him not to be gross and says he'll be leaving now since Hoyeon can move around. Before he leaves, Jaehyun wishes them both success in the remaining time, and as he turns around, Hoyeon stops him and offers him his name tag. Confused, Jaehyun asks him what he's doing and reminds him that he'll be eliminated if he doesn't have his name tag. Regardless, Hoyeon states that it doesn't matter and informs him that he's been able to earn quite a bit of points, even though it's not as much as Jaehyun has been able to earn. However, because he lost, he believes that the name tag belongs to Jaehyun. After he tosses the name tag to Jaehyun, he tells him that he lost this time, but it'll be different next time, and he promises to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyeon disappears, the demiplane system announces that he's been eliminated, and it awards 10,000 points to Jaehyun's team. For a moment, our boy just stands there staring at the name tag that he recognizes is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth a lot more than that because Hoyeon was born with the combat talent that he coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledges him. He's experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on another level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was weak as hell and stepping forward. Sometime after that, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points that everyone has earned. Jaehyun earns the highest number of points on record, which is a startling 1.53 million points, and he's soon transported back to the real world. When the students appear back in the real world, our boy considers that 53 million points aren't so bad, but Yoo-jung immediately busts his ass for not being much happier, since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Iana to get some support, but Iana laments about how they would have been able to get 1.6 million points if they had just stayed one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are really insane. She tries to cheer them up by saying that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be kind of similar to real currency value. It's safe to say that they've just earned about 15.3 million won, which is approximately $12,000, and Yoo-jung almost drops her jaw. When Iana hears that, she's shocked that it was such a huge amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's first, but they have 1.48 million points at second, and they should also get bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yujong grab Jaehyun, and he tries to shake her off and explains that the bonus point is about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money makes Yujong light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts to twirl Iana around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they dance, Iana is shocked that they got 48 million points and won 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jaehyun tries to stop them from dancing because it's embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with contempt. However, the girls continue to sing until instructor Seoki enters the room to greet everyone. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the 3 top winners he has something to speak to the 3 of them about. To get some privacy, he asks that they go somewhere else, so Jaehyun asks him if it's related to the amount of points they got during the hunt. And when he nods, Jaehyun follows him hastily. The ladies don't follow him, so they ask to know where they're going first. However, Jaehyun already knows, and he tells them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seoki affirms his prediction, informing them that they've been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our boy takes his seat and crosses his legs. He asks where the chairman is, and makes a comment that the one who called them here isn't even present, which makes Seoki angry, but he has no choice but to control himself. The ladies, who are following behind, wonder why Jaehyun is suddenly acting like that, and they stand speechless until Seoki tells them to also take their seats. When they sit down, the chairman enters and apologizes to them for being late. The 2 ladies stand up, and Yujong loudly introduces herself and Iana follows suit, while Jaehyun just sits there. The chairman cheerfully tells them that he knows who they are, and Yujong revels in that. Jaehyun tells the chairman that he's late, and he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the ladies, and even Seoki becomes tense, as he wonders if this kid has lost his mind. A moment of silence continues in the office for a short time, until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to talk to them, but Jaehyun immediately tells him that they're actually the ones who have no excuse since he called them out right after coming out of the demi-plane for 3 days without giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tenses again, but this time he just laughs. Jaehyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures that it's because he's interested in the people in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulates them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jaehyun, who took first place. When he says that, Jaehyun says it's all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to do it all by himself. That comment makes the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no wish to show off his abilities. He finally agrees with Jaehyun, but comments that he's also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they beat the freshman hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he claps and comments that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thank him for the compliment, but Jaehyun asks him where he's driving at, which makes Yujong worried again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explains that the Mills Academy would like to offer them a few special privileges. First, a suite room from the dormitory buildings within the academy will be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually need to be reserved in advance. Third, if they ever are unable to get a satisfactory score in the school tests, they will get a chance to retake the test. After listing out the offer, the chairman asks them what they think and explains that they will be signing a partnership contract with Mills Academy should they agree to their offer. But Jaehyun states that he rejects the offer before the chairman finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound nice, but those are all things they can earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Miller's is very much a meritocracy after all, so he doesn't think they should get them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he grabs the offer out of the chairman's hands and starts reading through the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Miller's, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks pretty grim until Jaehyun finally tells the chairman that this isn't to reward them but to strike them down. When he asks the chairman if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a while and says there's nothing he can do about it if that's what Jaehyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced into signing a contract. He tells them that he leaves the decision up to the 3 of them, and the ladies look at each other to read how the other person is reacting to the whole thing. After a short pause, Yujong apologizes and states that she would like to decline the offer, and so does In-A. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulge out in anger. Eventually, he says that it's a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it, so he locks his gaze onto Jae-hyun using his indoctrination skill and asks him if he still does not plan to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that something strange has infiltrated his mind. Jae-hyun had been expecting this, but he's soon told by the system that he's completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that is happening, our boy hands Hell his blank card and uses its power because he had only annoyed the chairman in the first place to get him to use his power. For a moment, the chairman just sits there puzzled as to why he didn't get a reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him they'll be leaving now, and the Nornir system informs him that he's acquired the skill called indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination. Jae-hyun gets up and proposes to the ladies that they leave, especially since they're all tired from spending 4 days in the demi-plane. After Jae-hyun leaves the office, Yoo-jung asks the men to have a nice day, and In-ah, who is still confused, tells them they'll be leaving first. When the students finally leave, Ja-in asks instructor Seok-gi to leave. When he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman can resist his unique skill, and he finds this really interesting. Outside, Jae-hyun asks the ladies if they're really fine with refusing Ja-in's offer. Yoo-jung confesses that she was a bit tempted at first, but she later decided Jae-hyun was right with whatever he said, because it was obvious that Ja-in was going to sweet-talk them into agreeing and take advantage of them since they're so young. In-ah agrees that she didn't also like the contract, and she thinks rejecting it was the best choice. Apart from that, she feels that it's better to earn things with their own hands than to start off with privileges. Jae-hyun listens to In-ah intently, and he considers her reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks them if they also noticed that something was really strange about Chairman Ja-in, because his expression was totally sickening when they rejected his offer. In-ah mentions that she thought so too, and she also mentions that the chairman and instructor Seok-gi never said a word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jae-hyun listens to them talk, and he notes that In-ah has really good instincts. Eventually, she asks Jae-hyun if he knows anything about Chairman Jae-in by any chance, so he asks her why she'd think that. In-ah replies that he's always pretty calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she bugs Jae-hyun to tell them if he knows something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he tells them that he's also not certain, so it's hard to tell them anything. But he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, In-ah walks up to him and asks if they can't trust him too. And while Jae-hyun pauses, Yoo-jung steps behind In-ah with an eerie look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jae-hyun either. She points out Jae-hyun's fierce look and narrates how he once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home. And Jae-hyun asks her why she's suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him a jerk, reminding him of how hard a time she had back when it happened. Eventually, our boy manages to get Yoo-jung off him, and he suggests they go into rest since the sun has set. When it's time for them to separate, In-ah doesn't look like she wants to leave, so she asks them if they'll be parting ways here. For a moment, an awkward silence occurs, and Yoo-jung just looks at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugs them both and asks why it feels like a teen romance over here, so she asks them to make room for her too. Jae-hyun, however, drags her away and points her to the girls' dormitory, then asks her to go get some rest. She eventually agrees to go rest, and In-ah follows behind, but she reminds Jae-hyun to rest well before she leaves. Our boy soon heads to the boys' dormitory. When he gets to the door, he realizes it's been a while since he's been here. He recalls the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually goes to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years are those without talent, so he hopes to find a new place as soon as class is over the next day, because experiencing hell once was plenty enough. The next day, Jae-hyun goes for a run and eventually stops after he feels he's done enough for a warm-up. He turns around towards the dormitory so he can start getting ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshmen that are magician cadets gather in a room, and their assigned instructor for the basic mana acclamation, Kim Ji-yeon, comes to introduce herself. While she talks, Jae-hyun frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he doesn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon, even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy. The instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seok-gi that were greedy for the crumbs Ji-yeon was willing to throw them. Ji-yeon mentions that she's sure that most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors open behind her, she explains that the reason is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors that seem to be exposing a mana cube, and they hope they're not saying they have to go in there. While they lament that this is too difficult for a first class, Jaehyun considers that this mana cube feels similar to the mana cube he saw before, but it has way less mana. Instructor Ji-yeon explains to them that what they're looking at right now is called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that can normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explains that it is close to impossible to break out of a mana cube, and that is why they prepared this. The odd thing is that our boy had broken out of a mana cube at his guild. The mana room is divided into many sub-rooms. The first room's mana is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana becomes thicker as you go further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet can usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet can reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they will find out what level their mana sensitivity is at. Ji-yeon asks the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informs them that they can raise their hand if they have trouble during the test, so they can follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her in. After everyone enters, Instructor Ji-yeon notes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble at level 1. She decides that they move to level 2, and when they enter, some of the cadets begin to pant and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Ji-yeon asks the rest that are still standing to follow her to level 3, and when they enter, almost half of the class raises their hands, but Jaehyun, Yujong, and In-ah do not seem to be affected at this point. Instructor Ji-yeon asks that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. When those uncomfortable leave, she proposes they move to level 5, and then many more people ask to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other people are taken out due to exhaustion. Yujong asks Jaehyun if he feels like it's starting to get hard to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, In-ah watches Jaehyun and notices that he seems like he's still doing fine, so she decides to try harder. Ji-yeon looks around, and she notices there are only 4 cadets remaining. Jaehyun, Yujong, In-ah, and one other guy named Lee Soo-hyuk. They are all cadets that scored high during the freshman hunt. Chairman Jae-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jaehyun and report back to him, but she doesn't plan to simply follow such orders. She soon tells the cadets they'll be moving on to level 7, and the other students wonder who the heck those guys are that are moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reach level 7. When they enter the 7th level, Instructor Ji-yeon proposes that they move on to the 8th level and asks any of the cadets if they're having trouble, and no one speaks, even though Yujong seems to be struggling at this point. The other students are in awe as they watch them move to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jaehyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuates at every moment like it does within a dungeon. Ji-yeon knows that geniuses should have trouble starting at this point, and true to her expectations, Soo-hyuk and Yujong raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Iana begins to sweat, but when neither she nor Jaehyun raise their hands, Instructor Ji-yeon has no choice but to move to level 9. When they enter level 9, Iana almost vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jaehyun. When Ji-yeon turns around, she's unable to help because she recalled that the chairman had told her that she should never offer any cadet help before they ask, no matter what kind of situation they face. He had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity to a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jaehyun asks Iana if she's alright, and she tells him she is while trembling. At this point, she can't clearly see Jaehyun's face, and she really doesn't want to lose. Everyone Iana knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she won't be able to do anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. She's been told that the weak have no future, and she really desires to be acknowledged at this point, but she finds herself collapsing as Jaehyun tries to hold her up, and she tells him she's lost again. As the assistants take her out, Jaehyun wonders what she meant by losing. When they enter level 10, Instructor Ji-yeon asks Jaehyun if he's alright, and she knows even she will begin to have some trouble from here on. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smile on his face, and he states that he's also having some trouble and would like to go out now. When she hears that, Ji-yeon asks him to come out with her. As she heads out, she wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of that. When they finally get out, Ji-yeon asks the other cadets to clap for Jae-hyun because he succeeded in reaching level 10, which means he's on a par with a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up with him, Soo-hyuk glances at Jae-hyun with a frown, and In-ha doesn't look so happy with herself. Shortly after, our boy asks In-ha if she's alright. She tells him she is and apologizes for making them worry, so Jae-hyun tells her it's good since nothing serious happened to her. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun if he's also alright since he looked pretty unaffected a while ago, and he tells her he is. Then he asks her to take the towel from around her neck because she looks like a construction site worker. The statement riles Yoo-jung up as expected, and she regrets having been worried about him. While she's ranting, Jae-hyun asks her if she's also not in any pain, and she says that the doctors also said she's fine, and she gloats about how fit she is. For a moment, Jae-hyun watches In-ha. He had thought she was just a bit competitive, but something seems to be different. It seems to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get very hurt this time, but with that kind of person, it will be hard to control her later. Of course, he doesn't mean to make In-ha dance to his tune, but like it's happening with Seong-yoon, Ho-yeon, and Jae-sung, he has a feeling that In-ha's future will change also. He also figures that's also true for Yoo-jung, and while he glances over at her, she asks him what he's looking at and if she's that pretty. But Jae-hyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her because she could only be saying such nonsense if she's hurt somewhere. As In-ha tries to subdue Yoo-jung from taking revenge, our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have in the future. In this quickly changing environment, he decides that he needs to prepare if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's thinking, Yoo-jung manages to break free from In-ha's grip, and she wraps the towel around Jae-hyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to scatter her hair. When he's done, Yoo-jung begins to curse and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks him if he knows how much time she spent setting her hair this morning and asks him if he has a death wish. However, Jae-hyun tells her he's sorry, but he comments that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoys her, and she asks him if he's calling her ugly, and it is at that moment that Jae-hyun realizes he messed up. He immediately turns around to make a run for it, while Yoo-jung chases after him, while In-ha watches them in amusement. In-ha considers how the two of them are really close, and when the two friends run past Soo-hyuk, the guy notices Jae-hyun and wonders how the bastard reached level 10. While he's looking, a friend of his named Kim Min-soo comes by to say hi and asks him what he's thinking about so deeply. Soo-hyuk asks Min-soo to tell him everything he knows about the guy that's getting his hair pulled out by the lady, and even though Min-soo wonders why Soo-hyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jae-hyun is the first guy to get first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soo-hyuk tells him that he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that came from all of a sudden. But Min-soo just shrugs because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soo-hyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. To him, there's something weird about this Jae-hyun guy, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Min-soo thinks about how he's not used to this new Soo-hyuk because he used to know him when he was younger. Eventually, he tells Soo-hyuk that Jae-hyun has already proved himself twice, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious, since it's most likely impossible to cheat in meals. However, Soo-hyuk informs him that there's no way there's someone stronger than him unless they're cheating. That statement stuns Min-soo, and he considers that Soo-hyuk won't win against In-ha or Yoo-jung either, but he doesn't say it out loud. Eventually, he advises Soo-hyuk that they don't need to become unreasonable, because he won't win against Jae-hyun even if he dies and gets resurrected, but the guy doesn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jae-hyun has a video call with his delightful teacher, Seon-gun, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt. Seon-gun agrees that she did, because it's more interesting to hear it from him directly. Excited, he informs her that he got first place and that makes Seon-gun proud. She notices that his apartment seems to be too good for a freshman to have, and suspects that he got a lot of points. Finally, she congratulates him for taking the best first step in Mills Academy, known for being hard to survive. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried that she would scold him if he got second place. That makes her giggle, and she asks him if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks her if she's going to scout them or something, so she tells him that they're considering it and they're planning to reward him for the information he shares. Jae-hyun explains that telling her isn't hard, but to think he'll get a reward for something like this. He asks her if she's not being too generous, but she insists that she's doing this because she knows he won't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually, he mentions In-ah, Yoo-jung, and Ho-yeon, saying those three are the ones that can be recruited by Yeonhwa. When he hesitates to mention someone else's name, Seon-gun asks him to speak, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from the upperclassmen. Seon-gun promises to give him a big welcome. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks of Lee Jae-sang, whom Jae-hyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-sin. During the call, she had mentioned to Jae-hyun that Jae-sang is not as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Manhwa might have some problems with Lee Jae-sin's Zephyr Guild by taking Jae-sang in. With such a risk, Seon-gun asks Jae-hyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he says he does because Jae-sang will become the world's best alchemist in the near future. After they end the call, manager Sung-jae informs her that Guildmaster Ms. Baek Ji-hyun has arrived. Seon-gun asks him to escort her in, so Ms. Ji-hyun steps in with Yeonju behind her. When they step in, Seon-gun comments that they arrived exactly on time, so Ji-hyun responds that time is also a very valuable property to a merchant. Ms. Ji-hyun stretches her hand to Guildmaster Seon-gun and states that it's been a while, but Seon-gun politely tells her that she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so familiarly, and asks her to take a seat. When Ji-hyun has her seat, Seon-gun, still smiling, asks her what the master of the Curator Guild wants with her. Ji is amused by Seon-gun's straight-to-the-point nature, and comments that becoming close will really be difficult, but she admits that she also likes it. Eventually, Ji-hyun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising quite well, so she asks how much she can purchase Jae-hyun for. Seon-gun tells her that it's unfortunate that Yeonhwa Guild doesn't think of its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Ji-hyun look somewhere else. However, Ji-hyun asks her if the child would agree with that, so Seon-gun tells her there are some things that can't be bought with money, but remarks that she most likely wouldn't know. Eventually, Ji-hyun replies that she didn't think Seon-gun would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seon-gun informs her that her thoughtfulness is quite unpleasant, but Ji-hyun thinks that's a shame and decides to leave since it's getting late, and Seon-gun doesn't seem to want to talk to her either. As she gets up to take her leave, Seon-gun retorts that she's glad that she noticed that she doesn't want to talk to her, and Ji-hyun jokingly responds that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at the Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the results of the endurance test. An Ho-yeon ends up first with 101 points, while Jae-hyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy hiss, but he had expected that he won't be able to compare to a combat genius like Ho-yeon. However, he doesn't consider second place a bad result. To him, there's no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he hasn't reached his goal. When Jae-hyun turns to the ladies, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yoo-jung eventually asks him what the hell he is, and she asks how a magic raider can get second place and contend with An Ho-yeon in an endurance test. When she demands to know how that's even possible, our boy informs her that it's not strange since he started out as a warrior, but that explanation still doesn't satisfy Yoo-jung. When she tries to protest again, Jae-hyun tells her there's no need to focus on only magic so much, and she needs to also focus on her health. That remark makes Yoo-jung grim again, and she threatens to one day show him he's not as important as he thinks he is, but Ina soon holds her back so she doesn't start another fight. Meanwhile, instructor Seo-ki watches them nearby, and he realizes that Jae-hyun is a dangerous guy, just like the chairman said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a magician should possess, and that makes Seo-ki wonder what on earth he is up to. Soon after, the students hear the bell that signals that their next class is about to start. So Seo-ki tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jae-hyun recalls this test from the time before he regressed, and he knows it was the test that examined numerous cadets on their talent and made them hit their limit. Seo-kai explains that they'll be gathered in a room with top-tier cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jae-hyun listens intently, and he realizes that Seo-ki is not planning to do this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their pattern of attack. But they will only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time because it's an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Seo-ki hands the cadets some objects that look like earphones, and when Yoo-jung asks, Jae-hyun explains to her that they're receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jae-hyun's correctness, Seo-ki adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and using the projector creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like there are real monsters present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting hurt. What Seo-ki he doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain such that they can still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim is not to shock the cadets, but to create a certain level of caution to increase their possibility of survival in dungeons. Seok explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will be evaluated only up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jaehyun and Soo-hyuk. Jaehyun considers that it's pretty balanced. While he's thinking, Soo-hyuk calls out to him and asks him if he's Min Jaehyun. Our boy replies that he is, so Soo-hyuk tells him that he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he can't just understand. He wonders how a magician can get first place and reveals he believes there's a special reason for that, so he asks Jaehyun to teach it to him. After pausing for a while, Jaehyun asks him if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing, so Soo-hyuk informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jaehyun smirks and asks him why he didn't just say that his goal from the start was that he wanted to fight with him. Soo-hyuk, who is also smiling, informs him that it's nice to see that they understand each other. The 2 other ladies on the team become worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like that since they're on the same team. The shorter lady wonders if they'll be alright, so she tries to separate them, but instructor Seok soon calls their team onto the field. When they step into the field, the system begins a 5-second countdown and informs them they'll be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soo-hyuk decides he needs to step back first to create some distance. Before he can move, Jaehyun dashes forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soo-hyuk asks what the hell he's doing and wonders what Jaehyun thinks a magician can do at the front line. While Jaehyun makes his way to the front, he wonders why there are still such taunts aimed at him, but he decides that it'll be best to show a bit of his ability here. After creating some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just 1 strike, and the others watch him in utmost surprise. Even Seok-gi is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear, but Jaehyun proceeds to feed his knee to another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he lands on the ground, he initiates an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary magician can't make use of because it's a skill that allows a magician to physically inflict damage. It's useless to magicians since they don't fight close combat, but our boy is a different breed. Soo-hyuk watches in confusion, and he tags Jaehyun as a psycho. The other ladies still can't believe their eyes, and the system announces that they've completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points have been awarded, with Jaehyun getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they're faced with a monster called a Draugr. The sight of the monster intrigues Jaehyun, and he informs the monster that it's been a while since they met. After a series of fighting and broken grounds, the system announces that they've completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Soo-hyuk considers this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jaehyun considers that his performance is not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter ever since he started using the combat technique that Ms. Seong-yoon taught him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk approaches him and asks him what kind of dirty trick he just used, but Jaehyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soo-hyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy all by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating, but Jaehyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk stands his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he moves closer and offers to let Soo-hyuk confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jaehyun a bastard, but before anything can develop, Instructor Seok-gi asks the 2 of them if there's a problem. The instructor's interference stops the building tension, and Soo-hyuk wishes there weren't any instructors here. Our boy eventually turns to walk away, and Soo-hyuk tells him not to think he's won, so our boy tells him he doesn't think he lost either. Before Jaehyun can leave, Soo-hyuk proposes that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jaehyun refuses because he has already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jaehyun had refused to fight Soo-hyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalls having told him that he'll win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decides to go train so he doesn't let Jaehyun down. Sometime later, Soo-hyuk and some of the assistant instructors move around. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he's seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other guy says he personally monitored it, and that the cadets this year are pretty good. When they start to talk about a magic cadet named Jaehyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Soo-hyuk considers that the boy is not merely talented, because those practiced movements he showed while fighting at the front line when he's a mere magician are unique. When they enter the chairman's office, Jaehyun commends them for their good work, and he proposes that they talk about the results of this year's endurance test. Soo-hyuk explains that there were a total of 3 cadets who got full points, and those cadets are An Ho-yeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. Even among those 3, Jaehyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor Soo-hyuk for the information and commends him for working hard. On his screen, Chairman Jaehyun goes over footage of Jaehyun, and a grin develops on his face. He tells Soo-hyuk that he hopes he'll continue to keep him informed on Jaehyun's actions and grades, and to tell him immediately if he starts acting strange, to which Soo-hyuk agrees. The chairman tells them all to keep up the good work, and he asks that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jaehyun returns to the AR evasion test and completes level 27 of the test. The 27th level seems to be his limit, and this is a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort, so it means he's equal to that much of a force. It turns out that the next event for the freshman is the dungeon practicum, and Jaehyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the dungeon practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were mixed up in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one who survived on his team. Even as he had to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the store to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently in this life. He was unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic life in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he doesn't plan to live the same life all over again. Living a life of regret once was enough. One day before the dungeon practicum begins, the students go to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoo-jung and In-ha approach Jaehyun, and Yoo-jung asks him what they should do tomorrow since it's their first dungeon practicum. In-ha admits that she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jaehyun informs them that everyone feels the same when they enter a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoo-jung, and she playfully asks if this is not his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a walk or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he's met monsters a few times, and there's one in front of him right now. That causes Yoo-jung to lose it one more time, and she starts to curse and pound her fists on him. In-ha watches them nearby, and their goofiness makes her smile. Eventually, Jaehyun offers the girls something if they're so worried, and Yoo-jung asks what it is. Our boy tells them that he bought the potion along with his own, and he tells them to use it when they need it. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees to forgive him this time because of his good gesture, and In-ha promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he survived the dungeon practicum the last time due to luck, but he'll ensure that he does it this time with skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jaehyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before going into a dungeon, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. If mana rebounds when casting a spell, it could injure the user's body. A magician who uses high-level spells a great deal is prone to mana rebound, and Jaehyun recognizes that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Apart from that, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the dungeon practicum today, and he doesn't know if he'll die or if his teammates will. On top of that, if he keeps his mana pooled up in his lower abdomen like he has just done, he can use it to strengthen his spell or body quickly when he needs to. He suddenly recalls the time before he regressed, when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desires. While he's deep in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he has to go through several junctions that left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he takes may kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The difficulty of the mission is unknown, and the rewards are unknown too, but they seem to depend on whether he takes route A or B. The worst part is that he has just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jaehyun guesses that something came up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him grow stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and he wonders what on earth they're planning. Shortly after, the freshmen gather at the Meals Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yijin comes to attend to them and informs them that they'll be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and will have to act together. When the students begin to murmur, Jaehyun guesses that the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can clear the dungeon easily. But if you're unlucky, you'd be part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continues, Yijin silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yijin tells them all to try their best. While she's speaking, Jaehyun reasons that this is Chairman Jaehyun's trap. Like the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low-level, but if things go like they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He recalls the D-rank boss monster, Kobold Lord, and even though it isn't a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow along with Jaehyun's plans, except that the small gap Jaehyun will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to end him. Shortly after, Yijin declares that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jaehyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina he's glad he knows someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad there's someone on his team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone who is skilled. While he considers coming up with a strategy, he's shocked by the sight of his 2 other teammates. The lady introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the guy introduces himself as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're also on Team 3, but Jaehyun recalls how these 2 people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up getting killed by the boss monster after they asked him to run away while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices in front of him. When the new 2 warriors step forward, our boy realizes this is what the Nornir system wanted from the start, so he shakes them and introduces himself as Jaehyun, and introduces Ina also because she's clearly shy. It amuses Sungwoo that Ina is shy, but he's certain that they'll all get along as they spend time with one another, and Gina agrees that they'll all get along well. Our boy realizes that these 2 warriors are the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina. Once they've gotten introductions out of the way, Jaehyun proposes they make plans first. The other 2 agree, and one of them suggests making Jaehyun the team leader. With the quest the Nornir system showed to him still in his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to get weak no matter what pops up in the dungeon, because if the warriors and the vanguard start to falter in particular, the whole party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jaehyun's tactical intelligence, and Sungwoo says this is expected of the person that got first place in the freshman hunt. Sungwoo realizes the details of the strategy are no joke, and says he's memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has 2. Soon after, Instructor John steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over. From now on, they will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to come forward. Jaehyun steps forward, and when he looks to his side, he notices Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yoojung is part of. He's glad that Hoyeon is the team leader because that means Yoojung won't get hurt. When the team leaders step forward, Jaehyun instructs the team leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them, and wishes them good luck. Shortly after, Hoyeon leads his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members notices that the place is pretty damp and has a musty smell, which enlightens her about how dungeons are in real life. Yoojung asks the rest if kobolds will probably come out since it's an underground dungeon, and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard underground dungeons have a lot of ore. Excited, Yoojung hopes that there are diamonds around somewhere, but while she's talking about it, she suddenly pauses when she senses something, and Hoyeon immediately announces that something is coming, so he asks them to go to their positions. Yoojung quickly goes into action, but the other cadets don't look so confident when they notice that they're surrounded by kobolds. As if it's not enough that they're monsters, the kobolds are equipped with digging equipment. Hoyeon informs his team that the kobolds are weak monsters, but it'll be difficult to deal with them if they swarm them, so he charges at them and proposes they finish this quickly. Yoojung uses an explosion from her holy force and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a release of a huge explosion that blinds the monsters, giving Hoyeon the chance to cut them down. While the other 2 teammates fight with the monsters, Yoojung activates a move called the Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Blast. She releases several blasts of air towards the chest of the kobolds and knocks them to the ground. After they take down the monster, Hoyeon asks if everyone is fine, and the ladies reply that they are. When they turn to the other male, Seho, they notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yoojung wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yoojung looks up, she realizes that the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze. Shocked, Hoyeon asks why there's a kobold lord here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Gina confesses to Jaehyun that she knew he was strong, but he's really amazing. She asks him how many monsters he's dealt with so far in their walk through the dungeon, but Jaehyun insists it's nothing because things just happened. However, Gina insists that it's nothing because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continue like this. When Jaehyun looks to his side, he notices that Ina is distracted, so he grabs her hand and asks her if other people still make her uneasy. She admits that they do, so Jaehyun realizes she's really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had seen Ina speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team runs into a room filled with ores. Our boy realizes that this is different from what he remembers, and this clearly must be Jaehyun's doing. It occurs to Jaehyun that his existence has caused Jaehyun to change his plans from what he did in the past. Suddenly, Jaehyun senses a monster coming, and he supposes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use their plan C by defending first and then counterattacking. When Jaehyun tells them to be careful because this monster is different from what they've encountered before, Sungwoo becomes worried that a stronger monster is coming, especially because they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly, something breaks in through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what a boss monster is doing here, and as Ina is about to run backward, she recalls what Jaehyun said about the whole party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter. She quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors, and Sungwoo struggles to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jaehyun activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo calls out to Jaehyun. Our boy rushes towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he blasts the Kobold Lord. Ina is shocked by the amount of power that Jaehyun's attack packed, and she hopes that such a great attack would deal a great deal of damage, but the monster easily gets up as if nothing happened. The sight makes Jaehyun laugh, and as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our boy confesses that he didn't expect anomalies. As its body heals, the Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jaehyun starts to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities isn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Nornir system identifies the existence behind the Kobold Lord as something called Odin's Raven, so it gives him a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest requires him to kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on him and the gods against the Acir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission is an S-rank difficulty with a reward of a blank card and class increase, with a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, instructor Ji-eun goes through footage of Jaehyun's previous fights, and she wonders how the boy can give such a performance as a magician. She's an A-rank magician herself, but such battle skills that Jaehyun shows are unthinkable to her. She considers that the chances of Jaehyun's Team 3 taking first place in this dungeon's practicum are high, and when one of the doors opens, she's surprised to see Cadet Siho being helped up by Hoyeon, while Yoo-jung tells her that there's a big problem. Still shocked, Ji-eun asks her what happened, and they inform her that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. She's surprised that they could run into a Kobold Lord because there's no way it could have gotten in, and Ji-eun begins to wonder what on earth is going on inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors come to help Seho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and they ask him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yoo-jung asks instructor Ji-eun if Team 3 has not come out yet, and she's told they have not. Hoyeon doesn't believe it because he's sure that Jaehyun and Ina are too skilled to be unable to escape the Kobold Lord easily. After hesitating for a while, Ji-eun places a call through to Chairman Ja-in, who sounds surprised to hear from instructor Ji-eun, even though he has a smirk on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requests rescue personnel, and the chairman acts surprised to hear that something like that happened. He tells her not to worry too much because he'll send a support team, so he asks her to wait on site. After he hangs up the call, instructor Ji-eun experiences a strong feeling of uneasiness, but can't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo grow tired. The system informs Jaehyun that the existence behind the Kobold Lord is Odin's Raven, with 2 ravens named Hyugen, which translates as thought, and Munin, which translates as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jaehyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. Apparently, the mana he feels is close to B rank, and it's a regenerative Kobold Lord. Even though our boy has grown strong, this is a difficult opponent for him, and he wonders whether he should run. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is someone's test for him because he's going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jaehyun tells them all to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sungwoo asks him what he's talking about and asks how he will deal with the monsters, but before the words can come out of his mouth, he's ambushed by two kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jaehyun quickly blasts them away with some holy arrows, so he asks Jungwoo to shut up and get out of there. As the kobold lord swings his huge weapon again to smash Jaehyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he can't fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to pound our boy into the ground, Ina calls out his name in fear, but as he turns around to face the monsters, a shield appears between him and the monster to weather the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jaehyun looks to his side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't convince her out of this. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. Then he asks Ina to stay with him while the others go back to the entrance of the dungeon and tell instructor Jiyeon about the situation. When Sungwoo tries to protest, Jaehyun begs him to leave, so Gina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the two of them head out, Jaehyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jaehyun tells Ina he'll cover her from the back, so she summons her radiant holy sword and sends the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jaehyun takes that as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet with the kobold lord that's coming for him. When he gets closer, Jaehyun notices that the kobold lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He recalls that there's a limit to the amount of mana a body can contain, and there's something controlling the monster from the shadows, and the thing is pouring in way more mana than it can handle. That thing must be Odin's raven, and he decides to expose the ravens. Our boy equips his mistletoe weapon. Due to having mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called mana perception becomes equipped. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his mana perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jaehyun is glad that he's found it, and as the monster comes in again to strike him, Jaehyun activates his lightning chains and assures it that he's going to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Acir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistletoe, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Mistletoe is, so he informs her that it's in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool, but Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they're watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Acir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him how they lost Baldur in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was the mistletoe branch, Mistletoe. After considering it for a while, Odin tells Hugin to find out whether the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the forces against the Acir, so he returns to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Ja-in keeps massaging the odd ring that he was massaging when Ji-yeon called him. Soon, Siaki steps in, and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and that pleases Ja-in. He chuckles again, and he's glad that he borrowed strength ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Ji-yeon will fall into his hands no matter how arrogant he acts. Ja-in tells him that all of this is for Odin and the Acir. In the dungeon, our boy targets the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which do not seem to deal any damage to it, and swings its weapon to take Ji-yeon's head clean off. Our boy quickly leans backwards and jumps out of the way to avoid getting decapitated. With Ina by his side, he asks her if she can cover for him, because he needs to be clear of the monster's attacks. So she tells him she'll try, but she doesn't look so good. Jaehyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she can experience mana rebound. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jaehyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seems to be having a change of mind. He turns back to his opponent and decides to end this. He only has one chance, and he sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Aina provides some support by creating a mana shield around Jaehyun. Our boy dashes towards the monster, and Aina, who's feeling more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to shake. The riled-up monster targets Jaehyun, who is running towards it. Jaehyun recalls that his friend from his past life once told him that there's nothing more miserable than dying, because you couldn't trust your companions. As Jaehyun leaps towards the monster, he signals to Aina to act, and he promises himself to confirm what his friend said from here on out. Jaehyun jumps on one of the chains and uses it to travel forward, and Aina is shocked that he's able to use that as a movement skill. She wonders how skilled he is with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jaehyun dashes towards him on his chain, but instead of colliding into the monster, our boy jumps right above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to smash Jaehyun out of the air without turning back, because it would take much longer to turn back, but it's clearly doing this under the control of the Raven. Aina becomes worried that Jaehyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to the spot where Odin's Raven is staying, and bears down on the spot with all of the might of his sword. The strike is so strong that it breaks his sword, but it still works because the Kobold Lord reacts by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. When Jaehyun lands on the ground, the Kobold Lord crashes behind him, and our boy walks forward to see the face of the being behind all this trouble. When he steps forward, Jaehyun finds Hugin crumbled after being hit by his strike. He asks the Raven what the hell Odin's goal is, and steps on its head when it doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Jaehyun's ring. He steps on the Raven again and asks it what the connection is between Guja-in and Odin, but the monster doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun realizes that the Raven doesn't have a will of its own, and it's meaningless to keep it any longer. He finally raises his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Inna bursts into the area looking for Jaehyun, but Jaehyun warns her that it's not over yet because she needs to be careful about mana rebound. Before the words come out of his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jaehyun grabs his chest due to pain, and Inna does the same, but the Nornir system soon purges Jaehyun's mana due to the purity of his mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jaehyun is glad it worked, and he's told that he has succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovers, Jaehyun realizes that things could have ended up worse than they turned out. But when he turns to Inna, he doesn't see anything good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Inna, and he's told that she will die if she does not recover immediately. Sometime later, Inna wakes up in a pool of sweat and a headache. She notices Jaehyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been asleep, but he wakes up when he hears her calling his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks her how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She's confused about what had happened because she remembers that she experienced mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jaehyun that she's fine and asks him how he's doing. He responds that he's fine and mentions that he fell asleep. When she looks to her side, she realizes the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks Jaehyun why he didn't leave. He tells her that he was waiting for her to wake up because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him, and after pausing for a while, Jaehyun tells her that they have to get their stories straight. Inna suddenly blushes because the Korean phrase for getting our story straight is directly translatable as "I want to touch my lips to yours." Outside the dungeon, Yujong demands from Sung-woo and Gina why only 2 of them made it out, and instructor Ji-yeon tries to hold her back from doing anything stupid. She tells Yujong she understands that she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Ho-yeon wonders what he's supposed to do to help Jaehyun and Inna come back. Suddenly, the dungeon door opens, and while Yujong is still raising dust, Jaehyun and Inna step out of the door, causing everyone to freeze. Jaehyun asks them if they're fighting because of the 2 of them, and even instructor Ji-yeon freezes in shock because the inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly, tears flow down Yujong's eyes, and she runs towards the two of them with her arms open wide. She cries while embracing them, and explains that the instructor and the inspection people all said that they'd be dead. She tells him she's so glad that they're alive, and it causes Ina to smile, but Jaehyun tells her he gets it, and asks her if she can let go of them now. Even Sung-woo and Gina are teary-eyed, and when Jaehyun notices this, he thanks both of them for trusting them. Jaehyun tells everyone that their two teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yujong, who is still angry, asks them how they can just leave behind their teammates like that, so Jaehyun tells her he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like that. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as her, and he asks her not to get mad for him either. The statement stings Yujong, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina, stating that she was mad for Ina's sake and not for him. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Ina had asked Jaehyun if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her he knows she's confused, but it's hard to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks him why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she's not curious as to why a kobold lord appeared here and endangered the students. He tells her it's because of Chairman Gu Jae-in, who's a piece of shit, who thinks of students as tools. Jaehyun tells her that Jaehyun is very different from the side of himself he shows to the public and the media, and he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that's why Jaehyun is against the chairman and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it. After pausing for a while, she reminds him of some things he said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had told them not to trust anyone, whether it's the chairman or an instructor, so she asks him how much he knows about Jae-in. She points out that he knew from the beginning that Jae-in is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen, so she asks him how he knows those things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina pleads with him to answer her, and Jaehyun still remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react like this. He knows her life may be at risk if she gets more involved, so he considers using his indoctrination skill on her, but he changes his mind because she has a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and that's not a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes, but tells her he can't tell her more than what he already has, so she asks him why he can't. Jaehyun finally explains that it'll be too dangerous for her too if he tells her any more than this, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Ji-yeon bows her head and apologizes to Jaehyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she tells him she's glad he's okay. However, he tells her it's fine, especially because she didn't put them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jaehyun turns back to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially because no one knows if something like this will happen again, but he apologizes that he can't tell her and expresses his hope that she'll keep the promise she made. After Jaehyun leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he's cleared the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the route taken. He's told that he took route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of that, he's given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Sometime later, Chairman Jae-in says that he has disappointed him. Seokji apologizes to the chairman, but the chairman insists that he will tolerate it once, but expresses that he hates having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Jae-in turns to the instructor and asks him if he understands what he means. While trembling, Seokji promises not to disappoint him again, and Jae-in tells him he better not. The chairman tells Seokji to make sure to tame Jaehyun in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy has a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he recalls how Ina experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jong died, and An Ho-yeon didn't reach even half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene for Ina because she'll do fine without his intervention. He decides that he has to be careful about how he interacts with her since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. Eventually, he takes his seat on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to find out the relationship between Gu Jae-in and the Acir as soon as possible since what occurred in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to grow stronger so he can respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices one broadcaster asking another man about some other kinds of dungeons that exist other than the ones they're used to. The specialist invited to the show explains that there are themed dungeons and you have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a themed dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it, and our boy recalls these themed dungeons from his past life, and and he gets an idea. The specialist further explains that raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders want in these kinds of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently, there's a hidden piece that raiders also call God's Arrangement, and this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear such dungeons despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jaehyun smirks and realizes this is his opportunity to get what he needs the most. Meanwhile, Aina enjoys a cup of tea with Yoo-jung, and she apologizes to her for making her worried. Yoo-jung tells her it's fine because she's happy as long as the two of them are okay. She admits that Yoo-jung's personality is kind of shitty, and she was worried that Jaehyun might have been mean to Aina, so she explains that Jaehyun is always like that. Aina pauses for a while and Yoo-jung becomes angry and asks if Jaehyun was actually mean to her. Surprised, Aina clarifies that he wasn't, but it's just that Jaehyun seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. She reasons that she would be happy if Jaehyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentions that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she pauses again, Yoo-jung becomes worried about her, so she eventually gets up and proposes that they throw out the thought of Jaehyun and go eat something yummy instead. As Yoo-jung stretches out her hands, she explains that there's a place she's been waiting to go to, and while Aina stutters, Yoo-jung grabs her hand and declares that they're going to make her feel better. At first, Aina is surprised that Yoo-jung is dragging her away, but a smile soon develops on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks out the legendary rank consumption item called Idun's Golden Apple. It's an apple grown and picked by Idun, who is in charge of the Acir god's eternal youth and immortality. Consumption slows down aging immediately by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magic aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. Jaehyun realizes that such features like anti-aging and better natural healing are super rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue is that he can't give this one out too. He decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get, and he recalls that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon in a theme park in Seoul. It's where he can obtain the shoes that increase speed called Thialfi's Thunder Steps that Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increase one's dexterity stat, so a lot of martial arts raiders really wanted them. Eventually, Jaehyun takes a bite of the apple with much anticipation, and everywhere lights up, but he eventually realizes the apple tastes like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informs him that Eden's golden apple is starting to take effect, and his stamina stat has permanently increased by 20. His mana stat has increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. Jaehyun is glad that the apple's effects aren't average, and his movements start to feel lighter. He picks up his phone and soon places a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy heads to the theme park in Seoul, and he finds out that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it after regressing. When he steps towards the counter, the attendant asks him what kind of ticket he would like, but Jaehyun drops a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informs the woman that a theme dungeon will open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Jiyeon comes to Jaehyun's hostel to see him, and she's told that he's not around. The attendant informs her that Jaehyun had said he had something to do today and asks if something is wrong, so Jiyeon clarifies that there isn't a problem. Jiyeon wonders how Jaehyun is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He's not only skilled, but also very fast at recovering from trauma, so Jiyeon realizes he has real guts. Before she leaves, she asks the attendant to tell Jaehyun to come see her when he returns. Jiyeon steps out of the hostel and plugs in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Jiseok Sunbenium. Jiseok soon answers and asks her how her investigation went, so she informs him that she found out that Jaehyun was behind it. Jiseok asks her if Seoki was in charge of the dungeon trial and guesses he must be in a difficult position right now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them and call him if she notices anything. Jiyeon receives the orders and also informs him that she thinks student Min Jaehyun, whom she talked to him about, knows something about what is going on. At the park officials announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jaehyun is surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realizes the Lotus Guild is really influential. He recalls the call he had with teacher Seongen to inform her about the dungeon that's about to appear. When he expresses total certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He's amused by her condition, so she tells him that it's not that she doesn't believe in how capable he is, but no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the themed dungeon called Neverland in Ruins has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 missions are cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 is added, and his mission is to clear the 3 missions, which have a difficulty of A rank with the reward of Thialfi's Thunder Steps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the failure penalty isn't stipulated. Jaehyun realizes things are just as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider showed up and began to talk about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she states that she was so smart that she could easily find some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old themed dungeon raider. She openly declares that her skill, Cognition Accelerant, is pretty awesome. To her, there's nothing she can't do if she just uses her brain a bit. She talks about how excited she is to hear it's a themed dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jaehyun recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it, but ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Thialfi's Thunder Steps went to some other random person. This time, Jaehyun figures it's going to be better for him to take the Thunder Steps this time. Soon after, the Nornir system asks him if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first mission out of the big 3, and he agrees. He's soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him the ending of the story is being changed. Jaehyun is transported away, and not long after, Seo Ah-hyun appears close to the place he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he's told that he's playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big 3, called Thialfi's Grudge, is soon added. In the theme quest, Thialfi's Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's quick feet and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy is to become Thialfi and save his younger sister Roskva to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission is a B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission are Roskva's death and Thialfi's death, but the failure penalty for him is death. Thialfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally a human, but he began to despise the Acir because he lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Acir. Jaehyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Acir because this isn't the original story according to what is popularly known, and Jaehyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Acir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jaehyun hears someone call out to him using Thialfi's name, and the person asks him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's in a ship he stole in order to find Roskva, and when he looks to his front, he recognizes the person who woke him up is Frederick, the person who came up with the plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks him if he's okay, and as he's about to reply, the ship collides with another ship, causing the entire ship to wobble. Before they know what's going on, a group of pirates enters their ship, and it looks like they're in trouble. Jaehyun doesn't know what's happening, but it's clear he's going to have to postpone finding Roskva for a bit. Jaehyun immediately tells Frederick he'll leave this to him, and he jumps into the next ship, even while Frederick tries to stop him. When our boy jumps and lands on the other ship, the men are startled, but one of them starts to make fun of him for jumping into the enemy's territory when he should be hiding. They begin to call him names and threaten to kill him immediately, but our boy doesn't say anything. When he notices a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognizes that it's Seiho, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he wonders what she's doing here. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that the lady tied up is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Seiho Ah-hyun prides herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider-to-be. She considers herself an amazing person, but somehow she found herself locked up in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to go to the bathroom. Now that she's stuck, she calculates that there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and a 0.003% chance that she'll get locked up in a themed dungeon. After lamenting about her luck, she decides not to think about it, but to think about a way out of here. After tearing up because she doesn't want to die here, she hopes a raid team might have already arrived. As she hopes to run into one of them, she spots Jaehyun standing in the middle of the park, so she tails him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't seem like a part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him. In the present, Jaehyun wonders why he ended up meeting her again, of all the people he could meet, especially after they even made an announcement for everyone to escape. While he's lamenting, the pirates prepare to poke him full of arrows, but our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fire, he wonders why he's always surrounded by abnormal people. He soon creates a punch packed with mana and knocks them all down with one strike. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Even though Seo is a bit of a bitch, he knows she'll be helpful for the raid. A new and bigger bigger opponent appears and tries to slash Jaehyun with his sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid his attack. Since he can't send Seo out, he decides that it'd be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and sends him rolling backward. He'll have to first take care of this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo after. The other pirates rush out to deal with him, so Jaehyun tells them he doesn't have time right now, so he asks them to come at him all at once. After a short while, he takes out all the men and walks up to Seo, then tells her she can stop pretending to sleep. Jaehyun asks her if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she only hisses and admits that she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks him if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jaehyun affirms that he is, and he crouches down to speak with her, but he suddenly cracks the structure she's tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jaehyun tells her he can tell what she's thinking about right now, so he advises her not to try any of her funny ideas. It's clear the threat worked because Seo nods eagerly and hiccups. Soon after, the system informs Jaehyun that he's cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he's being sent to the field. He and Seo soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jaehyun is a magic class raider that moves like a martial arts raider. She guesses he's roughly the same age as her, and has a shit personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jaehyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of skill she has. Seo stutters, and eventually reveals that her skill allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes that lies should trick Jaehyun since there aren't many middle schoolers who have skills. Since he has a shitty personality, she plans to use him to her advantage. But while she's thinking, Jaehyun tells her that's not all there is to her skill. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists that she's not lying, and she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jaehyun informs her that her skill is called Cognition Accelerant, and he explains that it makes it feel like time slowed down and quickens the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and figuring out the opponent's mind. When he asks her if he's wrong, she's utterly perplexed and asks him how he was able to figure out her skill. Immediately, Jaehyun gets up and tells her he can't take her around with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid and turns around, but she pleads with him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her alone there because she'll absolutely die if he leaves her behind. Jaehyun asks her how he can trust her, and she offers to figure it out. When he hears that, our boy smiles and proposes she write a contract in that case. She's initially confused, but she soon understands what he's saying when they draft up a contract. The first term of the contract is that she can't act in any way that will harm Jaehyun. The second is that she must obey all of his orders. The third is that Jaehyun will guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland-themed dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never talk about this contract. She grabs her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jaehyun's subordination skill that comes with his indoctrination skill. He can hold supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use her since she's a real pain in the ass. Eventually, she agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Seo has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after clearing the question, as it is a subordination through contract. Jaehyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind, but she retorts that there's no way it'd feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says that, he tells her she can break the contract since he never forced her into this and he can just leave her here. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hel's temple, someone tells Hel that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the glares of the Acir gods have gotten rather sharp. He shares that the Acir gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Hel to be his eyes because he'll need to stall for time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seo follows Jaehyun around, and she soon asks him where they're going now. He informs her that they're going to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieks because she's afraid of rides. So Jaehyun asks her if she's scared. However, she asks him if he really thinks she'd be scared of that, and asks what kind of middle schooler is afraid of something like that. Jaehyun responds that someone like her could be, but when she insists that she's not afraid, he agrees with her. When they get closer, our boy tells her to prepare to go in, but she pleads that she needs time to do some deep breathing. The system declares that they're starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they're soon transported there. They're to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be locked. Jaehyun asks Seo what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her she's a cameraman because of the camera given to her. So she asks him what his own role is. Our boy explains that he's some horror streamer, and it's been a while since they've had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appears by their side and greets them. Seo looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains he's serving Countess Flendir. The butler explains that the Count instructed him to come greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flendir mission, they've been invited by Countess Flendir, the owner of the Flendir mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape, and the difficulty of the mission is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they're unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in, because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our boy looks slightly tense, but Seo is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first, since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jaehyun sees a vase with a tag that shows it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo notices a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog, so Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner and Sean, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13, so he mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood, seeing that she put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghastly expression that it makes MC uncomfortable and Seo teary. Eventually, the weird butler tells them to follow him. As they both follow behind, our boy knows he has to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but didn't do so for this second mission, which means he'll have to figure out all the secrets himself. He looks over at Seo, who is freaking out, and he asks her if she's good, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo interjects that she's only jittery because she's not gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they've gotten to the dining table, where he shows them the feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for them. Still with that creepy look in his eyes, he tells them to dig in and slowly disappears behind the door, as if waiting for them to eat poison off the plates. When Alfred leaves, the two of them pause for a while. Eventually, Seo mentions that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jaehyun suggests that they explore since the butler isn't here yet. As he's about to move, Seo tells him to wait so they can get some information before they go. When he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognition accelerant skill. The skill makes her very aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informs Jaehyun that she's discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how fast she got information, so he asks her what it is. Seo states that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a kid that's about 12 years old, and when Jaehyun asks her why she thinks so, she explains that the nearby chair in the lobby are proof of that. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she's much smaller than the other people who sit in the other seats. Apart from that, all the shelves in the lobby were pretty low, and only the lower handles were used. Jaehyun considers that it truly makes sense, so he proposes that they go check somewhere else. Seo follows him around, and she expresses her wish to take the camera she got back with her because it's a really expensive one. When Jaehyun suddenly stops, Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tensely tells her that this is not the time for jokes because they're locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon appearance, raiders and news reporters arrive 2 hours after the appearance, and a particular reporter mentions that an employee of the park had revealed that there is a raider from the Lotus Guild inside, and a middle school student, Seo Ah-hyun. She also expresses their concern to find out whether the two kids will be able to make it out okay. Nearby, a raider named Sunbai Nim standing nearby curses when he realizes that their inability to get into the theme dungeon early enough will stop them from getting promoted soon. His pal, Kyung-hoon, the same raider who had shown up after Jaehyun and Hoyeon dealt with the goblins, mentions that there was no way they could know that a theme dungeon would break out in the theme park. Sunbai Nim mentions that if the civilian council judgment of them falls, then Kyung-hoon may also be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident, and Sunbai Nim recognizes that his own promotion will be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the positive words, and Sunbai Nim reiterates that they're going to be blamed for all this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people who are in the dungeon are, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to find out that it's Jaehyun. He recalls that he heard that the boy enrolled in Mill's Academy, and he wonders if Lotus already scouted him. When Sunbae Nim notices his expression, he becomes worried and asks him if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes that this theme dungeon is going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo is petrified when she learns that they're locked in. She starts to tremble and asks Jaehyun what will happen if they're trapped in here and never make it out. But he asks her to calm down because this is a dungeon and there must be a way out. She has no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation, so she decides to look around a bit more for an escape. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he can't open such a flimsy door with the high stats he has right now. More so, Seo has escaped this place before on her own before his regression, so it's assumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved, and while he's thinking, Seo tells him to come look at something. He asks her what's wrong, so she explains that something is wrong with the camera. He thinks she must be dramatic, but when he steps closer, he finds a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them here on the table they're supposed to eat at, and he realizes the Alfred who guided them here was a fake. Immediately, the system notifies them that they've reached 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realizes that the camera is showing them things they can't see, they realize this camera is a key to solving the mystery. Our boy realizes that if they assume that the Alfred they met is fake, then this screen is either showing them the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they have to solve the mystery of the mansion, they wouldn't show them the future, so Seo concludes that it must be the past. She believes the camera is showing them the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes all this food definitely isn't made for eating. Jaehyun realizes that it was weird that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means all of this is an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps, so our boy places a finger on the table and activates his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system tells him that there was a failure with activating the absolute calculation skill because the skill is not allowed here. When he realizes that won't work, he turns to Seo and asks her what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some device for opening a door might be there because the only thing in the entire room that's different on the camera is Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believes the key to escaping must be here, so it gives Jaehyun an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately turns on his mana detection skill, and when he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirms his suspicions since locking magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, you need to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informs Seo that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason, Seo is scared of going close to it because of the gory picture of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jaehyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, she screams at him that she's not and proceeds to stick her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the Seal of Magic Illusion, so they'll receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the two guests from a pearl in another room and becomes worried that the guests did not like the meal. He states that they can't be lacking on how they treat their guests, and he promises that he, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walks out to go do something about it while laughing like a maniac. Inside the hall, Jaehyun and Seo make their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera, which Jaehyun figures is the guest bedroom. When Jaehyun proposes that they go in to see if there's anything strange, Seo jerks backwards because of the blood in the room, but Jaehyun reminds her that they have to find a way to get out of there or stay in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agrees that she doesn't want to stay in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut her mouth and look around and call him if she sees anything. After stepping in, Jaehyun decides to look around for clues. Not long after, he looks backwards and sees a girl in shiny white clothes and bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he notices that parts of her face have been torn off and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jaehyun, but he's not aware. Soon after, Jaehyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking down at him. He gasps, but soon realizes it's Seo. She asks him if he's okay, but he asks her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He had seen this coming, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and he wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Seo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposes that they're in an underground jail and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jaehyun goes to the iron gates and he mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punches the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo's shock, shock, the gate shatters like it's made of cardboard and even cracks the wall they were put into. When Saiho exclaims, Jaehyun tells her to be as quiet as she can be because it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She taunts him by saying he destroyed the wall quietly, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jaehyun is shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wonders what the hell a puppy is doing here and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Saiho tells him to put the puppy down right now, but Jaehyun asks why, since it's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guesses that it may have been trapped here too since it has a key in its mouth. Saiho protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy begins to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they've received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's Diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission is B rank, and the reward is the undoing of the themed dungeon skill locks. The fail condition is if they die before the time runs out, or if they fail to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jaehyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flandier's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they make it to the 3rd floor. Jaehyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they have to go, and the dog jumps down from his hands. Seo also laments because they don't have their camera anymore, but she stops talking when she notices that Jaehyun has frozen on the spot. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong because he's making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns back and sees the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jaehyun had seen before. With a closer look, her eyes seem to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jaehyun tries to talk to the girl, but Seo grabs his shirt and proposes they leave because they don't have time to talk to a ghost. However, Jaehyun brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, and he asks if she has regrets related to this mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks her if she's here to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Eventually, our boy asks her where on the 4th floor Flandier's room is, so she points in the direction behind them. Jaehyun thanks her and promises to help her move on to the afterlife if he gets the chance, so he asks her to wait as they all turn around and the dog soon returns. Jaehyun signals to Seo that it's time to go, but she looks slightly worried about the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbai Nim sits with manager Sungjae, and he asks to confirm if he had said that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sungjae affirms that this is true, and says he can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild. But in return, Guildmaster Yu Seongun has requested that they don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbai Nim hesitates for a while, and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths just for a Mills Academy student. Sungjae says he can't tell him the reasons, so Sunbai Nim agrees to accept the offer since they won't lose anything by accepting. However, Sunbai Nim asks him what will happen if he fails the dungeon raid, but Sungjae assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing. Inside the dungeon, Jaehyun takes out the last living armor with one strike, and Seo, who is standing nearby, is shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jaehyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing. They open the next door, so the system informs Jaehyun that they're entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they notice it's super creepy, so Seo tries to go check the desk first. As she moves forward, Jaehyun stops her and mentions that it's obvious that there would be something on the desk. He proposes they check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jaehyun finds it. The system explains that he's found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he finds is from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentions her skin is looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts do not seem to be working. She wonders if she'll end up dying without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she talks about how she's excitedly waiting for her great parents, who had promised to buy her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes how she got a letter stating that her parents died from an attack by thieves. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over, and she became the owner of the mansion since she's the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. She explains that she's not happy at all because she's alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the 4th day is written, where Flandier explains that a girl was caught who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently, the girl is about her age and looked somehow like her doll, so she took a liking to her. She says she's going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentions that the girl said she has no name, so she names named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to make a friend and hopes this continues every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentions that Alfred left the house without a word. Apparently, Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over, but she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Apart from that, Sally seems to be hiding something from her, and it seems something must have happened. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently, the kitchen lady, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, keep screaming, and it seems like their throats are going to tear. She wonders if she's dreaming, but it seems too real and she's scared. The page is covered with blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandier writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking at her bedroom door, and she's certain that they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informs Jaehyun that the restrictions on skill use are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had stolen the mansion. He realizes that the monster must have been a doppelganger monster, and when he turns to look at Seo, he realizes it's actually a doppelganger monster that has been following him around. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds that are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he's discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he's completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in finding out all the secrets of the mansion, and he's now to safely escape the mansion. Our boy turns to the monsters, with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster releases deadly extensions from its body and goes in for the first attack, so Jaehyun scoops up the puppy and jumps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it's finally showing its real self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so fake. The monster laughs for a bit and tells him he's pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jaehyun tells him it wasn't anything difficult because he's just smart. Apparently, Jaehyun could see the monster for what it truly is because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our boy tells the doppelganger that it's also possible that he's not that smart, but the monster is just stupid. That statement annoys the doppelganger, and it asks him how he can dare to insult him. In a rage, the monster destroys the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jaehyun to run out of the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain and fires it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it doesn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy begins to feel queasy because of all the quick movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster that's dangerous because of its ability to copy another being's skill and appearance, but when considering only its combat skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. After the monster regains its form, it tells Jaehyun that it'll consume his body, and it demands that he give over his body. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jaehyun still doesn't move even when the monster is inches away from him. When it comes closer, our boy surrounds it with another lightning chain and asks how it feels to be played after being the one to play others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle, it mentions that envy led him to this because he also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns into the ground until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jaehyun turns to the dog and tells it it's pretty good at barking, and it's talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed Saiho into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but he soon notices the spirit of Flandier again, but this time she looks just like she looked in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jaehyun smile back at her. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye, and the system informs him that he has cleared the second mission. It also adds that he's cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission and will be given extra rewards. Jaehyun and Seiho are soon transported to the real world, and our boy checks out his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shouting, which increases morale in allies to increase mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for the enemies. Jaehyun doesn't really like the Commander's Shouting skill because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the Illusion skill because he can use it to turn tables in a battlefield. When he turns to Seiho, she tells him he should have said something since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentions that she was super scared that something was going to happen to her. Jaehyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up instead of whining because they have to get to the next destination, which startles her because she was hoping they could take a break. Surprised, he asks her if she's tired since she hasn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell, so she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jaehyun agrees that he understands that, but he's sure it'll go away if she moves around. Using the subordination skill, he tells her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she begins to walk to the next mission, she screams aloud in frustration and tells Jaehyun that she will never forgive him. After walking for a while, Saiho ends up short of breath, and she asks Jaehyun if this place is a parade. Our boy takes a potion and confirms that it is, but he also warns that they need to keep an eye out because they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes out through the speakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look in front of them, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Rune. Rune invites them all to his parade, and he approaches Jaehyun and Seiho to welcome them. He congratulates them for successfully completing the 2 missions, so Jaehyun goes straight to the point by asking him what the last mission is going to be like. Rune explains that the last mission is tag, and he points them to a gate that's not far away. Apparently, the both of them will have to run from the monsters that'll come out of it and reach the final destination. Jaehyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it, so Rune compliments his cleverness. Eventually, Rune explains that the game of tag spawns monsters, depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. Jaehyun realizes this is bad because if his skills are considered, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it's going to be hard to fight and protect Seiho at the same time. When Rune does an appraisal of their skills, he congratulates them because they're measured to be S rank. Rune marvels because he hasn't had such high ranks before and mentions that he's impressed, but Jaehyun protests that this doesn't make any sense. However, Rune only wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the quest called Last Festival, and he has to run away from Surtur, the fire monster, and get to the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thundersteps. The requirements that typify failure include being killed by Surtur, but they're told there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently, there's a hidden quest to both kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat, which has an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jaehyun is stunned that there are 3 of them, and he figures that something is wrong. While they're watching, another fire monster comes out of the gate that Rune pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the whole world in flames before even the first giant Emir was born. The sword of flames in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jaehyun quickly starts to run, and he drags Seiho with him as Surtur begins to set everything close by on fire and rain brimstones over the whole place. Seiho, who is now crying, asks how they're supposed to run away from that monster, but our boy tells her he's thinking about it and advises her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to die. Fire keeps raining down on the area they're in and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat tells Hel that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Hel jokingly accuses her of being cruel because she knows she has no intention to help them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them be because she wants to see how Jaehyun will survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur keeps raining fire on the ground, and Jaehyun keeps trying to escape. He realizes it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on and find the goal. Seiho soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy rushes there and tells her to hold on for a bit longer. Our boy activates his skill called Haste, which increases his speed, and he dashes toward the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use Seiho to get to the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur asks which fool summoned him, and he rains down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost 2 players miss by the skin of their teeth. Jaehyun curses, then tells Seiho to keep her mind alert and listen to him. He tells her that they'll split up and keep running, so he tells her to run straight to the merry-go-round. Seiho asks him if he's going to distract this thing, so he asks her if she wants him to use her as bait instead, then tells her to just run. As she makes her way toward the final destination, Jaehyun ends up face-to-face with Surtur and signals to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down at him, then blasts him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He jumps on the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asks Surtur how he's going to catch up when he's so slow. The monster begins to release fire from his mouth due to rage, so he smashes the building Jaehyun is standing on with one strike, but Jaehyun jumps out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seiho almost reaches the destination, but before she can get there, Surtur sends down fire to destroy the destination. She's forced to stop, confused as to what the heck is going on, and Jaehyun wonders the same thing. Soon enough, the system announces that the goal has been destroyed, so the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, has been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur calls Jaehyun an ignorant fool and asks how he can dare consider himself to be a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he stands his ground. The next time Surtur sends a ball of fire at him, Jaehyun easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur commends his impressive skill because there have only been a few other people who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reaches for his sword and swings it toward Jaehyun to see if he can block this too. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block it. Nearby, Seo realizes they might really end up dying at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerant skill to find something she can do to help. While Jaehyun is defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo calls out to him and informs him that she has found a way to beat the giant. Jaehyun leaves the battlefield to go meet Seo, so Surtur asks him how he dares to run away from him. When our boy runs far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo, she explains they can use the water tank. Apparently, there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they use water to get rid of its flames. Jaehyun reasons that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they can deal with the flames, and Seo further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes that this monster would die if they were to destroy his weak points. She explains that she'll use her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him so he can lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jaehyun goes out and runs toward the water tank, but he relies on Seo to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur is going to direct at him. At one point, our boy stops, so Surtur calls him a weak human and asks him if he's given up on running. Jaehyun turns back at him and tells him he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard that Surtur is nothing compared to the Acir gods, and he's just working as a gate guard right now, so he's not in the position to call him weak. That statement stings Surtur, and when he only exclaims, Jaehyun asks him if he's also scared of him, who is a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, calls our boy a bastard, and when Surtur strikes him with fire, a surge of water bursts out toward him. It turns out that Jaehyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank, and not Jaehyun. The water is so great that it covers up the monster and temporarily puts out the fire around his body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his mana-packed sword and strikes it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaehyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant because he only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be this easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes, so the system informs Jaehyun that he has cleared the last mission of the Big Three, and he has cleared the hidden route, and will get extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seo, who is standing nearby, is glad that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jaehyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his willingness to get stronger, but Hel mentions that Jaehyun is nothing more than just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Hel said because she's the one who's always curious about how Jaehyun is doing, and he also believes that it's too early to let the Isur know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him become stronger so he can get strong enough to kill Odin, the leader of the Acir. Meanwhile, our boy is given the S-ranked Thialfi's Thundersteps, who stepped up to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment will reinforce strength and dexterity, and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which is also S-ranked. Jaehyun is shocked by how amazing the equipment is, but he soon notices an odd expression on Seo, so he wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she got an item called Roskva's Seal that increases one's strength and gives one a skill called Courage, which resists the state of fear and increases dexterity. While Seo laments about how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jaehyun considers how he doesn't have any interest in any of her rewards, but he's more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decides to hold off on duplicating it since he can summon her anytime. Shortly after, Rune shows up to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jaehyun the Great Adversary, just like Hel and the other gods call him. That surprises Jaehyun, but when he turns back to ask him why he called him that, Rune disappears. Meanwhile, everyone waits eagerly for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors come out, people begin to rejoice, but Sunbanam forces his way through because they need to discuss some things with the survivor. However, he gets to the front to discover that Jaehyun has disappeared, much to everyone's surprise. plays. Seo is left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turns their attention to her. When Kyung-hoon shows up, he suggests that Jae-hyun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin class, but Sunbainum protests that Agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him that Jae-hyun is a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shang-gun is impressed when she learns that Jae-hyun vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is glad to see there are no articles about his feat online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by using Thialfi's Thunder Steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission is Surtur's Undying Flames, which is single-use, and can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jae-hyun considers how this incident with Surtur makes him realize that he's still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to win against his opponents, or win without having someone by his side. He wants to be someone others fear to approach, and he wants to leave behind his weak past so he can protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in commits to a mission of reporting everything about Jae-hyun to instructor Jong Ye-soo, and she assures him she won't disappoint him. When she leaves, Jae-hyun thinks about how excited he is about the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the dirty things in his way. On the ground, he litters pictures of several students whose faces he has crossed with an X. The next morning, Jae-hyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day. Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks him if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's not. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such troubles, and she wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-yuk walks up to them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face here. He tells Jae-hyun he can't play any stupid tricks on him this time, but when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jae-hyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-yuk screams at them that he's Lee Soo-yuk, but instructor Ye-soo tells him to keep his voice down so he has no choice but to back off. When Ye-soo steps on the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and informs them she'll be teaching them the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best because she plans to teach them well, but Jae-hyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Ye-soo asks them how much they know about magic, Soo-yuk explains that magic uses necessary calculations to use mana to manifest something supernatural. The teacher agrees, and Soo-yuk smirks at Jae-hyun to gloat over the fact that he answered the question. Eventually, Ye-soo hands out books containing basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the foundations of magic applications of higher levels, which is their focus this semester. After she hands some of the students some books, they lament that the books are all blank, but Jae-hyun knows differently. When Ye-soo calls him to ask if he can tell her what's written in the book, he tells her that it's written in Rune, and it annoys Soo-yuk that he was able to answer the question. It also unsettles Ye-soo that Jae-hyun was able to answer because the book is a magic text that can only be read by solving the calculations. Normally, it takes new students a week to be able to see the text in it, but he solved it by looking at it once. She realizes he's more talented than the chairman described, so she further probes him by asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun doesn't know why he can read the book easily, and he doesn't know if it's the Nornir system playing a trick on him or if it's the fate of the Acir, but he tells her that the writing on the cover says Odin's life and the basics of Rune. In her apartment, Seo laments because Jae-hyun, whom she refers to as a bastard, made her walk so much that her legs are now hurting. She also hates the fact that she had to answer the journalist's questions about the interior of the theme dungeon and explain what happened on her own. Before he left, our boy had made her unable to reveal anything about his skill using his subordination skill. Even recalling the experience makes Seo burn with rage, and she wonders when he's going to undo this subordination. Eventually, she recalls she can go find him, and it gives her an evil idea. Sometime later, our boy reads the book instructor Ye-soo gave him, and he finds it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The in-depth knowledge of the basics from the book allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic, and can easily help him attain higher levels faster. When he notices Yoo-jung collapse from exhaustion, he praises the fact that she was able to succeed in reading the book cover. She laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jae-hyun magic, but our boy jokes that the student surpasses the teacher. Meanwhile, Ina rejoices because she can finally read the first page now, so Jae-hyun praises her hard work. His compliments make her blush, so she covers her face with the book. Jae-hyun notices that Ina has been treating him differently, and he wonders if it's because he drew a boundary the day they came out of the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students and soon travels back to report the situation to Odin. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming competition for his potion shop and offers to give a box of best high-quality potions to the winner. Hoyeon, Ina, Yoo-jung, Jae-sung, and Jae-hyun are seated at the table, and they soon realize it's harder than they expected. Ina mentions that it may be because there are barely any potion shops, and Yoo-jung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that survival is the most important thing to a raider, so there's no way a potion business would fail. He reminds them of their experience when they tried the potions and declares that this is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considers how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Although to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae-hyun realizes he has many opportunities in business and investments because of his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to get Jae-sung on his side, since he knows he will be responsible for half of the potion businesses in the entire world in the future. Suddenly, Seo barges into the room where they're having their meeting, and she chides Jae-hyun for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but he soon recalls that the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, and this effect cannot be cancelled. Yoo-jung asks Jae-hyun why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jae-hyun only asks Seo to take a seat so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy forcefully makes her shut up using subordination because he thinks her idea is trashy. Others also suggest names, but Jae-hyun doesn't like them, and he believes even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yoo-jung gets angry because Jae-hyun isn't asking her for some ideas. He's not asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy recalls that the word elixir is another name for the philosopher's stone that's supposed to bring back the dead and heal injuries. Jae-sung loves the idea, and Jae-hyun also thanks Yoo-jung for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yesu's classes, Jae-hyun answers a question about Rune being the language and foundation of magic. He answers it perfectly, and it further annoys Soo-hyuk. After the lesson ends, our boy informs Instructor Yesu about a question he has about something he read. When she sees the book he's holding, she becomes tense because it's a 4th-star rank magic text, which even most instructors struggle to read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jae-hyun is. Later on, our boy heads to the library, and he soon realizes he's stuck on this book, and he also couldn't get anything from Instructor Yesu either. However, he doesn't realize that the librarian who's sitting nearby is taking notes about him, and the fact that he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After leaving the library, Jae-hyun goes to see his teacher to help him understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is to make new magic, destruction is to rule out and remove magic, and amplification is to reinforce magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are high level and hard for him to understand on his own. Up until now, he depended on Odin's eye to understand the texts, but now he needs to understand at a deeper level. When he's done explaining, Si-young-un tells him that she can't tell him for certain either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own so that he can step to the level of an A-rank raider. When she notices he's still confused, she decides to at least tell him a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and hands it to him, and Jae-hyun is pleased that this will help him grow stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and battles with the monsters with the sash that his teacher gave him tied around his wrist. He looks pretty exhausted, and he soon activates his magic arrow skill and blasts it at the monsters, but they easily slash the arrows with their swords. Xianggun had told him to repeatedly use one magic skill while having this item she gave him equipped. The item is called Gleipnir, a rank B item. It's a string that sealed Fenrir and an imitation item that was modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied around a user. His teacher told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas again and again. When Jae-hyun asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she tells him that's up to him to find out. In the present time, Jae-hyun notices his entire body feels heavy and slow because of his decreased stats, and it's worse than he imagined. Some days later, Yoo-jung notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes, and she asks him if he's okay. When he tells her he thinks he's fine, she informs him that she can detect him from 100 meters away because of the smell from his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR test room for a week now. Ina looks worried about Jae-hyun, and Yoo-jung adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yoo-jung for her care, but reminds them that there's a quiz in 2 days, and he heard they're not done decoding the book and may have to take extra classes if they fail the quiz. Upon hearing that, the girls rush off to study. Eventually, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly clears test level 41. The Norner system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has increased greatly, causing the magic arrow skill to increase to level 2. Because of this, Jaehyun understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means to level up a skill by increasing one's proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jaehyun realizes he's around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, just like Seong-yoon had said. He remembers that they had initially approached each other to use each other, but now it really feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, instructor Seokgi goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look very excited to see him, and Seokgi realizes that he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that the guild experience event preparations are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are no faults with the thing. When Seokgi confirms there are no issues, the chairman smirks in his evil manner, and it's clear that he has some terrible plans. Outside, Jaehyun moves into the woods, and he asks a mysterious person if they're going to come here or if he needs to come to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's crows jumps down toward our boy, but he moves out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy lands a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jaehyun tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time he tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices some other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it's clear that Chairman Jae-in is on the move for these creatures to have the boldness to come at him inside the academy grounds. Jaehyun surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them that they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them backward. However, he soon sees something that makes him cringe. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Min Seong-ho, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jaehyun burns with deep rage and fires several lightning chains at his father, who dodges his attack easily. After evading his attacks, his father places his hand on his sword and sends a sword slash toward him. Jaehyun gets cut on his side because he can't escape the slash quickly enough, especially because he didn't even see his father draw his sword at all. The slash Seong-ho sent created such a deep gash in the ground that it would have cut Jaehyun in half if he didn't move out of the way. After a moment of silence, Seong-ho tells our boy he was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time, but his personality seems to have gotten much more aggressive. However, Jaehyun tells him to stop calling him son because he never thought of him as his father. Surprised, Seong-ho mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jaehyun tells him to cut the bullshit and state why he's here. For a moment, Seong-ho looks at Jaehyun and recognizes that he possesses the power of the prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jaehyun if the resistance against the Acir got in touch with him, and when Jaehyun looks shocked, Seong-ho gets his answer. He sends sword slashes to cut down Jaehyun, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the strength of the slashes breaks the barrier and burns up some of his clothing, so Jaehyun wonders if this is really the power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jaehyun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about the Acir, and he wonders what he's been hiding. Eventually, he asks Seong-ho if he intends to kill him, and he tells him he doesn't plan to. However, Seong-ho considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a great obstacle not far in the future to his plans and to the Acir. He decides to use divine power to stunt the great adversary's growth, so he tells Jaehyun he'll take his limbs. Seong-ho amplifies the power of his slash and directs a huge strike toward him. Jaehyun hopelessly stands there as the immense power moves toward him until it's mysteriously stopped by the cat that was conversing with Hell. Seong-ho asks the cat if the contract between the Acir and the resistant Acir was broken, or if he's just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him that he's not sure what he's talking about, and Jaehyun doesn't understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being and tells Seong-ho to go away because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she's stronger than Seong-ho, and he doesn't know what the heck is going on. When Seong-ho asks her if she really has to make matters worse, she cuts herself and lets out drops of blood on the ground, and the droplets soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Seong-ho. Seong-ho blocks the attacks, and the hands become larger and the strikes stronger. While still attacking, Seong-ho tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between gods. However, the girl reminds Xiangho that he's also a mere human who's trying to kill Odin, so he's not much different. Eventually, Jaehyun's father decides to leave for now, but he warns her that he'll make sure she takes responsibility for the contract with Acir if she gets in his way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do as he will, but reminds him she can behead him at any time if he also interrupts her. After leaving a love mark on his neck, she reminds him the contract is between just the Acir and the resistant Acir, but there's nothing in the contract forbidding the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Xiangho disappears, and our boy soon collapses on the ground, severely injured. The girl walks up to him and tells him it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hel's alter ego, Hela, and says she's his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal himself. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he's curious, and she'll answer anything she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Seong-ho, so she tells him he's not his real father, and his real name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugin borrowed the power to manipulate memories from another crow, Moonin. Hugin has also been lurking around Jaehyun, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Xiangho is not his real father, so Hela decides to show him since that'll be easier. She points her finger at him, which triggers him to recall his backed-up memories. In a flashback, he goes back to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father didn't like the fact that he awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save him and defend him from his father. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something that he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who had always tried to give him sweets against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how much of a happy family they were, and tears begin to trickle down his face. As he looks at the picture of his real father, he begins to cry profusely, and he wonders how he forgot. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Seong-ho did that to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the fated great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the great adversary annoys Jaehyun, and he asks her what these things mean and why they're all making his life so hard. After a short pause, Hela explains how 10,000 years ago the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when everything began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods, and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Resistance Acir alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but they lost to the Acir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live on the condition of creating a contract. The document notarizes that the resistant Acir force has lost in Ragnarok, and from this point onward, they cannot harm the Acir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings of many worlds have suffered because of this contract, and cried in despair endlessly until the 3 sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They prophesied that 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and that prophesied great enemy is Jaehyun. When Jaehyun confirms that the plan of the Acir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it irritating to have to watch some inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who's standing nearby, mentions that Jaehyun is just a human who cannot amount to anything compared to them. However, because the resistant Acir are determined and they can't afford to show weakness in such times, Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. When he hears that, Heimdall is glad he'll be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym to work out, and he remembers what Hela had told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken over some worlds, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jaehyun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, so Hela explains that it's because of the power of the prophecy, which is something even the gods cannot overpower. However, even though Jaehyun is being protected by that power, it's not eternal, and will vanish once the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Acir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok approaches, and she explains that he was already once killed by them. Jaehyun suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing him from the start. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide of the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial in order to raise him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called the God Murderer's Path, which requires him to receive the resistant Acir throne's power in order to keep Odin's ambition at bay. He's already done Hel's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the resistant Acir throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyeon does some special training until his muscles are sore. Thanks to the special training, he succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill, but it's still hard on his body. He remembers that Jaehyun is already at a much higher level than him, and he's far from being strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Regardless, he decides to train further, but he soon hears an announcement summoning him to the chairman's office. In his office, Jaehyun speaks with a certain congressman about getting rid of all the lower-ranking students so they can focus their support on the high-ranking students. Jaehyun proposes the man take care of the rest of what they need once they get rid of the students. But the man protests that he can't because things got too out of control at the mock exams, and the Raider Management Headquarters is going to be on the move soon. Jaehyun feels the congressman isn't speaking at his level, and he considers whether he should get rid of him too. He soon informs the man that he's completed the preparation, and that they're going to artificially open a gate at the guild experience they're holding in a few days. That gets the congressman interested, so he offers to send over the supporting funds from the nation to Mills, as they said last time. Shortly after, Hoyeon, who still has the terrible experience he had in the demiplane in mind, is worried about why the chairman is summoning him. He supposes that the chairman was the one who invaded his mind at the demiplane, and was the one who caused the incident at the mock dungeon. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he decides not to act rashly because he can't handle this alone. Later on, while in class, our boy flashes back to his conversation with Hela. In the flashback, she informs him that Odin probably already knows that he has made contact with the resistant Weser force, which means that Ragnarok can happen earlier than planned. Instructor Yesu soon ends her class and asks them to wake those sleeping, including Inna, because she has a message. She explains that the guild experience will be happening in 3 days, and that the event will be a good opportunity for them to see how raider guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that there is a guild that was specially prepared by Chairman Jae-in for them. Jaehyun hates the idea of going to the guild Jae-in provided, and recalls that he went to a new E-ranked guild and just sat on a moldy couch for a bit before leaving in his past life. But he can go anywhere now because of his accomplishments. He plans to go to the Neptune Guild because it's the #1 ranked guild in Korea before his regression. However, Instructor Yesu reads out a guild priority list, which offers a student they covet to experience their guild in exchange for a special point. Yesu announces that Jaehyun, Yujong, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and Lee Soo-hyuk was chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yujong is ecstatic about the Lotus Guild, and our boy realizes this is why his teacher asked for the names of the skilled students. Yujong begins to weep because she'll get to meet Guildmaster Yu Shong-in and almost chokes Inna with a hug. But she has to stop when the 3 of them receive an emergency message from Ho-yeon to show up at Jae-sung's workshop. When the cadets gather at Jae-sung's workshop, Ho-yeon tells them about Chairman Jae-in's plan to kill off the lower-ranking students during the guild experience to make students reawaken. Jae-sung laments that the chairman's corruption is brought up every year, but now it's gotten worse as he plays with people's lives. Our boy realizes the guild experience event is much more dangerous than he anticipated. Ho-yeon declares that they're the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who will be able to prevent it. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, believes they might just end up getting killed if they act rashly, even though it's noble to want to help the others. After silence lingers around the table, Yujong asks them why they're hesitating at all when the lives of students are on the line, and Jae-sung agrees with her. So does Aina. It actually makes Jaehyun happy that they're all in support, and he believes their love for fighting and protecting others is what makes them raiders. Suddenly, the system adds another main quest called the Second Turning Point, where he has to prevent Jae-in's greedy plan and save the students with an A+ rank difficulty. The mission has a reward of a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system informs him that the resistant Acir are watching to see what decision he makes. Eventually, Jae-hyun suggests to the others that they make a plan to mess up Chairman Jae-in for good. Sometime later, Instructor Yisu is surprised when Jae-hyun tells her he's already mastered a 4-star magic text, and she doesn't believe it's possible. She suddenly becomes afraid when she realizes this student is dangerous and something is off about him. She knows the chairman plans to use him as a chess piece, but she doesn't believe that Jae-hyun can be manipulated. Suddenly, our boy tells her that she looks pretty upset after passing a lot of knowledge to him as his teacher, so he asks if she's planning to snitch all of this to that bastard Jae-in again. When she demands to know how he knows about that, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and tells her he has a favor to ask. The brainwashing is effective, and our boy confirms that he's much stronger than her now, as he suspected. His plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside, so he asks Yisu to tell him about the kind of dirty things Jae-in is planning for the Guild Experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the Guild Experience, Yu-jung is extremely excited that she gets to tour the Lotus Guild building. Soon after, manager Sung-jae comes to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he'll be their guide for the day. He shows them around until they come to a place where Guildmaster Seon-gun is waiting to meet them. Shortly after, they all sit around a table to have tea and eat. Yu-jung can barely raise her head due to how much she's in awe, and she eventually asks the Guildmaster to sign a paper because she's a big fan. Seon-gun signs it and tells Yu-jung that she gets motivation from people like her. When the Guildmaster tells Jae-hyun that it looks like he's already made so many friends, Ho-yeon asks our boy if he's already acquainted with the Guildmaster. She informs them that Jae-hyun is her student, and Yu-jung almost loses her mind. The Guildmaster explains that she was able to hear a lot about them from Jae-hyun, and she called them here because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jae-in's corruption, but they haven't been able to do anything about it because of the absolute power he holds. Most of Jae-in's skills are kept secret, and Seon-gun confesses that she doesn't know most of them. Meanwhile, some other students are being shown around in another guild, and one of them named Seon-chan considers his peers foolish for looking down on him or not being talented. He believes it's different now because the chairman picked him out personally to be here because he finally saw that he had the potential to be a great raider one day. Suddenly, one girl stops Seon-chan and asks him if he also finds this place weird. When he asks what she means, she explains that a raider guild should have various facilities, but this place looks like it's been left here for a while, like some abandoned building. When he also looks around and notices the boxes and cobwebs, he becomes worried, and the man leading them informs them that they've reached their destination. When the man turns around, they notice his face burning off to expose the face of instructor Seogi. Seogi hadn't realized that his skills effect would burn out so fast, and he realizes he has no choice but to start the plan early. He immediately activates a bright pink magic circle underneath the students and tells them goodbye. The students begin to panic and try to run, but they're unable to. Meanwhile, the kids use the mana map that Guildmaster Seon-gun gave them to track down the destination of some supernatural activity, but when they realize it looks more like an abandoned building instead of a guild building, they aren't sure they're at the right place. Behind them, Jae-hyun communicates with manager Sung-jae using his mind, and he confirms that he's following them. When Sung-jae asks him how he's already been able to learn telepathy, our boy informs him that he read a few magic texts. Sung-jae is proud of his progress because telepathy is not as easy as he makes it sound. At the Manhwa Guild, Guildmaster Seon-gun detects an ominous mana wave close by. She flashes back to how Jae-hyun had told her that the guild that Jae-hyun wants to use for his plans is one called Cain. Seon-gun recognizes that as the guild that Jae-hyun made himself, and she finds it weird because Cain is a guild in the middle of Seoul, which is not far from Lotus. It doesn't sound like something that Jae-hyun would do to cause such a big incident so openly, so Jae-hyun informs her that he got this information from someone working for him. In the present, she asks Hana if she has looked into the guild that Jae-hyun set up, and Hana says she has. Hana explains that the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are guilds involved in tax evasion and other kinds of corrupt activities, and they don't record their activities. After hearing that, Seon-gun suspects that Jae-hyun was right, but she still doesn't know what Jae-hyun is planning. To be safe, she tells Hana to prepare her equipment in case something happens. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yu-jung doesn't think this is the place because it looks abandoned, but our boy assures her this is the place the rotting mana is coming from. The mana Jae-hyun is sensing feels off, and he suspects he may have to send the others out and face this with manager Seong-jae. When they move in closer, they sense the remnants of some advanced magic that was just activated. While looking around, the pink energy appears again, and our boy tells the others to get out immediately. Before they know it, they're surrounded by the magic circle and are unable to move. They soon hear a voice that calls them fools and summons them to Svartalfheimer, the realm of the Dark Elves. As they're being transported, the Nornir system informs Jaehyun that the dungeon is dangerous compared to his level, and he's to leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Elves commands his subordinates to arise because it's time to feed on new prey. The kids are soon transported to Svartalfheimr, and Jaehyun recalls that it's said that the Dark Elves in Northern European mythology have powers comparable to the gods. However, the powers were weakened when this place became a dungeon. Ho-yeon is surprised that Chairman Ja-in can use this kind of advanced teleportation magic, and he wonders who he really is. Jaehyun agrees because a mere human should not be able to interfere in the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means there must be another being involved. They all realize they're not in a good situation, but they're all surprised when manager Sung-jae shows up. Sung-jae informs them that Jaehyun had asked him to come here if something went wrong, and Yoo-jung is relieved that they're not going to die after all. However, Sung-jae clarifies that the situation isn't really better, just because he's here because even A-rank raiders struggle to survive in the world of the Dark Elves. He plainly tells them that they'll all die if they let their guards down. Jaehyun agrees with Sung-jae that there aren't any flawless methods for clearing this dungeon, at least in this timeline, but he recalls that he has seen enough clearing tutorials from the future, so he assures everyone that they'll make it out of there alive. Before that, he proposes they look for the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in meets with Ho-yeon's father, Mr. An Seo-ku, who complains that he's violating his promise to make Ho-yeon much stronger. Jae-in assures him that there's no need to worry, because Ho-yeon will come out first in the next event. However, Mr. An realizes that Jae-in is like a snake, and asks him how Ho-yeon was able to lose to a magic class student in the freshman hunt. Eventually, the chairman informs him about Jaehyun, a genius who was born with 97% magic aptitude. That figure shocks Mr. An, and he decides to take his leave. Apparently, An Seo-ku used to be a military officer, and his deep connections with the central government are of value to Jae-in. However, this is not enough reason for Jae-in to intervene in the new event, because he doesn't want to play games he knows he'll lose. In the world of the Dark Elves, Ina decides to use one of her skills called Flash to illuminate the place since it's too dark. But Jaehyun asks her to wait and uses a level 3 Flash skill that has stronger rays of light. Yoo-jung is surprised, so our boy explains that he leveled up Flash from D rank. Ina wonders how this was possible because leveling up a skill is only possible once you're an A rank raider, and Ho-yeon is shocked that Jaehyun is already this skilled. While they move forward, manager Sung-jae considers our boy's ability to level up skills, and he wonders how he's never seen such a thing, even though he's trained countless new raiders. He secretly wonders how much stronger Jaehyun can get. As they continue to move deep into the dungeon, Jaehyun suggests that they rest for a bit, and Sung-jae agrees since they've been walking for a while. Because Dark Elves are used to the dark and can turn off Flash easily, our boy turns off the light so they can get used to the darkness. The kids soon take some mana potions that Jae-sung had prepared for them in advance to replenish their mana. When Ho-yeon mentions that the survivors must be somewhere beyond the fork, Jaehyun uses his mana perception to check around the dungeon. He detects that the middle road leads to the room where the boss is, but he suddenly detects an incoming object and grabs the arrow midair before it pierces through Ina's chest. Our boy activates his absolute calculation skill, and everyone gets into fighting mode when they notice that they're surrounded by Dark Elves. Everyone watches in shock as Jaehyun crushes the arrow in his hands. Yoo-jung quickly activates a mana field around her friends, and Ina activates a skill called Slow to try to slow down the elves. She soon summons her Radiant Divine Sword and begins to attack the elves. Meanwhile, Ho-yeon activates his martial arts Polar Extreme skill and creates a distraction that allows the others to attack further. When he gives the signal, manager Sung-jae jumps towards one of the Dark Elves with his dagger and battles with it head-on. Our boy decides to join in on the fun, so he activates his lightning chain, which is now at level 5, and he strikes several of the elves with his chains. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheimr, the Dark Elves' weapons and armor are all made from magic, which means he can destroy all of it with absolute calculation. He signals Yoo-jung and Ina to only use fire-type magic, so they decide to follow, even though they don't understand. As one of the elves throws his spear at him, Jaehyun tells Ho-yeon to use provocation skills to simplify the enemy's movements, as he burns the spear with his fire. Ho-yeon soon uses his provoke skills to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jaehyun asks Sung-jae to kill the Dark Elves whose movements have been dulled. Sung-jae follows through, but he wonders if Jaehyun knows something about the Dark Elves. Using his level 5 stealth skill to completely erase his presence, Sung-jae tears up Dark Elf flesh. Meanwhile, our boy uses his fire fire strike skill and lands a strike that destroys one of the Dark Elves. Yujong also activates her Flame of Eternity to create a fireball that covers a large part of the area and forces the elves to move. As the Dark Elves advance forward for an assault, In-Ah activates her fire arrow and takes them down. As one of the elves wonders how these humans know their weaknesses, Ho-Yan's sword goes through his back and comes out of his chest. The elf is infuriated that a mere human dares to attack him, but while he turns back to face Ho-Yan, Jaehyun's lightning chain comes to finish him off. Shortly after, the entire fight ends, and Jaehyun proposes they keep moving since they don't have much time. He informs them that he feels some of the survivors' mana, and he worries that they might die if they're late. In the academy, Chairman Ja-in berates instructor Seok-gi for messing this up greatly again. Seok-gi apologizes and tries to explain that he didn't expect an outsider to walk into the guild building, but the chairman doesn't take that as an excuse. Seok-gi tries to assure him that there's no need to worry because it's common for civilians to die in sudden gate appearances, and they can just cover this up, but the chairman thinks that's a load of crap. Seok-gi suddenly starts to bleed from his mouth, and the chairman tells him that the transfer spell does not work on civilians without mana, which would mean some rats who can use mana when in. Ja-in tells him to hope this goes smoothly because things won't go well for him if any of the students make it out alive. As the chairman exacts more pressure, Seok-gi begins to bleed from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shong-gun urgently leaves the guild and heads to the Kane Guild to investigate the ominous mana. She suspects the spell must at least be an S-rank spell, which means the kids and Sungjae are in danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm that no one has died. While she hurries out, she tells Hana to call the association for support right away if she doesn't come back before the next morning. As Seon-gun rides on her bike, she promises to never forgive Ja-in if he touches a hair on any of her people. Meanwhile, Seong-chan seems to have been severely injured, so his friends help him move so they can get out. Eventually, they trip over a stone and she begins to cry because they have to find a way to get out of there. She begins to blame herself for all that happened and wishes she weren't useless. She's surprised when someone suddenly places his hands on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jaehyun. He tells her she's done a good job and asks her to leave the rest to them. Soon after, the girl passes out, and they give her and Seong-chan some potions to resuscitate them. Seong-chan soon wakes up, and he's told that he's in Svartalfheimer, the land of the Dark Elves. When Jaehyun asks them what happened, they explain that they fell down here after reaching the Kane Guild. Then they were ambushed by Dark Elves who took their friends away. However, the girl and Seong-chan managed to avoid being seen by the elves, but they eventually collapsed due to the mana overdose. From the way the girl is speaking, Jaehyun suspects that she probably thinks of herself as a coward and wishes she had died fighting alongside her classmate. However, Jaehyun believes it's arrogance on her part to wish she fought with an opponent she cannot handle, since that's only stuff that happens in movies. The experience of how he also had to run from his teammates in his past life flashes through his mind, so he tells Seong-chan and the lady that they're not responsible for the others being captured. When Jaehyun asks them to tell him where they were taken to, the girl explains that they were taken to the king controlling the Dark Elves. Jaehyun also asks them who brought them here, so Seong-chan informs him that it was instructor Seok-gi. After a while, Jaehyun asks the others to wait while he goes ahead, but Yujong protests and asks him what he's going to do. Our boy informs them that he feels dark mana from the direction they took the others to, which means it's probably the way to the boss, and he needs to hurry because the energies from the other guys are getting fainter. Yujong protests that he's crazy and would get himself killed, and Ine agrees that they need to work together, but Ho-Yan agrees with Jaehyun for some reason. Our boy explains that they won't be able to fight against Dark Elves one-on-one and win, and they need to stay back to protect the injured. Yujong tries to protest, but eventually keeps quiet because she doesn't have any other ideas. Sungjae also reluctantly agrees, but asks Jaehyun to come back immediately if he encounters something dangerous. Ho-Yan leaves the others in Sungjae's care, but Ho-Yan assures him that he'll protect the others with all he has. As Jaehyun makes his way into the dungeon, Seong-chan's friend wonders if he will be okay, so Sungjae assures her that he will because he's strong. Meanwhile, Yujong wipes tears from her eyes, and she assures Ina that Jaehyun will be fine when she notices she's also distressed. Suddenly, Sungjae notices something, and he tells the others to keep quiet because the enemy is approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy blasts past his head and injures him deeply, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, the Dark Elves approach them, and one of the stronger Dark Elves points out that these humans have been disturbing them like flies. Meanwhile, our boy keeps going forward, and he realizes he has to take care of this quickly because something might happen while he's away. He soon opens a huge door and runs into the king, who has been waiting for him and has prepared something special. As Jaehyun is about to speak, his earring begins to burn, and he realizes the manager's presence is growing fainter. Before he can act, the door closes behind him, and the king tells him he can't leave this place unless he survives fighting with his soldiers. Jaehyun comes to a crossroads because he has to save the others, but when he remembers Hoyeon's promise to him, he decides to trust the others while he deals with this. The Dark Elf King begins to mock him and asks him what he's going to do, so Jaehyun creates a wall of fire around himself and assures him that they're all going to die here. In the outer part of the dungeon, Sung-jae still lies on the ground with the sword that injured him by his side. Hoyeon rushes to his side, and he realizes that the manager is in terrible condition and may have been poisoned, which means these beasts are aware of the weakness of an assassin-type raider. The leader among the elves summons his sword back to himself, and he decides to deal with the minions, as he puts it, since the most annoying one is out of the way. Hoyeon confirms his suspicions that they were waiting for Jaehyun to leave to attack, and Ina mentions that the guildmaster must have noticed that manager Sung-jae is down. She recalls that Seon-gun had given Jaehyun an Ivaldi earring that would signal her once any of them were in danger, and she had promised to come if there's an emergency. In the Dark Elf Palace, Jaehyun burns with rage and literal fire as he tears through Dark Elf flesh. He covers himself with fire and approaches some of the elves, but he notices stains of blood on their mouths, so he tells them they're going to have to throw up what they just ate. Our boy recalls the look of determination on Hoyeon's face, which is the face of an insane person who's come to terms with his decisions. He's seen such a facial expression on his best friend from his past life, and on the friends that got killed in the mock dungeon, so he doesn't believe he should trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Yujong creates a mana field, and Ina summons several divine radiant swords to give the Dark Elves hell. The leader of the Dark Elf group tells them that it's pitiful to see them struggle in a pointless manner, so he assures them they'll all become a part of the king's feast and sends off his soldiers to attack. Ina realizes the elf is fast, but Hoyeon blocks the guy's attack using his shield. Hoyeon activates his martial arts polar extreme skill and retaliates with a slash that forces him to retreat. The move makes the leader of the group admit the humans aren't too useless after all. Hoyeon realizes that this group is stronger than the previous dark elves they came across, and when the leader approaches him, Hoyeon asks him what he is. The leader of the group introduces himself as Kel, the captain of the royal guard, and one who is of royal blood. They're shocked to hear that he's a royal dark elf, which means he must be stronger than A rank. Meanwhile, Hoyeon recalls the first day he met Jaehyun and how he stood in front of him to protect him, which made him remember all the good things he's forgotten about a raider. To him, Jaehyun's boldness is the dream he wants to realize, and he decides he cannot die in a place like this, and that he needs to catch up to Jaehyun no matter what. Hoyeon suddenly throws away his shield, much to everyone's shock, and steps toward the monster. He believes this is what he should have done from the start because a raider has more than one heart, so he reaches into his higher, middle, and lower chi centers to open them. Kel is shocked by the sudden outburst of mana coming from Hoyeon, and even beholding it slightly injures him. The man covers Kel up, and he asks Hoyeon how he's able to do such things. However, Hoyeon doesn't answer him, but activates his unity of body and sword skill, which causes him to start bleeding from the mouth. Ina pleads with him to stop, and the system declares that this skill's level is far too high for the user, and the flow of blood within the body has been reversed. He's warned to cancel the skill immediately or die within 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel takes advantage of the situation and orders his soldiers to capture Hoyeon alive even if they have to cut off his limbs. Regardless, Hoyeon doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to face the soldiers. He had succeeded in obtaining an S-rank skill called Unity of Body and Sword from his training, but it's still too much for his body. It's a skill used by those who have reached the peak of swordsmanship, where the sword and the body become one. As the soldiers rush towards him, Hoyeon deflects them easily and goes to face Kel. As both of them clash swords, Hoyeon realizes he's not yet a match for Kel because he has only awakened this new realm of strength in an unstable manner. He realizes that all he can do is stall for time, so he continues fighting with Kel. While they're fighting, Kel tells him that his struggling is rather comical, and he points out that he notices what kind of state he's in. However, Hoyeon refuses to back down because he has to keep his promise. He tells Kel he would never know why he's doing this and goes in for a frontal strike, but the dark elf jumps out of the way and attempts to attack him from the side. Kel is unable to land the strike because Hoyeon's heightened senses allow him to pick up the counterattack quickly enough to jump out of the way. Kel calls him a little rat, but Hoyeon leaps right back towards him and almost overpowers the dark elf. Suddenly, while they're fighting, Hoyeon's body begins to break down and the system tells him to undo the skill immediately because all muscular fibers are being disconnected and all blood paths are being twisted. While he's in pain, Kel comes in to finish him off, but Hoyeon still manages to block his attack. He begins to cough and pant when his body can't take it anymore. Regardless, he continues with the skill and decides to put up one last fight. From where he is, he releases a huge mana blast that tears through the ground. The attack injures a dark elf, but Ho-Yan is disappointed when he realizes it's another elf that Kel had used to shield himself. The elf calls out to his captain as he dies in his arms, but Kel tells him not to worry because he was useful. As Ho-Yan collapses and profusely coughs out blood, he mutters to Kel that he's a coward. The words barely come out of his mouth before Kel rushes towards him and drives his sword through him. Meanwhile, tears flow from Yu-Jong's eyes as she watches the horror and calls out to Ho-Yan. Inside the palace, Jae-hyun kicks Dark Elf behinds using chains of fire. He's still unable to set the captured students free, and when he recalls that he had asked Ho-Yan to give him just 10 minutes to kill the king and save the others, he becomes worried. Just then, one of the Dark Elves comes at him with a spear to kill him, but our boy waits for him to get close and covers his face with fire. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King laughs as he watches the entire thing. He calls Jae-hyun a fool and asks him if he thinks he can win against the number of soldiers going against him. Jae-hyun asks him why he can't, and the king tells him he's very arrogant despite being a useless human. Jae-hyun recalls that he heard people call him useless way too much while growing up, and he's sick and tired of it. Suddenly, the Dark Elves begin to struggle to breathe, and our boy starts to burn bright as several of the elves collapse. The surprised king asks the soldiers why they're immobile and not attacking, but he doesn't know our boy is activating his Chains of Inferno skill. As the soldiers try to attack, Jae-hyun takes out several of them using his chains, and he thanks the king for giving him the chance to try out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves burn because of the fire of the Inferno, and the infuriated king calls Jae-hyun a bastard. He threatens Jae-hyun that he won't let him live after what he has just done, but Jae-hyun simply approaches him and asks him if he's serious right now. The king is certain that it's impossible for a mere human to be this powerful, and he realizes he cannot win against him. He threatens Jae-hyun that he will regret this, and informs him that the other 7 kings will definitely destroy him even if he succeeds in killing him here. While the king is still talking, Jae-hyun uses his Step of Light skill to run towards him in the blink of an eye, and he lands a punch on his face. Along with the punch, he releases a fiery explosion in his face that knocks the king away. Finally, he tells him it's none of his business what the other kings do, and proposes that they come find him if they're pissed. Meanwhile, Kel drives his sword through Hoyan's chest. Ina watches in despair because she wasn't able to do anything while her friend was injured because she's weak. She's losing someone once again, and this time, there are only the leftovers. Kel walks up to her and grabs her by the throat, planning to gobble her up. Yu-jung calls out to her, but she only cries in Kel's hold and tells herself she can't lose. Suddenly, a bright mana overshadows the place, and it turns out to be Guildmaster Seong-un, who asks Kel if he hurt them. She asks him to think hard before answering, because he will die if it's true. Her aura fills up the entire place, and Hoyon, who's bleeding to death, is glad that he was able to hold on till help arrived. Once more, Seong-un asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the overwhelming weight of her aura begins to make him sweat. Kel realizes that he can't ever win against this lady from the strength of her mana, so he plans to take the kids hostage to have a chance against her. He boldly declares to her that the gnarly sight is his masterpiece, so Seong-un asks if that's so. She suddenly activates her sacrifice skill to heal them all at the same time, consuming her own life power. Kel is surprised that she can use healing magic this fast, and he wonders what the hell is going on. Eventually, Seong-un tells Kel that she doesn't like it when people put a hand on her people, so she blasts him away with a torrent of energy. The blast knocks him backward and starts to consume his flesh until he begins to fade away. Yu-jung watches in awe when she realizes that Seong-un didn't attack Kel with any skill, but only shot out concentrated mana. Seong-un rushes to Sung-jae's side to heal him, and she's able to stabilize him. The only issue is Hoyan, whom she realizes is in pretty serious condition, and when she tries to heal him, her system informs her that his injuries are severe and would take a considerable amount of time to heal. She realizes he's overworked himself by using power past his critical point, which has messed up his meridians and nerves. If she had been late by just a little bit, he wouldn't be able to use mana again. Shortly after, she manages to heal him, but her system informs her that her life power, which permanently decreases her life power by 2%. Using the skill takes a lot out of her, and she realizes that she would have been long dead if it weren't for Jae-hyun. When Yu-jung asks after Hoyon, Seong-un explains that he'll be fine but may not wake up for a few days. The news relieves the students, so Seong-un asks them where Jae-hyun is. They reluctantly inform her that he went to the boss room on his own, but instead of panicking like they expected, she assures them that he'll be fine. Yu-jung protests that Jae-hyun went in alone, but Seong-un assures that Jae-hyun won't die that easily. Since dark elves use magic to attack, she knows that they're no match for Jaehyun. Meanwhile, our boy tells the king of the Dark Elves that the other kings can come find him if they're pissed, but that can only happen if he makes it out of here alive. The king, who is now bleeding from his face, curses when he realizes he's now losing to a mere human, so he decides to make a run for it to tell his brothers about it. As he makes a run for it, he's shocked that Jaehyun outruns him and ends up in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy ties him up and smashes his face into the ground. Infuriated, the Dark Elf King tells him he won't die here alone, but he'll take him to Helheim or with him. The king activates a secret technique only passed down to the king of the Dark Elves called Frozen Earth, expecting Jaehyun to shake in fear. However, Jaehyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king wonders why he's smiling. Our boy activates his blank card and thanks the king for using it now, because he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. He soon registers the Frozen Earth skill onto a blank card and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the Frozen Earth that the king triggered. The king watches incredulously as the Frozen Earth attack crumbles, so Jaehyun drags his head up and reminds him of the saying, and to know his enemies. After he burns up the king's head with fire, the Nornir system registers that he has defeated Kynan, the Dark Elf King. Because of that, he earns the title of the one who killed the King of the Dark Elves. Jaehyun obtains an ingredient item called King of Dark Elves Essence, and an equipment item called King of Dark Elves Pauldron. After successfully clearing the second quest, he also gets a blank card and a sealed magic text, as well as a skill called Embodiment of Magical Artifact. He soon rushes to help the captured students, and he's glad to find out that one of them is still breathing. However, his stomach turns when he realizes that some of them are dead, so he uses his sacrifice skill to heal the guy that's still breathing. While healing him, Shanggun comes to join her power with his, and she tells him that being a healer is a cruel job. Apparently, a healer is happiest when healing is not needed, and the second happiest person when saving a person who's on the brink of death. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, Seoki boils with anger when he realizes that his plans have been foiled. He swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they make it out of the dungeon because they will all die painfully. Suddenly, Jaehyun appears by his car window and smashes the glass to grab his neck. With a maniacal look on his face, Jaehyun calls him a son of a bee because of what he did. An hour ago, those who were trapped in the world of the Dark Elves come out at the entrance of the Cain Guild. Seong-chan thanks Seong-eun for her help, so Seong-eun says they can come to her guild later on if they're so grateful. The offer amazes Yoo-jung, and she wishes she could join right away. Jaehyun thinks Yoo-jung is cringy and tells her to read the atmosphere better, so she kicks him in his calves and reminds him that he's not allowed to talk for the rest of the day because he got them worried. Jaehyun winces from the pain and wonders why it hurts so much even though her strength stat is low. Soon after, Hana arrives in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to hurry over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Seong-eun apologizes for that and tells her she'll explain the details of what happened later. In the meantime, she asks Hana to take the injured and the kids to the guild first. Seong-eun doesn't follow them because she and Jaehyun have something to do. Hana asks manager Seong-jae to come with her, and Jaehyun notices that Seong-jae's arm tore, which surprises him. As he's about to say something, Seong-jae communicates with him via telepathy not to say anything to his sister because it's going to be worse if Hana finds out about it. There seems to be a love-hate relationship between these siblings, and Hana almost ditches Seong-jae when he doesn't come into the car, which forces him to run in. After they drive off, Jaehyun and Seong-eun ambush Seo-oki, who has been watching from nearby. He's shocked that they made it out, and he doesn't understand what Seong-eun is doing here. Infuriated, he activates a magical equipment that Chairman Jaehyun gave him because of the urgency of the situation. Using the equipment, he teleports behind her and attempts to stab her, but she easily slides out of the way. She mentions to him that his teleportation item isn't that great because it only moves him a couple dozen meters. She asks him why he was trying to kill the students and who was behind it, but Seo-oki refuses to and states that the mages are inferior anyway. He activates something that Seong-eun recognizes as a mana suppression device, so she tells him it's a shame. Meanwhile, Jaehyun listens in on the conversation, and he decides that he no longer has any use for Seo-oki. On the streets, Seong-eun prepares a blast of mana despite Seo-oki's mana suppression device, and she asks him if he had really thought that he could defeat her with something like that. Jaehyun realizes that he couldn't detect the magic seal in the Cain Guild beforehand because Seo-oki had also used a mana suppression device there. Seong-eun tells the instructor that she doesn't care if he doesn't tell her who's behind this because she already knows it's Jaehyun. She also adds that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy if she pours in enough mana to overwhelm it, and she assures assures him he's going to die here. Suddenly, she changes the atmosphere and summons streaks of lightning above him that soon course through his body. Jaehyun recognizes the magic spell she used as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose force depends largely on the user's power, and he realizes the level at which she's using it is in a different dimension. Sometime later, Ina returns to her lodge, and she recalls how Jaehyun had protected her by catching the spear that was supposed to kill her. She realizes he was able to inversely calculate the spell in a short period of time, which means she's still got a long way to go, but she makes sure to find time to thank him later. Meanwhile, reporters storm the Mills Academy to hear what they have to say about this matter, and they desire to have a word with Chairman Jae-in. Instructor Yesu goes to inform Ja-in that the Academy's reputation has fallen, and there are assumptions that he was the one who created the Ghost Guild to try and abandon the students. Ja-in boils with anger as he wonders why this happened. Expressionless, Yesu informs him there are journalists outside and calls from everywhere, so she asks him what she should do about them. Annoyed, the chairman orders her to lock down the academy and tell everyone they're not taking any interviews right now. When she leaves to handle that, Ja-in realizes there must be a traitor inside Mills for such information about his plans to have leaked. It's clear that Seok-hee is probably dead, so he decides to take an eye for an eye. The chairman places a call to someone and offers to pay anything he wants for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jaehyun intentionally collides with Hoyeon while they're in the hallway, and he comments that he's looking fit. Hoyeon is glad to see him and says he's only well because of him and the guildmaster. After a short pause, Jaehyun asks him why he almost killed himself, and when Hoyeon struggles to answer, Jaehyun warmly assures him that he just needs to keep moving forward with that kind of mindset. He encourages him to do as he pleases and think of the reasons later. However, before he leaves, our boy reminds him to look out for himself because the other guys worry about him. For some reason, the thought of doing what he wants to do energizes Hoyeon. Later that day, our boy checks out his stats and checks his A-rank title as the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. The title increases his mana and his attack power when facing a dark-type monster and will trigger the anger of all Dark Elves and make the user a target when this title is equipped. He excitedly equips the title and decides to leave the essence of the Dark Elf King ingredient to Jae-sung, since he loves handling new ingredients. Our boy also gained an active skill called Realization of Magical Artifact, a skill that creates necessary armor in battle using mana. This skill surprises Jaehyun, so he quickly equips it because he's amazed. Jaehyun realizes that the value of this new skill doesn't really lie in its rank, but in its utility. On the black market, a piece of C-rank armor goes for tens of millions of won, so that means he can make armor of that value each time. Suddenly, the knife given to him, named Mistletoe, begins to react until the system notifies our boy that all the effects of Mistletoe have been unlocked because he has fulfilled all the conditions. Because of this, he obtains a passive skill called Genius of Armor Making, and all the equipment he creates from now on will have their rank increased by 1. This is ridiculously great news to Jaehyun, and he now understands that the full effects of Mistletoe weren't working because he hadn't fulfilled the full conditions before. Since he's getting all these benefits, he decides to begin training with them. The next morning, many students are seen preparing for the Miles Academy exams. Because of the difficulty of the exams, they're nicknamed the Grave of Students because of the intense competition. The exams are both theory and practical, where the practical involves potion making and pocket-plane dungeon raid tests that are broadcast live to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Hoyeon is woken up by Yoo-jung, who threatens to beat him up, and he apologizes that he sleeps whenever he reads. The frantic Yoo-jung reminds him they just have a few days left until the midterm exams, and warns him against getting a failing grade. Nearby, Ina also struggles to understand what she's reading. Hoyeon realizes that he and Ina suck at theory, and she had offered to tutor them to help out. Both of them eventually give up and accept the fate of retaking the exams, but Yoo-jung tells them to stop saying nonsense and explains the next subjects they have to them. A few days later, after the students finish one of the tests, some students talk about how the test was and notice the top-tier students, Ina, Yoo-jung, and Jaehyun, talking with one another. The students suppose that they're all geniuses and did the test with their eyes closed. When Yoo-jung asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly blanks out. Jaehyun and Yoo-jung make fun of Ina and Hoyeon and state that books are their enemies, which makes Ina chase them around. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk watches Jaehyun, and he tells Min-soo that he'll beat the arrogant bastard this time for sure. But Min-soo just thinks Soo-hyuk is in his emo phase. Sometime later, Yoo-jung creates a potion in Jae-sung's workshop that explodes in her face, so Jae-hyun makes fun of her. He tells her that his own potion is much better and tries to get Jae-sung to support him, but Jae-sung reluctantly declares to both of them that they're going to fail at this rate. He states that they both have no talent in alchemy, and he breaks their hearts into little pieces. Our boy realizes he has to train more to avoid a failing grade, so he asks Jae-sung if there's a way for them to avoid failing. After giving it some thought, Jae-sung proposes that they use a special item, which is a monster called moonlight fireflies. Apparently they reside in very clean areas, and not even 100 appear on the black market each year. If they can create a powder out of their exoskeleton, then they'll be able to maximize the effects of the potion. Shortly after, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung approach Kwon So-yul Soon-bae, one of the seniors they defeated in the freshman hunt. After telling her it's been a while, she looks at them in surprise and asks them why they're here. Our boy tells her that he would like to ask her for a favor, but she tells him to piss off because she's not going to do anything for him. However, he asks her if she's going to reject it without hearing what he has to offer, but she still refuses because all he can probably offer are some points. Our boy offers her 30 million won in cash, which shocks Yoo-jung, and So-yul lights up at the mention of that amount of money. Soon after, they head to a place called Jeollabuk-do Muju near Mount Daegu, and they bring Jae-sung along. An hour earlier, So-yul listened to their offer and believed it was doable, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needs traces in order to find something. When she asks if they have a way, Jae-hyun assures her he's going to bring along a very talented alchemist. She asks who, and Jae-sung soon appears, but she doesn't rate Jae-sung as a talented alchemist. Our boy asks her if she knows him, so she replies that they were in the same team on their first freshman hunt. Apparently, she didn't even know he was into alchemy, and had considered him a good-for-nothing that was forced into martial arts class, especially because he wasn't really of any help back then. While they're out in the woods, So-yul tells Jae-sung he's got a different vibe from back then, and now looks like he's having fun, which surprises him. Moonlight fireflies are nature's monsters that appear normal in the real world. Jae-sung leads them to a good spot where they can easily find fireflies, but So-yul reminds him that it's getting hard to see in front of them from this spot. Regardless, Yoo-jung notes that the scenery doesn't seem to be affecting Jae-sung, so our boy informs her that Jae-sung had told him that he likes bugs, and that creeps Yoo-jung out. After looking around for a bit, our alchemist finds a trace of a moonlight firefly, so So-yul swings into action to find them. After activating her skill called Inspection, she finds something that she believes are moonlight fireflies. They soon begin following the path, but they soon realize that it's not the way they came, and they notice that it's kind of creepy. However, So-yul insists that her skill is guiding her here. After going through the weird-looking vegetation for a while, they suddenly run into a bright waterfall with enthralling fireflies moving around. Jae-sung excitedly informs them that these are moonlight fireflies, and it's clear from how large they are compared to normal fireflies that they're monsters. Because of how fast they're moving, Jae-sung activates his gravity skill to restrict their movement, but the bugs seem to withstand the force of the pull. When So-yul suggests that Jae-hyun make his force stronger, he replies that he doesn't have the proficiency to change the force of this skill. Jae-sung becomes worried that they'll miss the fireflies, but our boy assures him they won't, so he generates a mana room to trap them all. So-yul is totally shocked that our boy just created a whole mana room, so she tells him he's a monster. Jae-sung is amazed because he would never have thought of this method. So he rushes in, but it's clear from Yoo-jung's expression that she despises bugs. Regardless, Jae-hyun forces her in, and they all enter to join Jae-sung, who is already collecting bugs. While catching the bugs, So-yul wonders if there's any other student in the academy who can create a mana room like this, and realizes even a third-year student wouldn't be able to do this. After they finish, they return to Jae-sung's workshop and try to create potions again. This time it works and doesn't explode in their faces, which shocks Hoyeon and Ina. Jae-sung proudly declares that he worked hard to make this, and they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun begin to celebrate, but Jae-sung becomes worried that Jae-hyun's potion only has a purity of 50%, and Yoo-jung's has 47%, so he wonders if they'll really be okay in the tests. A few days later, after their test, Hoyeon makes fun of Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung, saying he almost mistook their ingredient pot for a monster summon pot. Even after Yoo-jung got all the good ingredients, she still ended up in the 42nd position, with Jae-hyun at 31st, Hoyeon at 29th, and Ina in first position. After teasing them a bit more, Hoyeon heads over to his next class, so Jae-hyun tells himself that it's not over since he still has other exams left, and so does Yoo-jung. The only issue is that the practical exams are difficult. It's a compilation of all the freshman hunt, AR test, fake dungeon, and every lesson they've done so far. Apart from that, another factor that exponentially increases its difficulty is the way teams are made. On the day of the practicals, Yujong laments because she got a cost of 14 and will have to plan well in order to get a good team. The cost is calculated among the students based on the grades they have at the moment. Students must make teams of 4 without surpassing a total team cost of 50. In this exam, Hoyan has a cost of 17, In-A has a cost of 15, and Yujong has a cost of 14. Jaehyun had a cost of 6 in his past life, and he remembers that he was excited because he got to enter a good team, but the results were the worst. He considers it a crappy way of choosing teams, as the higher ranks choose the lower ranks because they have higher costs and can easily accommodate those with lower costs. Suddenly, our boy is approached by one of the cadets whom he knows from his past life. This same guy had insulted him for being a lower rank, but in the present, he's asking if he's the genius student who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon too. In the past, this guy made fun of him and told him to know his place during their exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Han-sung, but Jaehyun simply dismisses him. Regardless, Han-sung suggests that they team up because he has less cost compared to his skill, and he proposes to help Jaehyun with his cost of 20 that makes it hard for him to choose teammates. However, Jaehyun only considers this guy a garbage bastard who preys on the weak and sucks up to the strong. He tells Han-sung it's a shame that he doesn't want to team up with him and tells him to go look for someone else. Flustered, Han-sung tries to explain again that he has low cost with high skills, but our boy tells him it doesn't matter to him because he can clear the test on his own, and Han-sung is too weak anyway. Our boy goes to meet some of his friends, and he asks them if they've considered his idea, while Han-sung stares at him with utter contempt. Meanwhile, warriors Gina and Sung-woo tell Jaehyun that they're up for it. Han-sung recognizes Gina and Sung-woo as the ones who abandoned Jaehyun during the mock dungeon, and our boy tells them he's glad they agreed because he was worried they'd say no. Han-sung continues to burn with rage because Jaehyun picked those bastards and storms off, certain that Jaehyun will regret his decision. Sometime later, Jaehyun and his new teammates meet at a cafe. Suddenly, Gina asks Jaehyun if he's sure he really wants them, since they weren't very helpful at the mock dungeon, and Sung-woo also reminds him that they were abandoned to die in the cane incident because they were not skilled enough. Regardless, our boy assures them that he doesn't intend to lose. Jaehyun realizes that Gina and Sung-woo's costs are lower than what they are capable of because they ran away during the mock dungeon, and they're the ones with good costs and not Han-sung. Eventually, the two agree and ask who the last person will be. Our boy tells them the lady will be here soon, and shortly after, Yujong steps in through the door. They recall how instructor Ji-yeon had to hold back Yujong from destroying them because they left Jaehyun in the dungeon. When she steps in, she directly asks Jaehyun why he called her to team up with these guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Jaehyun reads about how the Mills Academy is losing its title as Korea's top academy, and he's at risk of being driven out because of the incident. He angrily smashes the computer because those bastard reporters still wrote these articles even though he paid them so much money. He realizes the media is turning their back on him, the mighty Jaehyun, and it's clear that the Lotus Guild is most likely responsible for this. He decides that he has no choice but to lay low for now, even though he'll have to take some losses. He has to wait for the media to calm down and then return to his original plan for the sake of Acir. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Yujong sits defiantly while watching the two warrior cadets. She eventually agrees to overlook the issue, but she asks Jaehyun if he's really okay with this. Our boy declares to them that he wants them to believe that asking them to run was realistically the best option they had, and Yujong has no choice but to believe him. She eventually asks him the real reason he wants them on his team, since he can easily get full points on the test on his own. Truthfully, our boy chose them because they all share resentment against Jaehyun, and he's certain they will keep whatever happens between them a secret. He eventually admits to them that he has a plan to bring down Jae-in using the event, and they all look at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and one instructor, Park Ha-jun, comes forward to take charge of the second part of the practical exams. Our boy considers that this Ha-jun is just one of Jae-in's minions, who is here to replace Seo Okagi. Ha-jun explains that the exam will be streamed to the entire nation to show the students' skills to the world, so he asks them to do their best and wishes them luck. The students are immediately transported to a place known as the Pocket Plane, which seems to be filled with lava. Our boy's team is Team D, and their mission is to clear all stages and return with the boss's core. The quest on the first floor is to eliminate all monsters on the floor and find the stairs leading to the second floor. The place is clearly hot, and Jaehyun informs them that they're in a dungeon that was modeled after Muspelheimer. Our boy suggests they begin by mapping out the dungeon because they need as much information as possible to respond to any problem, and because there are items he'd like to get to. Yujong explains that one of the items they need to get is frost grass, because because long exposure to the heat in this place will slow them down and will be dangerous in other ways. Sung-woo commends Jaehyun and Yoo-jung because they seem to be good at this stuff, but our boy explains that it's the basics of dungeon exploration and survival is the priority of a raider. Soon after, Jaehyun activates his mana detection skill until he finds frost grass. After tracing the mana, they find a field full of frost grass, so Jaehyun suggests they take as much as possible and keep it in their inventory. Since Sung-woo had said he got fair grades in alchemy, Jaehyun leaves the job of making potions to him. Suddenly, they're notified that viewers will enter the room soon, and they're reminded to be careful of what they say and do. Students need to perform for the viewers of the entire nation, and they need to satisfy the viewers. Jaehyun doesn't like the idea, but he finds it useful in some ways. While they're picking grass, he informs the others that 4 C-rank monsters are approaching, and he orders that they go with Formation B. They all get into position as several lava slimes approach them. Jung-woo activates his provoke skill to draw them to him, and Jaehyun advises them all to fight the monsters using items to try and keep their distance, since the monsters explode if they touch a spot on them. They all prep their weapons but don't make a move as the monsters continue toward them. When they come up close, Yoo-jung calls out to Jaehyun, but he tells her it's not time to act yet. When the monsters reach just a few inches away, the viewing channel for their team is created, and several viewers pour in, with some of them asking if this is the stream with the student that got first place in the freshman hunt. Jaehyun orders his teammates to act, so Yoo-jung activates her water shoot skill and fires an arrow at one of the monsters, creating a hole in it. While Jinna also fights, Jaehyun considers that this is the best environment to use the frozen earth skill he got, so he smiles at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan to make things too exciting so early on, but plans to deploy his big skills when things have gotten more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain and pours down ice on the field. Some of the viewers wonder if this is really happening and how a new student can use such a skill. Some of them think it's an error because the skill our boy just used is an A-rank skill. However, Jaehyun is certain that these stupid viewers are going to be the ultimate weapon in bringing down Jaehyun. Meanwhile, team manager Soon-bae Nim watches the live stream and wonders how Jaehyun is able to use an A-rank skill without breaking a sweat. According to what agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him, Jaehyun doesn't like Jaehyun, and Lotus has his back on that. He considers that it won't be hard to expose Jaehyun if he utilizes this kid, so he excitedly watches to see what Jaehyun will do. The ice rain that Jaehyun triggered takes out the lava slimes, and Yoo-jung admits that she's not even surprised anymore, even though she doesn't know where he learned that. When Gina points out that it's getting really hot, our boy suggests that they drink their potions. They all begin to look for a place with less heat, so Sung-woo points to a spot that has less energy coming from it. Jaehyun agrees with him, so he decides to set up a shelter there. Meanwhile, Aina fires several holy arrows at some of the monsters, and Ho-yeon, who is also nearby, tears up another one. After destroying them all, Aina mentions that this dungeon seems too easy, and Ho-yeon agrees with her that they're weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch in confusion because they realize they could have failed with just one mistake and they just fought lava slimes in close range without taking damage. On Jaehyun's side, he sets up a tent for his team to stay in while they wait for Sung-woo to make the potions that he says will take up to an hour to make. When Jaehyun teases Yoo-jung about making slight remarks to try to speed up Sung-woo, she protests that she didn't mean that, and they start fighting again. Gina laughs because of how close they are, but Yoo-jung claims they're not. Shortly after, Jaehyun talks with the guys about his secret plan. After explaining the plan, Yoo-jung steps out with Jaehyun to ask if it's really possible, and our boy assures her it is. He believes this is the best time to create some ruckus, so he releases some power to make the connection to the pocket plane unstable and cancel the limited voice transmission feature. The viewers wonder what Jaehyun is doing and why he's working alone with Yoo-jung. While they wonder if the others have failed, Jaehyun assures the viewers that his members are fine, which surprises them because they shouldn't be able to hear the students talk. Jaehyun had played with the formulas of the pocket plane a bit so he can speak, so he tells everyone it's nice to meet them, and declares that he'll start the real stream now. Meanwhile, Jaehyun almost bursts due to anger while watching Jaehyun's display. Jaehyun can't believe this is happening, and he doesn't understand how Jaehyun was able to interfere with the formula of the pocket plane, which was created by dozens of mage raiders, himself, and many of the Academy's mage instructors. Instructor Ha-jun, who is standing nearby, suggests that they punish Jaehyun, but Jaehyun clarifies that he wants to but cannot, because there are no rules for this kind of situation since it was never expected. However, there is the rule that an academy student cannot disclose meals sensitive information to the public, and he can be expelled if he violates that. Suddenly, the chairman overhears Jaehyun talking about him on livestream. Jaehyun links the chairman to the guild experience incident and a lot of shady things, and he assures the viewers not to worry about him being expelled, which totally perplexes the chairman. Our boy tells the viewers that the chairman's favorite quote is that the strong survive and have power. After laughing maniacally about Jaehyun's rottenness, the chairman orders instructor Ha-jun to expel Jaehyun once the exams are over. He also asks him to get at least 2 experienced A ranks to get rid of Jaehyun once the media has calmed down a bit. When Jaehyun leaves, Jaehyun promises himself to make Jaehyun pay. Our boy explains to the viewers that Chairman Jaehyun won't be keeping his word if he expels him when he has such good grades. The viewers are excited by all he's saying, and several of them begin to figure out that there must be an actual problem in the school, especially with all the uninvestigated allegations that have been made against Jaehyun. Earlier, in the shelter, Jaehyun informs the others that he's going to edit the formulas of the pocket plane so the viewers can hear them and bring them to their side. Yoo-jung wonders if this is okay because the chairman can do something, but our boy assures her that they have the viewers, and there's no rule stating that they're not allowed to interfere with the formulas of the pocket plane. In the present, Jaehyun tells the viewers that he's going to start the real dungeon raid stream, which they've specially prepared for the viewers to enjoy. The viewers are excited, but Yoo-jung feels vulnerable in front of the viewers because they soon begin to talk about her performance and strengths. Shortly after, Jaehyun takes Yoo-jung with him to a place that looks like a lava waterfall, and our boy tells the viewers that they're planning to find the hidden piece of the pocket plane here, which would be interesting to them. The viewers are ecstatic at the mention of a hidden piece, so Yoo-jung begins by activating her heist skill, while our boy activates his wind boost skill as well as his gravity skill. Jaehyun plans to show the viewers how a regressor raids a dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy, instructor Kim Ji-yeon informs manager Sun Bae-nim that she'll get him into contact with Jaehyun right after the exams. He asks her to get into contact with Jaehyun as soon as possible and bring him over to their side, and even offers to let Jaehyun have control over the conditions. Ji-yeon accepts the mission and thinks it'd be a big advantage in the long term if the raider management can take Jaehyun, but the only problem is that Ja-in is also after him. In the pocket plane, our boy puts his hand around Yoo-jung and drags her towards the lava. She hesitates and asks him to wait, but he just continues to run towards the stream of lava while she screams. The viewers keep chatting with one another, and they don't yet understand why they're jumping towards the lava. However, Jaehyun lands on an invisible platform near the lava stream, and Yoo-jung is extremely relieved that there's a hidden foothold there, just as Jaehyun had said. He tells her to hold on to him and cast the spell, and ensure she doesn't make any mistakes in her time calculations. Jaehyun is in awe of the first person who actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knows Chairman Ja-in hid it here under the sponsorship of the nation and didn't intend for a student to take it. After following all the footholds, they finally land on a spot where they can stand. So Yoo-jung asks him if the shiny thing in front of them is the item he was talking about. They turn out to be some marbles, and Jaehyun confirms her suspicions that these marbles will be the key point in clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Ja-in begins to sweat profusely, and he can't figure out how Jaehyun was able to find the hidden piece. Jaehyun tells the viewers that he knew this item was here from mapping, but he didn't expect it to be so well hidden. He activates his Ice Rain skill and fires it at the sea of lava, separating him from the item to cause it to solidify. He and Yoo-jung make their way down towards the item, and Jaehyun asks the viewers if they know what the item is. Most of them don't seem to know what it is, and when they demand that he tells them, he informs them that this is fire essence. Apparently, this item will be one of the most important items for clearing this dungeon, and the pocket plane system displays that this fire essence is a rank B item that exponentially increases flame resistance ability temporarily when consumed, but whose effect will not appear the second time. Normally, schools create an environment that is as close to a real dungeon as possible and motivate students using a reward that is hidden, but it's odd that this reward was hidden in a way that ordinary students could never obtain it. The viewers go crazy at the sight of the fire essence items because they're really expensive in equipment shops, and they figure that Mills Academy is investing more than 10 million per team for the midterms. After getting the first item, our boy proceeds to go for the next thing on their list. He wishes he could see the kind of face Chairman Ja-in is making right now, and he hopes to see how he will look when he shows him the rest of the gifts he has for him. When night comes, they return to the shelter, and Yoo-jung laments that the potion is too bitter. Our boy tells her he knows, but she'll need to eat it because it'll make it easier to clear the dungeon. Eventually, Yoo-jung works up the nerve to consume it and suddenly collapses. Confused, Jaehyun asks Sung-woo if he poisoned her or something, but Sung-woo denies it. After that, Jae-hyun explains that they're almost done with stage 1, and they need to find a way down to the second floor. In the academy control room, instructor Jae-hyun comes to ask instructor Ha-jun how the situation is looking. He jokingly reminds her that he's the one in charge, so he asks why she came here and if she doesn't believe he can take care of his duties. After a short pause, she tells him it's possible he can't, which makes him frown. With Say-OK gone, the administrative authority of the second round of practicals was supposed to be Jae-hyun's, but Ha-jun managed to worm his way through and took the authority from her. Eventually, Ha-jun sarcastically apologizes to her because he's getting ahead of her even though they were hired as co-workers. But Jae-hyun tells him she doesn't care about that stuff. He tries to poke further and asks her what she means, since it's normal for her to be envious of the position, but he doesn't get any response from her. That frustrates him, but Ha-jun reminds himself that he has the chairman's admiration now, and Jae-hyun is no longer better than him, even though she was 2 years ago. Soon after, Jae-hyun tells Ha-jun that he better take a close look at the rope he's holding to make sure it's not thoroughly rotten. Then she steps out. Ha-jun finds her words cringy, and he considers her arrogant. He knows she's referring to his affiliations with the chairman, and he's certain that the chairman will regain his reputation since the obstacles they have now are nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Team D enters the second floor. They're given a quest to hunt the elite monsters of the second floor and obtain the hidden treasure. Somewhere else, Heimdall massacres a few people and speaks with Hugin, who asks him if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall tells him the great adversary is just a mere human, and he doesn't need much time to get rid of him, but after eliminating him, he's angry he will be stuck with Bifrost once again and act as a gatekeeper. He tells Hugin not to concern himself with his affairs since he's just a thing of evil. However, Hugin considers both gods and humans foolish, and he remembers Moon-in, the other of Odin's crows. While in deep thought, he tells Moon-in, who is not present, that nothing has changed or will change. On the second floor, Gina notes that this floor is even hotter than the first floor, and Yu-jung notes that the quest here seems harder, especially while he's still being nice. With a horrific expression on his face, he orders them to eat it, and they have no choice but to do so. Apparently, there are 3 floors prepared, and the boss is on the last floor. On that floor, Jae-hyun intends to give Ja-in another problem to deal with too. Before they begin looking for the monster on the second floor, our boy tells the viewers he has an idea where some treasures might be, which makes them really excited. He gave them that small spoiler to get their attention, but his goal is different. He declares that one of the treasures in this dungeon is the salamander, which has a habit of collecting shiny things like crows do, and keeps several of them hidden in its nests. The viewers become excited, and one of them checks online to see that salamanders can also purify items that are corrupt. When they wonder how Jae-hyun got to know that salamanders hide items in their nests, he explains that he studied it. The second hidden piece is something called Balmung's replica, a sword that appears in the Song of the Nibelungs from the 1200s in Germany. It is said to be a sword meant for killing dragons, and like Thalfi's Thundersteps, it's an item with overwhelming strength and destructive power. The original is said to have been possessed by a German raider named Balak. Suddenly, Gina asks him what a salamander's weakness is, so Yu-jung tells her it's its stomach since they have hard outer skins. Apparently, the most common way to kill them is to direct ice-type magic at their stomachs. They move deeper into the dungeon, and Sung-woo notices that this place is much hotter, and he'd be struggling if it weren't for the fire essence. Even though Jae-hyun knows where everything is, he decides to pretend to do some work here so he doesn't raise unnecessary suspicions. He soon stops the team and mentions that he feels some mana around a place where several swords are placed. Yu-jung doesn't know if the swords are hidden pieces, especially since there are so many and they look like unregistered items. But Jae-hyun knows the perfect place to hide a hidden piece is among these dozens of swords stuck in boulders. Although Jae-hyun messed with things so that students can't find it, Jae-hyun doesn't have time for his tricks and activates his detection skill. After looking around for a bit, he eventually finds it and pulls it out of the boulder. Once he pulls it out, the Nornir system informs him that he's found the copy of the Tainted Balmung, a rank A item that is Dragon Slayer Siegfried's beloved sword. It has a sealed effect that raises strength by 70 and agility by 30, and a passive S-rank skill called Dragon Slayer, which heightens a user's physical abilities when fighting draconic species. However, the effects of the sword cannot be activated because it is tainted. Some of the viewers wonder how he knew that specific sword was the hidden piece, but some of them believe Jae-hyun has his ways. They continue their journey and Yu-jung tries to track the salamander down, but Jae-hyun reminds her that they need to wait a bit since she had said that the salamander is weakest after it has just fed, and the king salamander eats only once a day at night. Yu-jung asks him if it's a wise idea to stall for time since salamanders are sensitive to smell, and they might get attacked first if they stay there. He proposes that they need to find a way to prevent that and brings out the bug from earlier, which causes Yoo-jung to freak out again. When she tries to run away, he holds her down because she's the most important part of this plan. The bug is called the bomb centipede, and it expels a liquid when it feels threatened. The liquid is known for smelling so bad that it induces tears, and this stench is what Jae-hyun plans to use in this hunt. Shortly after, the salamander shows up after detecting the stench. Yoo-jung prepares for the salamander and reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised her something for doing this. Because she was terrified, Jae-hyun promised to give her a magic staff that teacher Seong-yoon loved if she did this. Truthfully, he was just going to give her a random staff, and he's certain she'll kill him when she finds out. The viewers watch in exhilaration as they wonder if their plan is going to work. Jae-hyun assures the viewers that Yoo-jung specializes in wind magic, and Yoo-jung creates a small wind to trap the scent of the bug to send to the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because this is only possible because she has impressive control over mana, and the humans start to feel bad for the salamander. Upon smelling the bug, tears start to roll down the salamander's eyes, so Jae-hyun tells the others to remember the plan to wait and only move when he gives them the signal. He soon activates his level 2 ice spear and strikes the monster that's writhing in pain, knocking it to the ground. Jae-hyun waits for the moment the monster breathes out fire, and when it does, he brings out the Balmung sword and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoo-jung calls Jae-hyun a psycho, and the viewers wonder what on earth he's doing. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun almost drops his jaw when he sees what Jae-hyun did, and he's certain there's no way a new student would know this since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster begins to vomit the sword, so Jae-hyun signals the others to move, and the warriors immediately stand in front of him to block the sword with their shields. Jae-hyun soon picks up the sword, which is now shining differently, and the viewers still go berserk due to confusion. To explain what has happened, our boy opens the equipment status, and it displays that the tainted Balmung sword has been purified. The viewers almost lose their minds because of the high stats of the sword. He explains to them that there's a power of purification in a salamander's core that can purify items. The viewers are surprised at Jae-hyun's level of experience since he's a new student, and when he wields the sword, they wonder why a mage would be wielding a sword. They expect him to give the sword to the combat class warriors with him, but he doesn't. Sunbai Nim, who is also streaming anonymously, informs the others that Jae-hyun is a battle mage. Jae-hyun steps in front of the monsters and activates 2 skills named Agile Steps and Flexible Movements to help his movements, as well as his wind boost. With one swift movement, he leaps towards the monster and cuts off one of its arms. After he jumps down, he activates another skill named Ice Edge to create an icy spike. Seung-woo signals to him that the salamander's stomach is exposed since it doesn't have one arm, so Jae-hyun leaps towards it and stabs it in the stomach. The viewers are speechless for a while, and they can't fathom what they just saw. Meanwhile, Seo uploads something online, and she wonders why Jae-hyun made her do something so annoying. She has just uploaded an article about Jae-hyun's real identity, citing the achievements he had at the Neverland dungeon, since Jae-hyun had initially covered up his identity at the Neverland incident. This article is meant to go against those who are saying what Jae-hyun is doing is computer generated. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after taking out the salamander, Jae-hyun tells the others he's found something called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank equipment that momentarily amplifies mana to increase the force of magic and grants the active skill known as Overdrive. However, because of the lack of something called the Rock of Transcendence, the rank is lowered, and the state of Overdrive is unstable. Overdrive is a rank of skill that amplifies mana to increase the force of skills by 5 times for 5 minutes, but will leave the user unable to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to the lack of the Rock of Transcendence. Since there's only one ring, Jae-hyun suggests they do rock, paper, scissors, but the others suggest he take it since he did most of the fighting, so Yoo-jung suggests he buys them food or something when they get out. Excited, Jae-hyun keeps the reward, and they're transported to the next floor. Once they arrive there, they're told the protective barrier will disappear after a minute, and the boss fight will begin. They're protected by a magic barrier that doesn't break, even though the boss monster pounds on it. The pounding of the monster freaks them all out, so Gina asks Jae-hyun if he has a plan. He tells her he doesn't because they don't need one, and he's going to do this alone. Some of the viewers also wonder if it's a wise idea for Jae-hyun to ditch the party formation to fight the monster. Apparently there are a few differences each year, but it's usually a C or B rank monster, and 70% of the students fail on this floor. Soon after, the barrier is taken away, and the boss monster, a lava golem, is set free. Our boy goes in with a mana punch, but Gina warns him that it's dangerous. While Seung-woo and Gina panic, Yoo-jung assures them that Jae-hyun is strong, so he won't lose to that kind of monster. Jae-hyun and the monster match up punches, punches, and our boy knocks back the monster's hand. When the monster retaliates with a punch from his other hand, our boy protects himself by setting up a barrier. When he lands on the ground, he activates a level 4 wind boost and activates his Ice Edge skill to hold down the monster's legs. After that's done, Jae-hyun activates his mana detection skill and runs past the monster's punches, dodging at the same time. While he's moving, Jae-hyun recalls that lava golems are sturdy and have heavy attacks, but there is a way to defeat them. He activates a skill called Bind to create chains that hold down the monster, then rains down a myriad of ice on the monster using his Ice Rain skill. Although the bind magic soon breaks, the ice hits all the golem's joints and cools them, making it hard for it to move its limbs. Excited, our boy activates his water ball skill and shoots water at the ice around the monster's joints, causing all of its limbs to immediately split apart. As the monster crumbles, the pocket plane system informs them they've defeated the pocket plane boss monster. Some of the viewers asked to confirm if that was really a boss fight, and the other teammates just watch in shock. Yoo Jung calls him an insane bastard and feels like he's already so much farther in skill than she is. Shortly after, the system informs them they've obtained the golem's core, but Jae-hyun doesn't believe the test is over, since he still has to ensure that Jae-hyun falls today. The system asks them if they'll return to reality, and Jae-hyun rejects the option. He tells the viewers that the boss fight was too short, and he has something to show them all, which is to fight the hidden boss. The viewers become curious about what's going to happen next, and Jae-hyun leads the team to a place where he says he feels a strong mana presence. When he turns back, he realizes none of his teammates want to follow him in, so he assures them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts. When they enter, the system notifies them that they've found a hidden door, and a special quest is being created where they have to defeat the hidden boss of the hidden floor and return to reality. Ordinary students can't even detect the presence of the hidden door, and they can't even make it to this point even if they stumbled upon it by luck, which is why Jae-hyun planted the hidden piece here. He turns to the viewers, who can't believe that this guy has found a secret floor when the others are still struggling on the second floor. Jae-hyun already knows the method to summon the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around a bit. Suddenly, Yoo Jung points to an altar that looks familiar, and after a while, Yoo Jung realizes it's quite similar to the pattern on the golem's core. Our boy puts the golem core into the hole in the altar, which causes bright light to fill the entire place. Jae-hyun asks them to get back, and the pocket plane's hidden boss, the Red Drake, begins to appear over the altar. Their mission is to ensure everyone survives, defeat the enemy, and retrieve the Drake's heart to claim the special reward privileges. As the Red Drake manifests, the viewers watch in disbelief as even veteran raiders struggle against a monster of this magnitude. The audience begins to react negatively due to the extreme difficulty setting of the pocket plane, the exact response Jae-hyun had hoped for. However, his absolute calculation ability proves ineffective against the Drake's raw physical attacks, yet he remains confident he can handle the monster alone. In the control room, Chairman Ja-in watches in utter shock. His careful plans to ensure this year's midterms went smoothly, thereby deflecting media scrutiny, appear to have been completely ruined. He realizes that Jae-hyun has interfered with the entire pocket plane setup, but instructor Ha-jun protests, arguing it's impossible for a student to achieve such a feat. When Ja-in insists that Jae-hyun is responsible, Ha-jun attempts to butter him up for a quick promotion. Eventually, the chairman admits he's relieved it's Jae-hyun causing the disruption. If the student's goal is simply to obtain an item, they can minimize the negativity directed at Mila's academy should he successfully clear the dungeon. Jae-in is concerned that Jae-hyun enraged the Drake, assuming this happened because the student didn't know any better. He desperately hopes Jae-hyun kills the Red Drake, but when he turns back to the screen, he is shocked to see Yoo Jung injured and bleeding from the mouth. The students immediately panic because the pocket plane's protective system has malfunctioned, and they need an immediate exit, causing even the chairman to panic. The viewers are alarmed, as students are never supposed to get hurt inside the pocket plane, yet it is suddenly happening. When the students' HP bars vanish because the pocket plane has become unstable, some viewers become genuinely worried that the students could actually die. This development further enrages the chairman, who curses Jae-hyun under his breath. Meanwhile, our hero inwardly wonders how the chairman must feel to be manipulated and have false situations fabricated against him, just as he used to do to others. Some viewers start complaining about Ja-in's management of the academy facilities, suspecting that Ja-in is intentionally creating these dangerous scenarios to harm the students. They protest how often these incidents have occurred and how the school consistently pushes children to the brink of death. Jae-hyun is momentarily taken aback by how convincing Yoo-jung's acting was. When she suggests she should have pursued acting and that her looks are being wasted at the school, Jae-hyun quietly pleads with her not to make him laugh, since he has to maintain a somber expression. He eventually leaves her side so he can confront the Drake. As he faces the monster, he knows he can easily defeat it, but decides a quick victory wouldn't be satisfying. The monster swipes at him with a claw, but he quickly leaps back, effortlessly dodging the attack. He activates a skill called Mana Weapon and draws his purified Balmung sword. The viewers believe that Jae-hyun may now be able to win with this legendary sword and begin to cheer for him. Our hero activates the special skill of the Balmung replica called Dragon Slayer, which grants a 300% damage boost against all draconic species. He launches a double sword slash toward the red drake, further infuriating it, causing it to slam its tail down exactly where Sung-woo is standing. Sung-woo manages to successfully block the attack. Our hero remembers there are 2 immediate tasks to complete. He recalls the day Ho-yeon had pointed out in his books that a drake's weakness is a mole on its heel, so our hero leaps behind the monster and lands his next attack directly on its heel. To conclude the fight, he activates his skill called Overdrive, which boosts the power of all his abilities by 1.5 times. Moments later, he unleashes his Frozen Earth skill, instantly freezing the entire area, including the red drake. Our hero shatters the frozen drake, securing the victory. Back in the chairman's office, Ja-in starts receiving furious calls from school board members, all placing the blame squarely on him. Though he tries to argue his innocence, it quickly dawns on him that, for the first time, no one believes him. He questions instructor Ha-jun about the media, and Ha-jun informs him that every reporter they contacted rejected their offer, stating they could no longer trust Milas. Ja-in is certain that Jae-hyun could not have orchestrated this alone and suspects someone powerful is assisting him. While he ponders the identity of his helper, one of his subordinates rushes in to deliver an official document from the Lotus Guild. The document details the disciplinary actions to be taken against Milas Academy and demands the chairman's imprisonment. Apparently, Jae-hyun drafted the document himself, referring to the recent midterms incident as a serious matter that put students in potential life-threatening danger, mirroring the risks seen during the guild experience. The document asserts that Ja-in consistently jeopardized students' lives and is known to engage in bribery of high-ranking politicians for personal gain, among other allegations. For violating 17 other laws related to raiders, Guildmaster Seongun orders his immediate arrest. An enraged Ja-in protests, arguing the Lotus Guild has no authority for direct intervention, as only the National Raider Association's management headquarters can act. As he reads further, he discovers that 4 main guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association management all concur with the action. Ja-in is left speechless when several raiders storm his office to apprehend him. Meanwhile, as the students exit the pocket plane, numerous reporters gather outside, eager to interview Team D about the incident. Jae-hyun is satisfied that his teacher handled the situation discreetly. One reporter questions him, asking if his remarks about the chairman inside the pocket plane indicate he had prior knowledge of the arrest. Jae-hyun explains he can't divulge much due to the Academy's non-disclosure agreement, but informs the press that this is the 3rd time they've been placed in danger, and he wants to prevent others from being hurt. As they press for more information, he declines further comment, citing the need to get Yoo-jung immediate medical attention. Jae-hyun escorts Yoo-jung to a paramedic bus prepared by the Lotus Guild, a necessary move to conceal the fact that Yoo-jung was not actually injured. Simultaneously, Ja-in is escorted out of the academy by the National Raiders Management Police, where he is met by a crowd that pelts him with raw eggs. As the eggs fly, the crowd chants demands for the chairman to step down. Shortly after, once they are all inside the ambulance, Yoo-jung bursts into laughter, accusing Jae-hyun of being a terrible actor. When he asks if his performance was truly that bad, she begins to mimic his actions. The whole scene amuses teacher Seon-gyun, so she asks him what his thinking was when he planned all this, noting he would have faced ruin if things had gone wrong. However, our hero tells her he learned from the guild experience that while his safety is important, saving other people's lives must come first. Yoo-jung teases Jae-hyun, saying this is completely out of character for him, and asks if he ate something spoiled, but he simply tells her to be quiet. After a brief laugh, Seon-gyun informs Jae-hyun that there will be a press conference in 3 days where they will officially close the matter. And that wraps up our full recap of Mythic Item Obtained. What a journey. If you enjoyed diving back into this story, please show your support by smashing that like button right now. More importantly, let us know what you think. Head down to the comments section and tell us, what did you love or hate about this manhwa? And don't forget the main question. Rate this manhwa from 0 to 10 in the comments below.